I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. One family is happy, one family is sad. 10 days later, LVGUO and other countries basically knew the result of building the warship. LV Yan was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. It took him a long time to wake up. This time, Chunhyang Palace suffered too much loss. Not only did it spend 6 or 7 million Zuan crystals, but it also lost 3 Dao Gang monks. You should know that these 3 Dao Gangs are all from the Chunhyang Palace. Chunhyang Palace has been vigorously developing for nearly 100 years, and it has only accumulated more than 10 Dao Gangs. Now a quarter of them are gone. The key is that the warships were not taken back. How could LV Yan not be angry? However, the 3 countries did not get a single warship back. One country got it back, that is Tiansheng. The person in charge of Tiansheng is Lin Xiao. After the incident of the courtesan, Lin Xiao already knew that they were being targeted and played a prank. Not only did they lose millions of Zuan crystals, but they also made him a laughingstock. So when the flying boat was attacked and everyone fled, Lin Xiao stuffed the 6th level storage bag into one of the Dao Gang monks, asking him to crush the teleportation talisman and run away, while Lin Xiao himself exploded. Yes, Lin Xiao was determined to die. In order to wash away the humiliation before, he bravely rushed to the side of the poisonous scorpion and then blew himself up decisively. The poisonous scorpion was careless for a moment and was seriously injured. Inspired by Lin Xiao, many of the other people launched suicidal attacks. They were so brave that they finally frightened a group of bandits and allowed the Tiansheng Sect monk to escape. So although the Tiansheng Sect also paid a heavy price, it still brought back a warship. Although Lin Xiao felt sorry for Lin Xiao's death, he could only accept this fact. The people of Kangou were even more miserable. When Lin Xiao blew himself up, they were not far away. Therefore, Chuan was also afraid that the Dao Gang monks of Kangou would explode themselves. They did not directly surround and kill them, but kept chasing them like a pack of wolves tracking prey, biting them from time to time. In the end, the Kangou people were completely wiped out, and they did not take away many enemies. They were successfully killed by Chuan and the warship was taken away. After Wu Muang learned about it, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Among the 3 kingdoms, Kang Kingdom was the weakest, only slightly stronger than Tiansheng. Moreover, Wu Muang himself was a narrow-minded person. He suffered such a big loss, but he couldn't even get back his face. How could he not be angry? But there was nothing he could do, even if he was angry. Now the 3 kingdoms have begun to actively prepare for war. The war carriage has already started, and it is not an easy thing to stop. One family is happy and the other is sad. When the 3 kingdoms were so angry that they vomited blood because of the loss, Lin Xiao met Lin Xiao and Tishi at the mountain gate. He was very happy about the warships that Tishi brought back. After a little repair, they can be used directly. Tishi, I remember your real name is Tiansheng. You have made great contributions this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Master, this is what a disciple should do. How can you make more requests? There are not many people here. Don't be embarrassed. Rewards are given for merit. This is the rule of the sect. Yes, junior brother Tai, why should you be embarrassed to the master? What's wrong with asking for 8 or 10 Dao Foundation pills? Yinanayu, get out of here and stop making trouble. Master, the merits we have achieved this time should be exchanged for some Dao Foundation pills. Many of my disciples are facing breakthroughs. Don't think about those 5 Dao Foundation pills. Those 5 cannot be touched. You have to wait for 40 years to get the Dao Foundation pills. There is no room for negotiation. You have made great contributions and I have to reward you. I will give my Chixio Obo to Tiansheng, and you don't have to return it. I will let Li Yuan give you 500,000 Zuan crystals of resources, which you can distribute freely. In addition, I will give you 3 a chance to make conditions that are not too excessive. Thank you, Master. Master, can you let me take a few years off? Junior brother. Yi Nanayu, let him tell you why he wants to take a break. Master, I want to look for senior brother Zhao. I was promoted by senior brother Zhao. I have been looking for him near Basin City for a long time these years, but there is no clue. I want to look for him again, but Lin Xiao has a lot of work to do, and I'm afraid of delaying my work. Okay, but you can't take a break. Let Yi Nanayu transfer another Daogang monk to Basin City to take over your work. You can be a tutor and check the whereabouts of Zhao Zeng's by the way. Thank you, Master. Lin Xiao nodded. His disciples were loyal and righteous. They were willing to give up the reward to find Zhao Zeng's. Naturally, he had to support them. Moreover, he didn't know what Zhao Zeng's current situation was. The system did not determine that Zhao Zeng's was dead, but many years had passed, and Zhao Zeng's did not come back. I don't know what happened. Then Tishi made 2 more requests, which were in line with Yi Nanayu's wishes. They were all conditions for seeking benefits for Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao met them one by one. Now the power of Night Owl is actually very large. If it is taken out alone, it is stronger than Tiansheng Sect and only weaker than the sect. However, Night Owl's troops are very scattered and cannot form a scale, so there will be no threat to the sect, and Lin Xiao is also very relieved. Then Lin Xiao discussed with Yi Nanayu for a while and asked him to make a list and transfer Night Owl's people separately to cultivate their cultivation. Night Owl also needs to have spiritual light monks as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to carry out follow-up work. The stage of Tiansheng Sect is getting bigger and bigger, and the forces it faces are getting stronger and stronger. If there is no high-level monk sitting in, it will be difficult to carry out work. For example, the poisonous scorpion and iron bowl of Basin City are the murderers who killed Zhao Zeng's, but because there are no spiritual light monks, they can't do anything about them. Now there are also Daogang monks with higher cultivation among Night Owl, such as Yi Nanayu, who has reached the 11th level of Daogang. It has been a long time since he broke through, and it is more hopeful to impact the spiritual light. After sending Iron Lion away, Lin Xiao found Li Yiwen and asked them to allocate resources to the Night Owl. The importance of the Night Owl became more and more prominent, and they needed more support from the sect. Master, there's nothing wrong in allocating resources to them, but it will have some impact on our current war preparations. In the past 4 years, we've only accumulated less than 7 million Zuan crystals, which is too little. Why is it so little? Doesn't Uyghur supply us with 1 million Zuan crystals a year? Master, Beicheng Commercial Bank is now restricted by the 3 kingdoms. The income has dropped sharply in the past few years. In the past 4 years, we have accepted more than 3,000 new disciples. The expenses have increased dramatically, and we can't save any money at all. How much Zuan crystals does the sect have in savings? 19 million. Too little, not enough at all. It was over in one war. This war is different from the previous ones. It's impossible to win a quick victory. It might even become a protracted war. Without more than 30 million Zuan crystals and savings, we have no confidence at all. If we have to fight a decisive battle, then our casualties will be very large. Master, I know it's difficult for the sect to leave, but this is the situation now. The financial resources are weak and the potential of our sect is almost exhausted. What about those sacred mountains in the south of the state of Chen? How is the investment and production? We stopped investing in the past few years, so the production is the same as before, and has not increased much. After deducting various costs, it's about 1 million Zuan crystals a year. Now, not counting the blood transfusion from Wei State, our sect's annual income has reached more than 6 million Zuan crystals, and the expenditure is about the same, with very little surplus, Li Yiwen replied. It was only after he became the first elder that he knew that the Tiansheng Sect actually had so much income a year. The 5 4th tier sacred mountains brought in more than 2 million Zuan crystals a year. Gangming City also brought in about 2 million. Kunling Wine and Beiwu Tea brought in more than 1 million, and the rest came from the income from various small sacred mountains and other miscellaneous incomes. Of course, the expenditure is also extremely shocking. More than 200 purple mansion cultivators need more than 200 Zuan crystals per year, and more than 20 Daogang basic monthly salaries need more than 1 million Zuan crystals per year. In addition, the subsidies for other positions are at least 2 million. More than 10,000 low-level disciples also need more than 1 million. Then there is a subsidy from Night Owl, which is about 6 million. Now there is only a surplus of 100,000 Zhuan crystals per year, all supported by the old foundation. Lin Xiao pondered in his heart. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect have always been raised in wealth. In fact, each cultivator still has a large amount of Zhuan crystals in his hands, but Lin Xiao can't take everyone's Zhuan crystals right away, which is too damaging to morale. On the contrary, he and Li Muxu don't have much Zhuan crystals in their hands. The sect owes them a lot of merit points that they haven't exchanged. For example, Lin Xiao, the sect already owes him nearly 50 million merit points on the books, and Li Muxu also has tens of millions, all of which are merit points collected for refining elixirs for the sect. They didn't dare to exchange on a large scale, otherwise the credit system of merit points would collapse, and the financial resources of the entire sect would be in trouble. Who is the richest in our Xianan province now? Of course it's our Tiansheng Sect, master. Except for us. Then it should be Danliang Sect, but Danliang Sect is also about to fail. I heard that their Dangsuan Mountain Zhuanjing mine is almost finished, and now they have begun to lay off miners on a small scale. Yes, it's almost done. They have been mining that Dangsuan Mountain for 200 years. In the past 100 years, they have dug out millions of Zhuanjing every year. In total, they have dug out nearly 200 million Zhuanjing. They use mortal miners, and the cost is extremely low. Wang Dao made a lot of money from this business back then. Lin Xiao nodded. Wang Dao hit the scale of the mine veins in Dangsuan Mountain back then. You know, with so many Zhuanjing, everyone would definitely not let them take it all. Back then, they thought it was just a small macro mine vein of 10 or 20 million, but they didn't expect there would be so many Zhuanjing. Apart from the Danliang Sect, there are small sects like the Shanliang School. After successive wars and annexations, the territories they occupy far exceed their strength. Because of our protection, no one dares to invade. They have many sacred mountains that are not managed and are rented out to independent cultivators to manage. Although the annual surplus is not much, maybe only 200,000 or 300,000 Zhuan crystals, there have been no large-scale wars for more than 100 years, and they have also accumulated a large amount of Zhuan crystals. Can we harvest them? Ahem, master, that's not good. These are our own people. It's not like we are robbing them directly. By the way, are we still in touch with Tiansheng Sect now? Yes, we released a lot of prisoners before, and some of them have been instigated by us. After they went back, they said a lot of good things for us. They are not firmly on the side of Chunayang Palace, and many of them are on our side. Then find a way to get some baking shenhua. I'll ask Muzu to refine some baking shenhua pills. One pill can extend one's life by 10 years. Those small sects will definitely be tempted. I'll sell them to them. Also, produce another batch of K-Fudan, and leave enough for us to use. Exchange them for some Zhuan crystals. Without Zhuan crystals, I won't be confident when a war breaks out. Lin Xiao nodded. Longevity extending treasures are extremely valuable, no matter where they are. Tiansheng Sect itself does not have a high-level alchemist, and every time the baking shenhua matures, it is sold. Since they are going to be sold anyway, it might as well be for Tiansheng Sect to eat it first. Chapter 302 War Loans. Originally, the plan of the Three Kingdoms, including the Lu Kingdom, was to launch a war of conquest against Tiansheng as soon as the warships were in hand, and Tiansheng could not be allowed to continue to develop. However, only one warship came back, which made the Three Kingdoms somewhat in a dilemma. Without enough warships to suppress, the low-level disciples would suffer great losses. If Tiansheng was really destroyed, it would also cost a great price. Moreover, as the owner of the warship, the Tianshi Kingdom's fighting spirit was not as strong as that of the Chunayang Palace. After all, Tiansheng was too far away from them, and even the fighting spirit of the Kang Kingdom was not as strong. For this reason, the Chunayang Palace and the Tiansheng Sect were still considering whether to send people to Basin City to build warships again, but this plan was not very successful because the savings of the two sects were not much. Their annual income was indeed more than that of the Tiansheng Sect, but their stalls were bigger, there were more disciples, and the consumption was also high. The savings were not much more than that of the Tiansheng Sect. Before, including travel expenses and other various expenses, at least 7 or 8 million Zuan crystals were spent. If another 7 or 8 million Zuan crystals were to come, it would be a big loss, and the warships could not be taken back in a short time. While they were hesitating, Lin was getting impatient. Since the discussion in Tiansheng Sect 4 years ago, all sects in Lin have started to expand their manpower. Now there are about 20 million mortals under the jurisdiction of Lin. These mortals alone can produce 2,000 to 3,000 monks every year. Together with the descendants of the monks of each sect, at least 5,000 monks are born every year. In the past, each sect only took 1,000 to 2,000 people, but now they want all of them. Together with the disciples left behind, the entire Lin has increased by at least 30,000 monks in the past 4 years. These 30,000 people have greatly consumed the resource reserves of Lin. If the war is not launched as soon as possible, the financial resources of each sect will not be able to hold up. From the perspective of the superiors, it is necessary to consume some people and manpower through war, or increase new territory and increase income, to feed so many people. Therefore, all sects have put pressure on Tiansheng Sect, asking it to take the responsibility of leading the sect, and give Lin a way out. Under pressure, Lin Xiao also began to mobilize people and horses, and transferred some of the monks in the hinterland of Tiansheng Sect to rotate the disciples with low cultivation. At the same time, he also asked Uyghur to continue the blood transfusion. After years of development, Uyghur had more than 3,000 disciples of Tiansheng Sect alone. This time, they did their best for the great cause of Tiansheng Sect. Not only did they provide millions of Zuan crystals for many years, but they also transferred vassals and 3,000 disciples of Tiansheng Sect to be ready for battle at any time. Tiansheng Sect connected with Tiansheng Sect through Lin Xiao's personnel, and bought a lot of baking shenhe. Li Muxu refined it into longevity pills, and sold it to various sects in Lin, collecting millions of Zuan crystals. In addition, some monks in Tiansheng Sect were no longer optimistic about Chunhyang Palace. Instead, they were more inclined to Lin, which had more potential, and had the intention of turning to Lin. There were not just 1 or 2 such monks, but many in the surrounding states and counties. This was also one of the results of Lin Xiao's work over the years. Lin Xiao contacted these people privately. Although their power was not enough to influence the will of their entire state, as long as the Tiansheng Sect defeated the main force of the Chunhyang Palace again, they would be able to gain power over the sect, turn to Xianan province, and even include the territory in Xianan province. Dear shopkeepers, managers, and stewards, I'm Lin Xiao, the leader of the Tiansheng Sect. I'm honored to meet you all. Hello, Master Lin in Gangming City. In a restaurant directly under the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao saluted a group of shopkeepers and managers of Gangming City businesses, and a group of people returned the salute. Master Lin, I wonder why you invited us, the managers of the businesses, to come here this time. The shopkeeper of Qingfeng Pavilion stood up first, and said to Lin Xiao. They suddenly received the invitation, and felt a little uneasy. They didn't know what the Tiansheng Sect meant. Manager Zhang of Qingfeng Pavilion, don't worry. This manager has always been straightforward, and will not waste everyone's time by beating around the bush. I invited you here, because I have something important to discuss. I wonder what you think about the current conflict between Xianan province and Chunhyang Palace. Manager Lin is straightforward, so I have something to say frankly. Xianan province is facing more than just Chunhyang Palace. Kang Kingdom and Qianshi Kingdom seem to be very dissatisfied with Xianan province as well. That's right, then let's add Qianshi Kingdom and Kang Kingdom. What do you think? Lin Xiao nodded. The background behind Qingfeng Pavilion is not simple. It is a subordinate business of another powerful overlord sect. That sect is stronger than Chunhyang Palace, so they are not afraid of Lin Xiao at all. If we talk about the strength on paper alone, Xianan province does not have an advantage. The 3 kingdoms can mobilize at least 600,000 monks, Falling Guang, and more than 90 Daogang. I wonder if Xianan province can have 200,000 people, and how many Dao Gang people are there? What shopkeeper Zhang said is right, but shopkeeper Zhang's news is a bit delayed. LV Yan was severely injured by me a few years ago, and even his foundation was damaged. It's hard to say how much combat power he has left. Moreover, just half a year ago, the Three Kingdoms went to Basin City to build warships, but were also sniped by Xianan province. Of the 12 Dao Gang monks, only 1 escaped and 11 died. In addition, the strength on paper is not calculated in this way. The Three Kingdoms have borders, and their internal factions are more complicated. It is impossible to mobilize all of them, and they have to leave people behind. Therefore, we estimate that the Three Kingdoms will mobilize at most 200,000 monks, and less than half of the Dao Gang. By this calculation, our Xianan province will have the strength to fight. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't know so many things. These things in Chunhyang Palace were extremely confidential, and could not be publicized at all. The matter of going to Basin City was far away in Zhongzhou, and no one knew about it. Master Lin, let's talk about your purpose today. Okay, let's continue. For example, the contradiction between Xian'an and Chunhyang Palace is irreconcilable. The war may be triggered at any time, so Xian'an is ready to take the initiative, and all sects have already prepared for the war. This time, in order to win the war, our Xian'an has changed a lot of previous tactics, and the demand for Zuanjing has greatly increased. So we need Zuanjing, but we don't have so many Zuanjing, so we have to ask all the shopkeepers for help. Master Lin doesn't want us to donate money to help the war, or pay the management fee of Gangming City in advance. Of course not, this is our Xian'an's war. How can I let you spend money? Lin's idea is to borrow money from you. Lin Xiao replied. If he dared to make these requests, these businesses would immediately withdraw from Gangming City, leaving Gangming City an empty city. So Lin Xiao's idea is to borrow money during the war. This kind of thing has no precedent in the world of immortal cultivation, but in his previous life, it was too normal. Borrow money, Master Lin, what does this mean? There has never been such a rule in the world of immortal cultivation. I know, so I will explain it slowly. This time, the Xian'an campaign can be used as an opportunity for you to gamble. What I'm sending you now is a strength table of Xian'an. Everything on it is true, without any fiction. Your loans will also have a generous return. We will use physical objects as collateral. If you want to simply use Zuanjing as a return, you can get money at a high interest rate. If you want physical returns, there will be corresponding rewards. Lin Xiao replied, and then Li Yiwen distributed the plan made by Lin Xiao one by one. The first page introduced the combat power of Xian'an. It included the number of cultivators in each sect, the number of high-level cultivators, the forces that can be mobilized, and the Zuanjing cannons and god-destroying crossbows built in recent years. The second page was the specific loan agreement. This time, Tiansheng Sect was bleeding heavily. If you borrow Zuanjing, 1 million Zuanjing is borrowed at a return rate of 200,000 Zuanjing per year. In just 5 years, you can double your money. The physical return is even more fierce. Tiansheng Sect took out Daojin, living Daogo trees, and various 4th level formations, magic tools, elixirs, talismans, etc. The combined profit will be lower than the return of Zuanjing, but you must know that strategic resources like Daojin cannot be bought with money. Master Lin, you can use Dao Foundation pills to repay the loan when the time comes. What kind of conditions are these? I don't quite understand. Then let me explain in detail. Suppose your King Feng Pavilion lends 5 million Zuan crystals to my Xian'an and chooses physical objects as collateral. The loan period is 5 years, then the interest is 1 million. After 5 years, Xian'an will give you 6 million Zuan crystals, and you have the right to ask Xian'an to take out a Dao Foundation pillar's repayment. At that time, we will offset this part with the market price of 1.3 million Zuan crystals. In other words, you only need 300,000 Zuan crystals to get a Dao Foundation pill for free in 5 years. Hiss, Master Lin, then can we, who are weaker, borrow 3 million Zuan crystals? No, Dao Foundation pills and Dao fruit trees must be worth more than 5 million. Then what if I borrow 10 million? There are only 3 Dao Foundation pills for collateral, with 5 million as a base, and no more. Dao fruit trees require 8 million Zuan crystals, and there are 2, no more. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, these things are all the money. That Tiansheng Sect is bleeding, and maybe they will have to take up the share of other sects at that time. If Tiansheng is not weak, Danliang Sect will definitely not agree. King Feng Pavilion is willing to lend 10 million Zuan crystals. Sect leader Lin, when will the contract be signed, and the oath be made? Shopkeeper Zhang, come this way. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. The people of King Feng Pavilion are very courageous. It seems that the temptation of Dao Jipal is also great. Li Yiwen quickly asked Shopkeeper Zhang to leave. Seeing that Shopkeeper Zhang has made up his mind, the heads of the other major businesses have also made up their minds. However, not every business can easily take out 10 million Zuan crystals. Even if they can, they may not have the authority to do so. Therefore, only King Feng Pavilion has lent 10 million Zuan crystals at one time. In Gangming City, they have more than 1 million Zuan crystal reserves, which can be transferred immediately, and the rest will be transferred within a few months. In one night, Jianan Prefecture successfully borrowed 50 million Zuan crystals as a war loan. Lin Xiao asked various businesses to keep it secret, while at the same time he ordered the prepared troops from various sects to launch an attack and provoke a war. Chapter 303, Restarting the War. On the border of Xianantao and Xianantao, Lengning was patrolling on a sacred mountain, followed by 20 monks. After half a month of deployment, 5,000 troops had been gathered in this third-level sacred mountain. On another sacred mountain 300 miles away, Jing Yunlang also led another 5,000 troops. Senior Sister Leng soon, Lengning saw another team of patrolling monks, Beizichan from the Tiansheng Sect. 500 people from the Tiansheng Sect also sneaked into the border sacred mountain. Junior Brother Bei, when will sect leader Lin send a signal? The sect leader will host a banquet for all major businesses in Gangming City tonight. There must be a response within 2 hours. Junior Brother Bei, do you think sect leader Lin's plan can succeed? War borrowing has never happened in the history of the entire cultivation world. Yes, Senior Sister Leng knows about the sect leader's talent. Besides, this time the Tiansheng Sect has thrown out 2 powerful weapons, the Dao base pill and the Dao fruit tree. They have no choice but to borrow them. I'm afraid they will compete to borrow them. The Tiansheng Sect has made a great contribution to Xianan province this time. This leading sect has indeed done better than the Danliang Sect. Lengling nodded. If the Danliang Sect had such a treasure, they would definitely not be willing to give it to others for free. But Lin Xiao gave it 5 million Zuan crystals for a 5-year loan. By then, not only can he get back 4,700,000 Zuan crystals, but he can also get a Dao base pill. This is equivalent to a blessing from heaven. Of course, those people were blinded by the interests and did not think about the risks involved. If Xianantao lost the war, they would not be able to get back their capital, let alone the foundation pill. However, Lin Xiao deliberately omitted this matter. In the face of huge interests, how many people could think calmly? It's all for the future of Xianantao. This is what Tiansheng Sect should do. Beizichan shook his head. No one could say who had taken advantage of this matter. Those businesses felt that they had taken advantage, but Tiansheng Sect also felt that they had taken advantage. The tens of millions of Zuan crystals this time were life-saving money. With this amount of Zuan crystals, Xianantao would not be afraid, even if the war lasted for 2 or 3 years. Senior Sister Leng, go slowly. The head of the sect has sent a message. The loan was successful. 50 million, a full 50 million Zuan crystals. More than 6 million Zuan crystals can be delivered tonight. The head of the sect ordered us to launch an attack to prevent the news from being leaked and learned by Chunayang Palace. Beizichan talked with Lengling for a while. Lengling was about to leave, but Beizichan received a message from the sect and immediately stopped Lengling. The strength of the Chunayang Palace is stronger. If they follow suit, they can borrow much more Zuanjing than Xianantao. So in order to prevent this from happening, Tiansheng Sect asked them to attack immediately. Lengling said nothing and sent a sound transmission note. Then the Lingshan mountain began to be noisy. The 5,000 troops with Tiansheng Sect as the backbone gathered secretly. 3 large flying boats were ready. They could not only take away 5,000 monks, but also bring a large amount of supplies. The flying boat flew out of Lin Xiao mountain. The spies of Tiansheng soon discovered it, but it was useless. When they sent back the news, the army was already at the gate. Attack, kill. It took the 3 flying boats 2 hours to fly to the core of the mountain gate of Tiansheng Gate. The mountain gate of Tiansheng Gate sounded a shrill alarm, and thousands of monks ran in fear. After the last war, Tiansheng Sect's strength was greatly reduced, and even the Daogang ancestor was killed. It has only recovered after decades, but the power of the sect is controlled by the 1,000 cultivators sent by Chunhyang Palace and the high-level officials of Chunhyang Palace, and they still stand on the side of Tiansheng Sect. At this time, Tiansheng attacked, and they were not prepared. They just hurriedly set up a mountain protection formation, and thousands of disciples fought with the Tiansheng army. Brother Bei, it's up to you, don't worry. Disciples of Tiansheng Sect, come and gather, Beizichin roared, and soon, 500 cultivators broke away from the army and stood aside. Beizichin's consciousness rolled up, and a huge warship appeared, and 500 disciples jumped onto the warship. The warship built by Tiansheng Sect itself has 120 black crystal cannons, so the basic personnel of the warship must be more than 300 people. If the combat power and protection of the warship are to be fully exerted, 500 people are just enough. Left side black crystal cannon, deck main gun, fire. Beizichin issued an order on the deck. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect had practiced the use of warships many times, and were quite experienced. 120 black crystal cannons were distributed on the 3-layer gunfire compartment and the deck, especially the main guns on the deck, which were as high as the 5th level, and each shot cost 100,000 black crystals. Boom, boom, boom. More than 50 black crystal cannons on one side plus the 5th level black crystal cannons were launched, and one shot broke the 4th level mountain protection formation of Tiansheng Sect. The formation masters of Tiansheng Sect were backfired by the formation, and vomited blood one after another. Those with low cultivation were even directly shocked to death. Charge, charge in. While the opponent's formation masters haven't recovered yet, charge. The black crystal cannons on the warships continued to fire, and the remaining more than 4,000 cultivators rushed directly from the gap. At this time, although the mountain protection formation of Tiansheng Sect was broken, the high-level casualties of the sect were not many, so they could still form an organized resistance. They relied on the terrain to resist step by step. At the same time, they had also called for help from other sects in Xianan province, and sent the message back to Chunhyang Palace. Chunhyang Palace would also send people to rescue them. As long as they survived tonight, the vanguard of Chunhyang Palace would arrive. Boom, boom, boom. With the support of the black crystal cannon, the monks of Xianan province fought bravely and rushed deep into Tiansheng Gate. Ancestor Ling, Chunhyang Palace has built Tiansheng Gate into a fortress. There are countless formations inside, and the defense is strong. We can't rush in. Where are the other party's Daogang monks? They are hiding in the fortress and haven't come out. It seems that they want to resist to the end and wait for reinforcement. Ancestor Ling, what should we do? If we continue to attack, we will suffer heavy casualties. Please ask the people of Tiansheng Sect to come. Ling sneered, and then a purple mansion monk from Tiansheng Sect appeared in front of Ling. Tiansheng Gate is resisting fiercely now. Let's see what you night owls can do. Don't worry, Elder Ling. We have already opened up the interior of Tiansheng Gate. Please give orders to show me where Elder Ma of Tiansheng Gate is. Come on, lead the way. Soon, the purple mansion cultivator arrived in front of a building of Tiansheng Gate, where more than 200 people were resisting. Elder Ma, I'm Ding Mingjian. Please come out and talk. Fellow Daoist Ding, you are not keeping your promise. Elder Ma, you are joking. How can we not keep our promise? It is you, Tiansheng Gate, who said you would be neutral. Why haven't you expelled the cultivators from Chunhyang Palace? Aren't you trying to fight us to the death? You, Chunhyang Palace is powerful, how can we expel you? Then Elder Ma's chance has come. As long as Eldamar is willing to raise his arm and ask the monks of Tiansheng Sect to stop resisting, then Xian'an is willing to swear that Tiansheng Sect must be allowed to survive. The sect inheritance can be continued, and it can be incorporated into our Xian'an system and enjoy the welfare benefits of our Xian'an sect. On the contrary, if Eldamar does not cherish this opportunity, then Tiansheng Sect will be destroyed tonight. Your mountain protection formation has been broken. How can you resist our 5,000 troops? Eldamar, you. Puff. As soon as Ding Mingjian finished speaking, a monk next to Eldamar was suddenly terrified, but the next moment, Eldamar had pierced his chest. My fellow disciples, I'm Ma Daming, the third elder of Tiansheng Sect. The sect is now in danger. If Eldamar immediately said to the disciples around him, publicizing the promise of Xian'an that, as long as they did not resist, they could survive and could join Xian'an in the future. He also said all kinds of bad things about Chun'ang Palace, such as that Chun'ang Palace had stationed monks in Changchun Gate in recent years, but these monks looked down on the disciples of Changchun Gate and repeatedly bullied them. The high-level officials of Changchun Gate could not do anything about the people of Chun'ang Palace. In comparison, most of the disciples fell silent, and then, under the leadership of Eldamar's confidants, they gave up resistance and withdrew the formation. Eldamar, please persuade the other disciples to give up resistance for the sake of the sect and not sacrifice in vain. I know. Ma Daming nodded. Since he had made a choice, there was only one way to go. Soon, Ma Daming took a few confidants and wandered around Changchun Gate to persuade those disciples to give up resistance. The disciples of Changchun Gate were extremely terrified at this time, especially because the mountain protection formation they relied on was vulnerable and was broken in an instant. They were even more in a panic, so even some disciples who were close to the Chun'ang Palace faction gave up resistance, and a few Dehads were slaughtered by the alliance. Half an hour later, the entire Tiansheng Sect was left with only a hill near the sect hall. This was the core of the sect, and it was also where the sect leaders' high-level officials were stationed. There were still about 2,000 people resisting, of which more than 800 were disciples of the Chun'ang Palace. The people here were those that Ma Daming could not persuade to rebel, and Leng Ning also gave up on these people. More than 3,000 people surrounded the entire hill, and many cultivators were assembling black crystal cannons. Master He, this is your good disciple of Changchun Sect. Great. He secretly communicated with Xian'an, and now he is directly rebelling. Senior Lu, this is something we didn't expect. Now is not the time to talk about this. Where are the reinforcement from the Chun'ang Palace? Reinforcement. The Chun'ang Palace is more than 8,000 miles away from Xian'an, and it will take at least tomorrow to arrive. There are still people in Bei'an'an. Bei'an'an only has 1,000 people. It's useless if they come. The man shouted angrily. In fact, it was not that it was useless to come, but that the Chun'ang Palace cultivators stationed in Bei'an'an heard that the Changchun Sect could be broken with one strike, so they didn't dare to come at all. No matter what, if they don't surrender, then break them and start the attack. Leng Ning, who was at the foot of the mountain, assembled the black crystal cannon and didn't care about anything else. According to the battle plan, Changchun Gate must be taken tonight. More than a dozen black crystal cannons opened fire, and dozens of purple mansion monks also worked together to sacrifice the 4th level spiritual talisman. The remaining 1,000 monks also held formation flags and formed a 4th level formation to launch an attack. Under the repeated attacks of the Xian'an monks, the formation on the mountain was shaky and could not last until dawn. The mountain prevented a wave of counterattacks, but it also failed under the attack of Xian'an, especially the warships suspended in the air. A volley of black crystal cannons caused most of the hundreds of monks who rushed down the mountain to be killed. 2 hours later, just when the formation was about to be broken, 3 flying boats suddenly left. They abandoned Changchun Gate and fled, and the warships quickly chased them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Destroy a State in One Night. there were more than 2,000 Tiansheng Sect steheads and Chunhyang Palace monks. In addition to those who died in battle and those who were abandoned by them, 3 flying boats took away more than 1,500 people and most of Tiansheng Sect's savings. Baizichan commanded the warships to chase them, but the warships were not as fast as the flying boats, so Baizichan only fought against 1 flying boat and shot them down. Hundreds of monks fell to the ground and were soon caught up by the Xian'an pursuers. A small number of them were killed, most surrendered, and a few escaped. A large number of Tiansheng Sect's resources and property were seized. After dawn, the remaining enemies of Tiansheng Sect were basically eliminated, and the captured monks were handed over to Ma Daming. Ma Daming cleared out that he had disciples of the pro-Chunhyang Palace faction, and then, with the support of his trusted disciples, he became the new head of Tiansheng Sect. Lin commanded the Xian'an troops to station at the foot of Tiansheng Gate Mountain. He did not disturb Ma Daming's actions, nor was he afraid that he would rebel again, because Chunhyang Palace could not tolerate him anyway. Lin left 2,000 men at the foot of Tiansheng Gate Mountain, and the remaining 3,000 men quickly attacked and swept the rest of the forces in Xianan Prefecture. In fact, Zheng Yunlang also went out last night. His 5,000 troops, led by 5 Daogang monks, turned into 5 teams and attacked the other 5 relatively powerful sects in Xianan Prefecture. Although they did not have warships to help, they were also very successful. The 3 sects, like Tiansheng Gate, under the planning of the Night Owl personnel, the high-level officials of the pro-Xianan Prefecture took control of the power and killed or expelled the high-level officials of the pro-Chunhyang Palace and turned to the side of Xianan Prefecture. The 6 most powerful sects in Xianan Prefecture were defeated, and the entire Xianan Prefecture was completely collapsed. Overnight, Xianan Prefecture changed. Subsequently, the surrender faction monks headed by Ma Daming issued a statement that Xianan Prefecture was included in the territory of Xianan Prefecture, and the remaining forces had to follow the instructions of Xianan Prefecture, fortify the walls and clear the fields, garrison high-level spiritual mountains, and abandon those small spiritual mountains. Lin and Zheng Yunlang each left behind 1,000 troops and joined forces with the surrender faction monks to gather 5,000 people, supervising those small forces to obey Xian'an Tao's command. If they did not obey, they would be immediately slaughtered. Lin and Zheng Yunlang quickly rushed to Bei'an Cao. Relying on the power of warships, they continuously broke through the mountain gates of some small forces, causing great panic in Bei'an Cao. However, Chunhyang Palace also acted very quickly. On the second day, it mobilized the first batch of 10,000 troops to go south and asked the monks of Bei'an Cao to mobilize more than 10,000 people to confront Lin. At the same time, the army that Tiansheng State had already assembled also began to move south. The first batch of troops had more than 20,000 people. 5,000 pioneers took the flying boat to the south first, and the rest of the army followed. Kang State also began to exert its strength and took the initiative to attack on the territory of the original southern Chen State. Although there were not many troops, tens of thousands of troops had been mobilized. Xian'an Cao responded one after another. At the same time, the southern part of Chen State was fortified and cleared. About 15,000 people gathered on 3 sacred mountains not far away. The mountains had built perfect fortifications, especially the black crystal cannons and the god-destroying crossbows. There were at least 100 on each mountain. In addition, a huge amount of black crystals had been stored. At the same time, Li Muxu also had 3,000 troops from Wei State, and the warships snatched from Chunhyang Palace as maneuvers. On the 6th day of the destruction of Xianan Cao, Li Muxu and Wu Muang fought. Li Muxu was defeated, but Wu Muang could not kill Li Muxu, especially when Li Muxu launched the annihilation of the withering and flourishing decision. Wu Muang felt a sense of fear. Years of experience in fighting and killing told him that Li Muxu had the ability to pull him to death together. So although Wu Muang defeated Li Muxu, he could not do anything. The warships of Xian'an Cao once again showed their power. Low-level monks were unable to resist the artillery fire of the warships unless they formed a formation of hundreds or thousands of people to resist. However, this was only for self-protection, and thousands of people could not move, which was the best target for the other monks. At best, Kang Go had to send more than a dozen Daogang monks to contain the warships, trying to break through the warships at close range. However, there were not enough Daogang monks on the warships, and they did not dare to let those people get close, so it became a guerrilla war. In short, the tens of thousands of troops of Kang Go had been blocked by almost 20,000 people from Tiansheng. Unless Wu Muiyang was determined to pay a huge price and kill Li Muxu, it would be difficult to make a breakthrough. As for Chunhyang Palace, Tiansheng was under great pressure. At this time, Lin Xiao had already put all the Daogang monks on the battlefield, and only Zhu Zongsheng, who had extremely poor combat effectiveness, was left in Gangming City. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Xiao borrowed money from the business. If they did not borrow money, Lin Xiao would not dare to withdraw all the Daogang monks, and he was also afraid that the backyard would catch fire. But now they are not afraid anymore, because they have lent 50 million Zuan crystals to Tiansheng. If Tiansheng loses the war, the money will be wasted. The merchants who came to their senses realized that they had been tricked, but there was nothing they could do. The contract oaths had been signed, so they had to send people to jointly maintain the order of Gangming City. On the other side of Beiwu Mountain in the mountain gate, a small number of cultivators opened the mountain protection formation all day long, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Only then did Tiansheng mobilize 50,000 cultivators to come to the territory of Tiansheng. These 50,000 cultivators are already the limit of Tiansheng. All the elites are here, and most of the cultivators who guard the house are old, weak, sick and disabled. Chunhyang Palace mobilized 50,000 troops, and the 5,000 vanguards of Tiansheng also arrived. The first batch of 20,000 people have entered the territory of Lugo and are coming. The second batch of 30,000 people are also being mobilized. Together with the more than 10,000 people from Beiyanshao, there are now nearly 70,000 people opposite Tiansheng. However, the other states and counties remained neutral this time. No matter how the messengers of Chunhyang Palace urged them, they always made excuses not to go out. Tiansheng's action of destroying Tiansheng overnight frightened them. Even the monks who were close to Chunhyang Palace had to consider whether it was worth their life. In addition, the Night Owl personnel continued to support those monks who were close to Tiansheng and increase their voice, so the other states and counties were so hesitant. At the same time, the Night Owl personnel also began to mobilize with all their strength. The Night Owl had been operating in Chunhyang Palace and Beiyanmen for hundreds of years, and many monks were instigated to rebel. Under the rebellion of these people, the secrets of Chunhyang Palace continued to be leaked, and the assassination incidents began to escalate. Although it was difficult for the Night Owl to attack Daogang monks, it was very easy for those Zifu monks. In a few days, more than 20 Zifu monks were assassinated by fellow monks, and most of those fellow monks fled after the action and disappeared. In Tianshi country, Lin Xiao even gathered 3 Daogang monks, and with thousands of recruited independent cultivators, began to attack the loyal vassals of Tiansheng Sect, and at the same time constantly coerced independent cultivators to participate in burning, killing, and looting. The hinterland of Tianshi country was in flames, and it began to be distracted, and unable to mobilize the third batch of monks to go south. Boom, boom, boom boom, boom, boom. A fight broke out between the two warships in the air. The warships of Tiansheng Sect appeared on the battlefield for the first time, offsetting the advantage of Tiansheng State's warships, but they could not pose a threat to Tiansheng State. Fights between warships rarely occur in Nanzhao. This level of play is basically only played by third-rate forces in Zhongzhou. It is a melee of dozens of warships. The people of Nanzhao did not understand this kind of warfare, so after fighting for a long time, the two warships consumed millions of Zuan crystals each, but achieved no results, and wasted the Zuan crystals in vain. So the two sides tacitly became intimidators to each other, and would not fight easily. After all, neither side could afford to fight, and the consumption would be too great. If they really fought for 3 days and 3 nights, everyone would go bankrupt. On a wide plain, tens of thousands of cultivators were fighting. Lin Xiao was confronting LV Yan, LV Muiyang, and Yan Xiaowang in midair. Next to Lin Xiao was the real person mode of the system. After several years of recuperation, LV Yan had not fully recovered. Although it was not obvious on the surface, He only had 60% of his previous combat power, so he did not dare to take the initiative. Lin Xiao was afraid that he did not have enough points, so he did not dare to take action at will. In the last war, Lin Xiao spent more than 100,000 points. In the past 4 years, Tiansheng Sect had accepted nearly 5,000 disciples, which brought him more than 200,000 points. In addition to the points from Uyghur and Fenghe Island, Lin Xiao had nearly 500,000 points. Are these many points a lot? Not much. This time, Tiansheng Sect mobilized 10,000 cultivators to participate in the war. The average loyalty was in the early 60s. That is to say, if one person died in the battle, 60 points would be deducted, and if 1,000 people died, more than 60,000 points would be deducted. In addition, Lin Xiao had to exchange various resources from the system's points mall, so there were not many points left for the real person mode of the system to fight. He could not even fight for half an hour. If the Lingguan monks don't take action, then the Daogang monks will become the bargaining chip to decide the outcome of the battle. There are only 16 people on the Xian'an side. Excluding Baizichan on the warship, there are only 15 who can actually fight. On the other side, there are more than 20 Daogang monks. The Daogang of Xianxi Kingdom also arrived with the vanguard. However, Xian'an seized a 4th level spiritual mountain and fought a defensive battle. The Daogang monks did not rush into battle, so there were not many casualties for a while. Fire, Zuanjing cannon quick, where are the crossbows? Bring them all up Zuanjing. Zuanjing is used up, the Zuanjing cannon is broken. Where is the weapon refiner? Come and replace the Zuanjing cannon. Various voices continued to ring out on the mountain. Xian'an deployed 203rd level Zuanjing cannons and 54th level Zuanjing cannons on the mountain, firing at the cost of Zuanjing to stop the attack of the Chunhyang Palace monks. The use of Zuanjing cannon on such a large scale is definitely the first time for the countries in Nansao. Tens of millions of Zuanjing are consumed in half a day. In fact, Xian'an can't afford it. However, it is the early stage of the war. Xian'an must knock down the spirit of Chunhyang Palace to be so generous. For this war, not counting the 50 million Zuanjing loans, Xian'an has raised more than 60 million Zuanjing and more than 50 million various resources. Retreat after paying a huge price. Xian'an's front line is still very stable. Chunhyang Palace chose to retreat, and Xian'an survived the first wave of attacks. Chapter 305, Tense Battle Situation. The first wave of attacks was not fierce. After the two sides stopped fighting, they returned to their camps. Lin Xiao also returned to the camp from the spiritual confrontation. Baosheng, how is the situation? After returning to the camp, Lin Xiao summoned Zhang Baosheng to question him. Li Yiwen was in charge of the Tiansheng Sect, so Lin Xiao did not bring him with him. Instead, he used Zhang Baosheng, who had failed in the competition for the first elder, and made him the general manager of the entire camp. In addition to dispatching troops, all logistical matters depended on his command and turnover. After fighting for an hour, more than 300 of our people were killed, and more than 800 were injured. We consumed 7.6 million black crystals, more than 3,000 large crossbow arrows, and 10,000 talismans. More than 10 million resources were consumed. Where is the enemy? At least 2,000 people were lost, and hundreds were injured. However, most of the casualties were cannon fodder from Baiyanzhao. The Xianxi Kingdom did not move, and Chunhyang Palace suffered a small number of casualties. What a bunch of idiots. Leave them alone. You go and comfort the wounded, and tell Zheng Yunlang to arrange patrols and alerts to prevent the other side from attacking the camp with higher level cultivators. Yes, master. Zhang Baosheng left in a hurry. Now that the war had just ended, he still had a lot of things to do. Master Yin and Ayu, what's the matter? I have something to say. If you have anything to say, hurry up and fart, master. Our Daogang is far inferior to the enemy. How about I gather the Night Owl's troops to join the battle? Yin and Ayu said in a low voice. After years of training, the Night Owl already has 11 Daogang cultivators, and they control and engulf more Daogang. If they spare no cost, 30 Daogang can be pulled out, which can overwhelm the number of Daogang of the opponent in one fell swoop. Stop talking nonsense. Do you know what the word Night Owl means? Yes, but master. No buts. I will use you when I need to. No one is allowed to expose without my order. If you can't do it, I will find someone else to do it. Yes, Master Yunanai didn't dare to say anything more. He always knew that the master had lofty ambitions and a broad vision. The Dao Gang of the Night Owl was deployed everywhere, which was of great use. How is the confrontation between you, Yi Xiao, and the other party's intelligence department going? This time the other party has come out in full force, right? Master, the situation is still under our control. Now the confrontation with the other party is mainly in the other 5 states and counties of Lu State. The 5 states and counties can mobilize at least 20,000 to 30,000 troops. In order to suppress these states and counties, both sides are bribing and instigating the high-level leaders of the sects in each state and county to rebel, and also killing each other. The two sides are confronting each other head-on. Although the combined forces of the other 3 countries are larger than ours, they have too few Dao Gang monks, so they are no match for us at all, Yunanai replied. In fact, the intelligence departments of the 3 countries were not taken seriously by them, except for the leader, who was a Dao Gang monk. The number of Dao Gang monks under their command was pitifully small, only 1 or 2. Moreover, they did not have enough resources, and could not control and coerce the rest of the Dao Gang. Therefore, once a head-on confrontation came, they would not be the opponent of Yi Xiao at all. Well, it's worth my training. Yi Xiao is still the sharpest knife in this master's hand, unlike some bastards. Lin Xiao was furious, and the reason why Lin Xiao was angry was that some of them betrayed the sect. More than 20 years ago, Tiansheng Sect could not support more than 20 Dao Gang monks, so they let 13 Dao Gang monks go out to travel to reduce the burden on the sect. 5 years ago, LV Yan and 4 others attacked Tiansheng Sect in an attempt to interrupt Li Muxu's breakthrough. In fact, the sect was secretly preparing and sent messages to the Dao Gang monks who were traveling, asking them to come back to help. However, in 5 years, only 11 people came back, and 2 people did not come back. They did not die or get injured, and Yi Xiao could be 100% sure that the message had been sent to them. After several years, they did not come back. There was only one reason: they were afraid of death and betrayed the sect. You know, even Fenghuo Island sent people back. Lin Xiao's direct disciple Jia Mengren led 500 people and brought back 2 million Zuan crystals, leaving only Yu Xiangxiang to take charge. This amount of power was all Fenghuo Island could offer. After all, Fenghuo Island's foundation was far inferior to that of Uyghur. Lin Xiao also asked the system whether it could punish them directly or even kill them, but the system replied that the level was insufficient. Lin Xiao estimated that the system had to be upgraded again. Lin Xiao looked at their loyalty, which was only around 50, and kept fluctuating, which was worse than some newcomers who had just entered the sect. Lin Xiao was almost scared to death. Is this the disciple he cultivated with great effort? Master, don't be angry. My 2 junior brothers. Shut up. Don't call them junior brothers. They are not qualified. Yunanai, remember this. Don't send them any more messages. Let them make their own choice. If they are willing to come back before the end of this war, I will only fine them their salaries and no longer support them. If they are really so afraid of death that they don't even want the sect and don't come back before the end of the war, I will immediately declare them to have betrayed the sect and expel them. They will have to return the resources invested in them within 1 year and go their separate ways. If they still don't come back, Yi Xiao will immediately send people to hunt them down and fight them to the death. All their relatives in the sect will be demoted to outer disciples. Dao Jidan and K Fudan will never be available to them again. All mortal relatives within 3 generations will be expelled from the influence of Shinan Tao. Lin Xiao shouted angrily. The sect provides resources to disciples and protects their growth. Disciples are loyal to the sect and fight for the sect's interests. This is the most basic rule. If they can't do it, don't blame Lin Xiao for being ruthless. And this trend must not be allowed to continue. The prosperity of the Tiansheng Sect today is all due to the unity of the sect. If they are afraid of fighting and avoid fighting without being severely punished, then everyone will follow suit and the entire sect will be completely destroyed. Yes, master, I know, Yunanai replied. This was the first time he saw Lin Xiao so angry. Before, even if he was joking with Lin Xiao, it was nothing. He seemed very friendly, but now, hey, those two really lost their minds. Go down, I want to be quiet. Lin Xiao waved his hand and let Yin Anayu go down. He sat alone on the futon, trying to calm down, but he was a little upset. Half a day later, Zhang Baosheng asked someone to invite Lin Xiao to participate in the post-war meeting. Every battle needs to summarize experience and adjust some arrangements, which requires Lin Xiao's participation and support. When Lin Xiao entered the tent, there were already many people sitting inside, basically the leaders of each sect, and the Daogang monks sat in a circle. Greetings, Master Lin. Everyone, be polite. In times of war, we don't need these clichés. Everyone, take a seat. Thank you, Master Lin. Baosheng, let's talk about today's topic. Yes, Master, today's topic is about the rhythm of this war. After these few days of fighting, we have come to the conclusion that we can't use the power of warships, nor can we fight a war between warships. In terms of the number of monks and the quality of high-level monks, we are not as good as the enemy, and we can only defend reluctantly. So, this war, will it be fast or slow like in the past? What do you mean? Master, it's hard for everyone to make a conclusion now. If we fight slowly and turn it into a war of attrition, it will be temporarily beneficial to us, but in the long run, China and Tao will lose. How can we fight against the three countries with the power of one state? And if we fight quickly, the situation is tense now, and there must be a point that can be broken through, and no matter how we break through, our casualties will be great. At least we will have to pay a price of more than 10,000 or 20,000 people to defeat them. It's difficult for me to break through. The puppets in my hand are not flexible enough. Once the opponent escapes quickly, it will be difficult to hurt them even if they self-destruct. Without the puppets, I can't beat 3 people. Lin Xiao shook his head. He understood the hidden meaning of these people. Everyone wanted to fight quickly, and the breakthrough point was naturally a battle at the spiritual light level. But Lu Yan and his men were not fools. After several fights, they were already familiar with the weaknesses of the system's real-life mode. They only needed to be cautious, and not afraid of the system's real-life mode self-explosion. Once the system's real-life mode was gone, Lin Xiao didn't think that he could beat the 3 veteran spiritual light cultivators with his spiritual light level. Master, if it becomes a war of attrition, there will be another threat. That is, our Cheyenne state is too empty inside. The other sects are very worried about this. Zhang Baosheng said again. This was the reason why the sects decided to fight quickly. The elite of each sect came out in full force, and the rear was empty. There was no problem in the short term, but once it took a long time, the problem would be serious. It was inevitable that they would worry about being raided. The Tiansheng Sect also had this worry. What was the situation of the mountain gate now? There were only a few purple mansion cultivators sitting in. If Lin Xiao hadn't exchanged a few 4th level puppets from the system, I'm afraid that the Tiansheng Sect would be worried. I know what news there is from Muzu. The situation on Ancestor Li's side is also unclear. Although Ancestor Li stopped Wu Muang, there are too many Daogang cultivators on the other side. They completely tied down our warships, and we were unable to defeat the other side's large forces. We are still in a stalemate. In recent days, there have been fierce battles every day, and thousands of people have died on both sides. Zhang Baosheng replied. There are 28 Daogang cultivators in the entire Xianan province, 16 of them here, 4 stationed in the heart of Xianan province, and Li Muxu has only 8 people. The Kang Kingdom has mobilized 20 Daogang cultivators, and they can spare 12 Daogang to tie down the warships. Can the Purple Mansion level open a breakthrough? I'm afraid not. Now both sides have about 300 Purple Mansions fighting each other. The second batch of reinforcement from the Sky Eclipse Kingdom has not arrived yet. It is estimated that there are at least 50 or 60. We are also the weaker party. How many battles of this level can we fight today? 10, at most 10. By then, we will be in an embarrassing situation where we have no Zuan crystals available. It's very dangerous. Understood. Starting tomorrow, we will fight a scout battle. The main camp will not go out. Elite troops will be drawn to cover the battlefield. the other side will definitely send troops to compete for the right to see the war. When both sides fight, we must weaken the other side first. Lin Xiao nodded. The scout battles are fought between elite troops. Cannon fodder is useless. Each sect must send elite disciples with good qualifications to weaken the opponent's strength by killing the opponent's elite troops. This kind of fighting style is very disadvantageous to small sects because their elite disciples are few and very precious, unlike large sects, which have many elite disciples and can be replaced by new ones if one group dies. However, Lin Xiao's words were supported by Tiansheng Sect and other sects, so naturally they had no right to object and could only accept it. Chapter 306 Brutal Scouting Battle. In the camp of Chunhyang Palace, LV Yan and several other high-level officials were discussing. After the tests in the past few days and the first wave of attacks today, LV Yan had already figured out the strength of Tiansheng. The 50,000 troops on the opposite side were the elite of Tiansheng. Although they were weaker than them, they were not the kind that could be easily crushed. They still had the strength to fight. Only a small piece of land, but it actually gathered more than 70,000 elites. The potential of Tiansheng is really terrible. If we don't destroy Tiansheng this time, our three countries will really have no chance to suppress them in the future. Ancestor, our people found out that Tiansheng borrowed a lot from major merchants, at least tens of millions of Zuan crystals, which greatly increased their strength. Should we also learn from them? Muayang, this trick can be done by Tiansheng, but we can't. Tiansheng can use Daojiden as collateral, but what can we use as collateral? And the interest rate is so high, it's not cost effective. LV Yan shook his head and said that the matter of Tiansheng Sect borrowing money in Gangming City could not be concealed. They had already found out about it. LV Yan refused after just a little thought. The reason is very simple. They have many interests on their side. There are 3 dominant sects and a series of vassals. There are dozens of people who can speak their mind. If they win the war, the spoils will be used to pay those businesses. What will happen to those forces? Moreover, they don't have the Dao Foundation pill as collateral. Without the Dao Foundation pill, they don't know how many Zuan crystals they can borrow. Why bother to lose face? Ancestor Lu is right. In fact, with our current strength, we can still win, as long as we are willing to pay the price. The key is how many people will die. Muaying, the other 5 states, and counties are still unwilling to send troops. Replying to the ancestor, they are all wavering. Xianan province was defeated too quickly. The situation changed drastically overnight, which scared them. Moreover, the people of Tiansheng Sect's Night Owl are constantly supporting the pro-Xianan province, so they all chose to wait and see. A bunch of fence sitters. Without my Chunhyang palace protecting them for 1,000 years, how could they have come to where they are today? Wait until the thing is done. Don't let any of them go. Yes, ancestor. Muaying, you have to work harder too. Don't let those night owls get too proud. Find a way to get rid of them. Yes, ancestor, Lu Muaying replied, but he was smiling bitterly in his heart. How many resources does Chunhyang Palace give them in a year? How many night owls do they have? He doesn't have any capable manpower at hand, and it is already very difficult to maintain the current situation. He doesn't even dare to think about destroying the night owls, unless the sect starts to give them millions of resources every year. What's the news from Patriarch Wu? It's still the same. There are no major battles, but small battles every day. Patriarch Wu didn't look for Li Muxu to fight again, and the reason is the same. He said that Li Muxu is a lunatic and he wanted to die with him. Wu Muayang is so shameless. Li Muxu broke through to the spiritual light less than 5 years ago. He is a veteran cultivator of the 9th level of spiritual light, but he was forced into this state by a junior. He doesn't even care about his face anymore. Patriarch Lu, how much research have you done on this Li Muxu? She was unknown before, but suddenly became famous after Daogang. Where did she come from? She is younger than Lin Xiao, right? Lin Xiao has only been rising for about 200 years. Before her eyes, she was just a disciple of the previous Tiansheng Sect, just a young boy. That's why there was internal strife in the Tiansheng Sect before. That means Lin Xiao is only about 234 years old. He broke through to the spiritual light more than 20 years ago, when he was just over 200. This Lin Xiao may not even be 200 years old. Lin Xiao said on the side that he broke through the spiritual light when he was about 300 years old and was hailed as the first genius of all the countries in the southwest of Nansao. However, Lin Xiao was much more ignorant than him. Now there is another Lin Xiao, which makes him very unhappy. Are there so many geniuses? Lin Xiao's information is indeed not much. We only know that she is Lin Xiao's first apprentice. She was well hidden before. After returning from Beiyu City in Qi State, she became a Taoist cultivator and a 4th level alchemist. She robbed a lot of our business. In about 100 years, she broke through to the spiritual light. It takes 11 or 12 years to break through one level. From this, we can guess that her qualifications are definitely above the best. Whether it is a Taoist body, it is unknown. Lu Yan said his guess in his heart. The best spiritual roots, plus various treasures that increase qualifications, can be improved again to the level of some Taoist bodies ranked lower. The speed of cultivation is very fast, but I don't know what kind of Taoist body it is, because there is no such talent in Chunhyang Palace. Xian'an province is really blessed with good fortune. No matter how strong the fortune is, it's useless. Ancestor Yun, where are your troops? They arrived in Jingzhou an hour ago, and it will take at most 10 days to get there, Lin Xiao replied. The second batch of reinforcement from Tiansheng country were mainly composed of meridian opening and meridian condensing cultivators. Their speed could not be very fast, a few hundred miles a day was enough. It was still about 6,000 miles from Jingzhou to here, so 10 days would be enough. I'll send a message back later, asking Chunhyang Palace to prepare a batch of dragon horses and the like, to help with transportation and speed up the process. The other states and counties are unreliable, and now we can only rely on fellow Taoists from Tiansheng country. Okay, I'll send a message back, and ask them to make a good handover. We also need to urge Wu Muang. The war situation is so tense, it's not favorable for us. The daily consumption of food and biscuits for 60,000 to 70,000 cultivators is really too high. Lu Yan nodded. They had nearly 70,000 people. Not to mention anything else, the daily consumption of spiritual rice alone was hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Now, in just 10 days, the spiritual rice reserves of Beiyu State have been exhausted, and they are starting to need support from Chunhyang Palace. The consumption is really too high. Report to the ancestor. Tiansheng State has sent out hundreds of cavalry to drive out our scouts in the gaps of the battlefield, trying to cover the battlefield. Please make a decision, ancestor. Scout war. Is Tiansheng State crazy, playing a scout war with us? When Lu Yan heard this, he was a little stunned. Using elite disciples to play a scout war was a very unwise choice. In terms of elite disciples, how could Tiansheng State compare to Chunhyang Palace? Ancestor Lu, is this a trick? Lin Xiao has always been smart, and he doesn't seem like someone who would make a stupid move. I don't know either, but since he has made a move, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Lu Muang. Yes, ancestor. Go and select some troops and play a scout battle with him. Remember, it's okay if you have 10% or 20% more people than them. If there are too many, I'm afraid they will be scared away. Lu Yan immediately gave the order. If Xian'an was entrenched in Lingshan, he really didn't dare to attack at all costs. These 60,000 or 70,000 people were not from his Chunhyang Palace alone. If too many people died, the rest of the people would not do it. If too many people from Chunhyang Palace died, he himself would not do it. So this kind of scout battle was exactly what Lu Yan wanted. Not many people died, and it could weaken the power of Xian'an, and it could also give play to the advantages of the Chunhyang Palace as a large sect. The battle between the two sides with more than 100,000 people combined could not be limited to one area, but was distributed over a very wide area. Xian'an seized a sacred mountain and defended it, with several mountain tops echoing each other from a distance. Not only did they occupy the geographical advantage, but they were also protected by a mountain protection formation. As for Chunhyang Palace, they set up their camp in a plain area 30 miles in front of the sacred mountain. The camp of more than 60,000 people was more than 10 miles long, and they also echoed each other and supported each other. The 30 miles of plains in the middle plus the mountains of more than 10 miles are the battlefields where the scouts of both sides fight and kill each other. Both sides want to seize the initiative in the war, so they have to cover their own site and spy on the enemy's camp to see if there are any loopholes that can be exploited. At this time, each side sent out hundreds of troops. These cavalrymen were in groups of 3, 5, 7, or 8, riding flying monsters or dragon horses, running wildly on the plains, coming and going, and fighting each other. Brother, the opponent's scouts are here again. This time there are 6 people. We still have 4 people left. How many talismans do you have left? Not many. I still have 5. I still have 6. I only have 2. Enough for another fight. Leave the opponent behind, and we will go back to the camp. A purple mansion cultivator has at least 5,000 merits. We have to work hard for the Dao Foundation pill. The leading cultivator thought for a moment, and decided to fight again. They came out with 9 people, and now there are only 4 people left, but no one wants to retreat. They are all purple mansion cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. Now there are nearly 300 purple mansion cultivators in Tiansheng Sect. Dao Jiden plus Zuanhuan Baoiu, the treasures that can break through Dao Gang, are only a dozen in 40 years. Therefore, they are very competitive. If they want to go further, if there is no support, they have to work hard on their own. Therefore, war is an opportunity for these cultivators who have no backing. Only by establishing merit in the war, can they have the opportunity to obtain Dao Jidan. Charged with the call of the leading cultivator, the 4 of them rode on dragon horses and ran wildly. When the 2 sides approached, a round of spiritual talismans was smashed out, and then the 2 sides dismounted and fought. The cultivation of purple mansion cultivators is not enough, and they cannot fight in mid-air, so the fighting method is still close combat, relying on the cultivation of cultivators and martial arts, as well as the equipment of both sides. The equipment of Tiansheng Sect disciples has always been envied by all sects, but at this time the enemy is also the elite of Chunhyang Palace, so this advantage is not very big. The next battle is the control of martial arts by both sides. Puff the monk led by Tiansheng Sect held a huge sword and split his opponent in half. Blood sprayed all over him, but he just wiped the blood off his face and rushed to the next person. Retreat 6 against 4, but when 3 people from Chunhyang Palace died in the battle, the remaining 3 had collapsed. Tiansheng Sect did not pursue the matter. They collected the scattered magic weapons of the enemy, took the opponent's storage bag, and immediately picked up the wounded, jumped on the dragon horse and ran away. Similar battles happened all the time in this area. The cultivators of condensed veins and purple mansion levels on both sides were falling all the time. Sometimes some corpses or injured flying monsters would fall from the sky. However, no matter how heavy the casualties of the scout battle were, they were not as heavy as those of a large-scale battle, so both sides continued to invest cultivators in it, and fought an extremely tragic battle. Chapter 307, Camp Bombing. Among the 13 states of the Lu Kingdom, the Chunhyang Palace governs 3 states. The Chunhyang Palace is located in Jingzhou, and the left and right direct states protect it. The narrow terrain protects Jingzhou. The junction of the left and right direct states is the northernmost part of Bei'anzhou. Bei'anzhou is larger than the original Xian'anzhou, about 5,000 miles from north to south. At this time, a huge temporary camp was built at the junction of the 3 states, and 20,000 monks entered the camp. This is the reinforcement from the Xianxi Kingdom. It took more than 10 days to drive from the Xianxi Kingdom to this place. The whole army was exhausted. The mortal army that can travel 600 miles a day is already elite, but for the monk army with a large number of open meridian monks, traveling 600 miles a day is not an easy job. Especially the Xianxi Kingdom does not have many dragon horses, and most of the only dragon horses are used to pull carts and transport supplies. Ordinary monks still have to rely on their feet to travel. Even if they have cultivation, they are very tired after walking for more than 10 days. When the camp was set up, a group of monks appeared from afar. They were stopped by the Xianxi nation monks who were patrolling a few hundred meters away from the camp gate. After many checks, the leader of the group of monks, Zifu, was brought into the camp. "Are you ordered to come to reward the troops?" Lin Xiao said to the Zifu monk in front of him. He had a document sent by Chunhyang Palace in his hand, which stated some supplies for awarding the army, including spiritual rice, spiritual meat, spiritual wine, etc. But there were no spiritual talismans and magic tools, all of which were food. Yes, this is the handwritten order of the head of Chunhyang Palace. The supplies were requisitioned from the nearby vassal families, the Zifu monk said cautiously. After all, there were 4 Daogang monks in the camp, and the spiritual pressure emitted by him made him, a Zifu monk, very uncomfortable. Let your people come in, but the army is outside. Safety is the first priority. You must go through our inspection. Yes, senior. Our leader has explained that the spies of those thieves in Tiansheng are making a lot of trouble now, and many of our brothers have been killed by them. Poisoning, assassination, sowing discord, and their methods are endless. The Purple Mansion replied in a low voice. When the war started, the first to launch it were the Night Owls, who destroyed the Lu Kingdom and the Skyclips Kingdom crazily, assassinated monks, blew up spiritual veins, burned spiritual rice, polluted spiritual fields, and did all kinds of evil. But they were slippery, and ran away, after doing bad things, which made the people of Chunhyang Palace and the Skyclips extremely disgusted. Now the Skyclips is not peaceful inside. The Night Owl got more than 1,000 people from nowhere, and they took thousands of scattered cultivators with them, burning, killing, and looting everywhere, forcing the Skyclips to use the third batch of reinforcement to quell the rebellion. The other side fought in the way of bandits, shooting here and there, making the Skyclips extremely uncomfortable, and it has not been cleared up yet. Therefore, Lin Xiao had to be careful and alert. If Night Owl's men got in, they would inevitably cause some damage. Although they could not do anything to their 20,000 troops, they would hurt their morale and slap him in the face. Soon, hundreds of monks came in, accompanied by dozens of miles of heavy carriages. They stopped in the open space of the camp and soon attracted the attention of many people. Please take a look, senior. These are all our supplies for the soldiers. Yes, I know. Let's start. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and more than a dozen monks from the Tiansheng Sect came forward, opened the bags one by one, grabbed a handful of snow-white spiritual rice from them, twisted a few grains, and put them in their mouths, and nodded after a while. Another monk opened the mud seal from the wine jars, rolled up his spiritual consciousness, sucked out some spiritual wine, tasted it, smacked his lips, and said "Puh," but still nodded. Although this spiritual wine is spiritual wine, it is of a very low grade. He is a Purple Mansion monk and a core disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. Naturally, he does not look down on this level of spiritual wine. Uncle Master, we have checked. There are no problems with the spiritual rice, spiritual wine, spiritual meat, tea leaves, etc. Okay, you from Chunhyang Palace, you can take your people back and tell Master Lu that we accept the kindness of Chunhyang Palace. Yes, senior. That's senior. Among the people I brought, there are 5 cultivators who are good at cooking. Do you want to stay and help? No need. But our master said that this time, you seniors are here to help our Chunhyang Palace to eliminate the rebels, and we must serve you well. We have paid the chefs we brought from Yujing City. It would be a waste if they don't cook. Senior brother Yun, why don't we let them stay? The cooking skills of the firemen we brought this time are so terrible. Even dogs won't eat the food they cook. 5 of them can almost cook a good meal for the cultivators above the Purple Mansion. Junior brother, the army should not keep strangers outside. Let the 5 of them come out and take a look. If they are low-level cultivators, there is nothing to be afraid of. We will just check them carefully. This brother, I don't want to eat that dog food anymore. Okay, you ask the cook to come out. Thank you for your help, Daggy. Why don't you come out quickly? The Purple Mansion of Chunhyang Palace quickly turned around and called out, and 5 cultivators stood out carefully. The highest cultivation level of the 5 people was the 2nd level of condensation meridian, and 4 of them were open meridian cultivators. Lin Xiao personally checked and confirmed that they did not hide any cultivators before giving up. Take off your storage bags and enter the camp empty-handed. If you cook well tonight, we will have our own rewards, and you will not lose out. Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to be safer. He asked them to take off their storage bags and enter the camp empty-handed. The 5 people did the same. The 5 cultivators were taken to the fireman's camp of the army. They were not allowed to rest at all. They were immediately assigned to work. Several people brought a lot of ingredients and started to cook. Among the 5 people, there was only one real chef, that is, the master. The other 4 were apprentices, helping out, cutting vegetables and preparing side dishes, and they were very busy. 7 or 8 people were also found in the military camp to help, but the smell of surveillance was even stronger. The chef named Daggy didn't care, because he was a real chef, working in a well-known restaurant in Yujing City. It was normal to send a hand to monitor some important people when they came to eat. Second brother, bring the spiritual water. This jade crystal elbow needs spiritual water to boil. Third brother, bring the spiritual wine, and Daggy kept giving orders, and several apprentices quickly found all the things the master needed. Daggy turned all kinds of raw materials into delicious dishes. An hour later, it was dark, and the monks of the Huotao camp carried out buckets of food. The meals made by ordinary Huotao camp were naturally terrible. After all, they only had about 200 people, but they had to cook for 20,000 people. The workload can be imagined. But Daggy didn't need to do so much this time. He only needed to be responsible for the meals of about 100 people. These 100 people were all monks above the Purple Mansion. Among them, the 4 Dao gang were specially taken care of. The 4 people prepared 16 dishes. After cooking, Daggy had some time to rest. He went out to take a look. The rewards he brought today were basically used up, especially the spirit wine, which only weighed 5,000 kilograms, and it was of inferior quality. Daggy looked down on it, but for a group of Kame monks, even inferior spirit wine was not something they could drink at will. There was also very little spirit meat, which was the spirit beasts raised by nearby families, such as cattle and sheep. They were of low grade and had little profound energy, but were better than ordinary livestock, and they could not be eaten freely. Master, you won't ask us to wash the dishes later, will you? Ignore them. We have been paid and are only responsible for cooking. You just wait in the tent. Don't wander around. Yes, master. Daggy went out for a walk and was soon driven back. The Tiansheng kingdom still has very strict military discipline, especially the second batch of reinforcement who have been training all the way and repeatedly mentioned military discipline, so the army is still quite neat. Half an hour later, the army finished eating and returned to the camp, but Daggy quietly woke up the 4 disciples and took out 5 talismans from the soles of his shoes. Listen to me, if the camp gets chaotic later, you activate the talismans, stick them on your body, and then follow me. Don't get lost, or you will lose your life. Don't blame the master for not caring about you. Master, this. The 4 disciples were immediately sweating profusely, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at the talisman. As long as they were not fools, they knew that something was wrong with the master. Shut up, take the talisman. This is a 2nd grade, top grade residual image talisman. It is the best among the body movement talismans and much more useful than the divine movement talisman. Daggy shouted coldly and stuffed the talisman into his apprentice's hand. He swept his stern eyes over the 4 apprentices, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Half an hour later, the huge camp suddenly had a noisy sound. Daggy faintly heard some shrill cries such as "Don't kill me, don't kill me." As time passed, this cry not only did not decrease, but became louder and louder. Even the tents around him began to become chaotic. There were roars of Purple Mansion monks everywhere, and the sound of footsteps walking violently. Soon, the sound of fighting was heard, and the mysterious energy of the camp began to riot. Almost done, let's go. Daggy activated the residual image talisman, stuck it on his body, then opened the tent and rushed out. Everywhere he saw, there was fire. The monks of the Sky Eclipse Kingdom were killing each other, and there was even a scene where the Condensed Veins monks rushed to kill the Purple Mansion monks. Daggy didn't dare to stay any longer. His whole figure turned into a shadow. His speed was no slower than that of the Purple Mansion monks. He rushed out of the camp. The temporary camp only had a simple warning formation, so Daggy rushed out easily, but only one of the 4 disciples followed him out. Master, don't talk. Keep going. Daggy felt cold in his heart, and his calves were spinning, but he continued to run. Not long after, a team of monks stopped them. Seeing a familiar person, Daggy was relieved. Good job, Dagi, you have made a great contribution this time. Let's go. The man was overjoyed and said to Dagi. Then someone escorted them away, and the remaining monks began to assemble the black crystal cannon. Not long after, 5 black crystal cannons were built and started firing at the camp. A few hundred meters in front of the black crystal cannon, there were still 200 archers, who were also desperately shooting arrows at the camp. It didn't matter whether they could hit people or not, as long as they could cause unrest. It's not a big deal. The camp has already exploded. Let's retreat. Not long after, the leader gave a call and hundreds of troops quietly left, leaving behind the Tiansheng Kingdom's camp which had exploded. Chapter 308 Mandosha. Camp explosions or camp wars often happen in mortal armies. The principle is very simple. Soldiers are under too much mental pressure and have to vent. Therefore, they have mental breakdowns in the middle of the night or in their dreams and fall into a state of violent killing. This causes a chain reaction and causes the so-called camp war. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, camp wars rarely happen in the armies of cultivators because there are many skills in the world of immortal cultivation that can make people calm down and concentrate and dissolve the evil spirit brought by killing. Without the need for the person in charge to say more, the cultivators will dissolve it themselves. On the second day, the camp of the Tiansheng Kingdom, which ended the camp war, was full of blood and blood everywhere. There were broken limbs and injured cultivators wailing, and the cultivators who escaped the disaster were trembling on the side, their faces pale. 1 kilometer outside the camp, 3,000 cultivators of the Tiansheng Palace were ready. When the camp war occurred last night, they had already received the news, which shocked the cultivators of the Tiansheng Palace. So they gathered their men and horses early, but did not dare to rashly enter the camp, and could only guard outside. Lin Xiao's face was livid as he patrolled the camp. His throat was sore because of all the shouting he did last night. When the camp war occurred, he and the 3 Dao gang monks tried their best to gather the troops, but to little avail. Some people even dared to attack them. In the end, he had to harden his heart and kill a group of people to slowly stabilize the chaos. Uncle Yun, the people from Tiansheng Palace are here and are outside. How many are there? About 3,000. Go out and take a look. Lin Xiao nodded and pointed to more than 1,000 people who walked out of the camp gate and came to the Tiansheng Palace monks. After their explanation, Lin Xiao was convinced that they had no hostility and let them into the camp to help clean up the mess. Another day passed, and Lin Xiao's losses were counted. After a night of fratricide, the entire camp had more than 4,000 dead and more than 6,000 injured, of which at least 1,000 were disabled and could not go to the battlefield. More than half of the 20,000 man army was killed or wounded, and the morale was extremely low. You must know that these people were killed by their own people, not the enemy. The blow to the remaining monks can be imagined. It can be said that this reinforcement was completely useless. After getting this data, Lin Xiao was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. He was Lin Xiao's confidant, so Lin Xiao handed the army to them. Among the 10,000 people, more than 3,000 were from the Tiansheng Sect. With so many casualties, he didn't know how to explain to Lin Xiao. The news had been passed back to the frontline camp, and Lin Xiao was furious as expected. If Lu Yan hadn't stopped him, Lin Xiao would have to come back to deal with the matter in person. However, the front line also cannot do without Lin Xiao, so Lin Xiao and Lu Yan issued a death order at the same time, and they must investigate the matter strictly and get to the bottom of it. Although they have guessed who the murderer is, they also need to know how the other party did it. So Tiansheng Palace once again dispatched people to investigate with Lin Xiao. At this time, after investigation, the suspicion was quickly locked on Dagi. However, after investigation, Dagi's identity is true. He is really a chef in a restaurant in Jingsao, and he has a little fame. Moreover, the order to let the monk of Tiansheng Palace go to entertain the troops and find the chef to cook for Lin Xiao was also issued by the head of Tiansheng Palace himself. Everything seems to make sense. The only thing is that Dagi ran away. He sent a sound transmission note to the restaurant in Yujing City, saying that he saw the scene of Lin Xiao and was afraid of revenge from Tiansheng Palace afterwards, so he ran away. The reason is also very appropriate. But Lin Xiao didn't believe in evil. It was impossible for the army of Tiansheng Nation to howl for no reason. So he checked again, starting from the supplies that Chunhyang Palace used to entertain the troops. For this reason, Tiansheng Sect specially invited a 4th level doctor from Luoyang City. Doctors are also a relatively special profession in the world of immortal cultivation. Sometimes alchemists can be used as doctors, but sometimes doctors are extremely special and can be regarded as a niche profession in the large category of alchemists. This doctor of Tiansheng Sect is also a treasure in Lin Xiao's hands. When he was injured by the 6th level Demon King, it was also thanks to him that he was able to recover quickly. After the doctor came, he quickly investigated the cause. The problem really appeared in that batch of supplies. The spiritual rice used to entertain the troops was soaked in a special liquid, and the spiritual wine and spiritual meat were also tampered with. There would be no problem if these 3 things were taken separately, but the combination of the 3 could produce a poison called manchosha. This manchosha is a strong hallucinogenic poison. The dosage is enough to kill even Lingguang monks. Of course, the dosage used this time is very low, and it can't even work on Zifu monks, but it is enough for Ningmei monks. In addition, the strict military rules, and the fact that the enemy fired arrows and even bombarded with black crystal cannons at the beginning of the camp war, led to the camp war and this tragedy. After knowing the reason, the monks of several small families who provided resources for this military visit were in trouble. The monks of Chunhyang Palace directly controlled all of them. After checking all the way, they found that more than 10 monks among them had already run away, and all those who stayed were unaware. This made it difficult for the people of Chunhyang. How to punish them? Logically, they were also unaware, but the problem appeared in their link again. In the Tiansheng camp, Lin Xiao received the report from Night Owl and was overjoyed. Half of the 20,000 reinforcement were scrapped, and the remaining ones were demoralized and could no longer go into battle. This meant that the enemy's reinforcement were completely gone, unless Chunhyang Palace could be ruthless and mobilize again. Anyway, there was no hope for the Tiansheng Kingdom. Another group of Night Owl's troops were wreaking havoc in the territory of the Tiansheng Kingdom and fighting guerrilla warfare. Let's first wipe out those thousands of people. You Night Owls did a good job this time. I will remember your great merit and you will be rewarded after the war. Thank you, Master. This is what we Night Owls should do. Keep up the good work. If we can bring the rest of the states and counties of the Lu Kingdom here, then this war will be much more stable. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. The power of Night Owl was gradually revealed. In the past, Zhang Mingtang complained that Lin Xiao gave Night Owl too much support, but now he probably had nothing to say. If he had to kill so many enemies on the battlefield, he didn't know how many people would die. Afterwards, Lin Xiao had people publicize this achievement, but removed the traces of Night Owl, saying that Lin Xiao had sent someone to do it, and omitted a lot of the specific process. At this point, the morale of the Tiansheng side was greatly boosted, while the morale of the enemy was greatly reduced, especially the cultivators of the opposite Tiansheng, who were very worried about the outcome of their relatives and friends in this tragedy, and had no intention of fighting at all. After 7 or 8 days of scout battles, the Tiansheng side did not fall behind at all. The high-end combat power of Tiansheng was not as good as the opponent, but the elite disciples were not inferior, especially the disciples of Tiansheng Sect, who were below the Purple Mansion. Lin Xiao equipped them with many residual shadow talismans and other means, causing great damage to the opponent. The battle in the Purple Mansion stage was more victory than defeat. On the one hand, Lin Xiao sacrificed the Daojin, a killer weapon. In order to exchange for the Daojin, the Purple Mansion of Tiansheng Sect really risked their lives to fight hard, and with complete equipment, they killed the opponent. After 7 or 8 days of fighting, Tiansheng lost more than 600 condensation veins and more than 70 purple palaces, while Chunhyang Palace lost an estimated 1000 condensation veins and nearly 100 purple palaces. Although both sides suffered heavy losses, Chunhyang Palace suffered more. Now the other side can no longer hold on, and the number of scouts sent out is getting smaller and smaller, and they have even begun to give up hiding their presence. The reason for this is that the elites who died in the previous few days were basically Chunhyang Palace's men, and then Chunhyang Palace refused to do it. You must know that, although Chunhyang Palace is the overlord of Lu State, it still has 6 major families under its tutelage, and its strength is also very strong. Even the Tiansheng State is not a true ally, but only formed an alliance for the benefit of Xianyantao and the threat of Xianyantao. If Chunhyang Palace consumes too much power, then things will have to change. The Chunhyang Palace wanted to let its vassal forces fight to the death. Haha, there were not a few of them. A few days ago, more than 10 purple palaces and hundreds of condensed veins died in one day. How many casualties would that be? They only had so many elite troops. Naturally, they would delay the battle as much as possible. If they couldn't, they would have to let the people of the Chunhyang Palace go with them. Lu Yan had no choice but to give up the scout battle. Anyway, it didn't matter if they were spied on by the opponent's spies. The main camp was here. No matter how you looked at them, they wouldn't lose anyone. Everyone. We in Xianan province have been in a standoff with the enemy for almost a month. We have neither fought a war of attrition nor a quick decisive battle, but we are about to take over the rhythm of the war. For example, the second batch of reinforcement from Xianxi country is finished, and we have received news that they were ordered to rest at the junction of Bei'an province and the left and right direct controlled states. According to our estimation, they will not be able to go to the battlefield again for 1 or 2 months, and at most we can withdraw the Zifudeo gang. So how to fight this war next requires everyone to work together to see how to fight it better. Master Lin, why don't we go straight to the heart of the matter? According to past experience, we should send a team of troops to the heart of Jingzhou, cut off their supply lines, break through the mountain gate, force them to fight a decisive battle, and then we will defend instead of attack, to consume them. No, why not? Let me explain. The reason why it is impossible is that our Xianyantao cannot completely swallow up Chunhyang Palace. If we do so, Chunhyang Palace will follow suit. They have more people. If they send a team to attack Xianyantao, our nest will be destroyed. But don't forget the strategic purpose of our war this time. What we want is how to repel the attack of the 3 countries, not to launch a war of annexation. We don't have such a good appetite now. Lin Xiao emphasized that the origin of this war came from the fear of the 3 countries for the rapid development of Xianyantao, and they wanted to try to strangle the development of Xianyantao in one fell swoop. Chunhyang Palace wanted to annex Xianyantao, but Xianyantao was unable to annex Chunhyang Palace, and could only nibble away at it step by step. Now is the first step. It may take a long time to complete this task. Chapter 309, How to End the War. It is easy to start a war. There is no need for any excuse or reason. The word interest can start any war. However, how to end a war is a very difficult thing. So far, Xianyantao has not fallen into a clear disadvantage in the war with Chunhyang Palace, and even blocked the joint attack of the 3 countries. It can be said that public opinion is definitely beneficial to Xianyantao. Similarly, if the war is ended at this time, it will be a big loss for Chunhyang Palace. Not only will there be heavy casualties, but also the loss of Xianyantao. The key is that after this incident, it will be almost impossible to restrict the development of Xianyantao. This is unacceptable to Chunhyang Palace, and Xianxi will not agree. They just lost so many people. If they don't get any benefits, then Yan Xiaoyang will not be able to explain to Xianxi. When Lin Xiao held a meeting, Lu Yan was doing the same thing. The top leaders of the 2 countries gathered together to discuss the war at hand. Everyone, the results of casualties over the past month are out, including the reinforcement from Xianxi nation. Our 2 countries have lost more than 3,000 Kame monks, 2,200 condensing meridians monks, and 130 purple mansion monks in the battle for nearly a month. We paid such a heavy price, but we failed to drive Xianan province out of Bei'an province's territory. This is our shame. We must come up with a plan on how to deal with it next. We can't drag it on any longer. Ancestor Lu, with our current military strength, we can't crush Xianan province. Should the 2 countries mobilize troops again? Even if my Lu country doesn't count the other 5 states and counties, it can at least mobilize 30,000 people. If Xianxi nation is willing to mobilize another 20,000 people, then we will have more than 100,000 people. The opposite Xianan province can mobilize another 10,000 people at most. we can push all the way to the gate of Tiansheng Sect and completely destroy Xianan province. Well said, Ancestor Yun. What do you think? What this fellow Taoist said makes sense, but it is difficult for Xianxi to mobilize more troops. Xianxi also borders other countries, so some troops must be left to garrison. The second batch of reinforcement has been resting at the border of Tiansheng, and the third batch of reinforcement is clearing out the bandits in the country. If the bandits are not eliminated, if I withdraw the army to the south, the foundation of Xianxi will be unstable. So what I mean is, let's just wait like this, and wait for the second batch of reinforcement to rest. At that time, there will be about 15,000 fresh troops joining, which can also form a crushing trend against Xianzhou. Lin Xiao said slowly. This person wanted to drag Xianxi into the quagmire of war. Lin Xiao was not stupid, so how could he agree? Xianxi and Xianzhou had no direct conflict of interest. In the final analysis, they only came for Dao Jiden and Dao Goshu. He didn't get any benefits, so he was unwilling to increase his troops. Even if it was the second batch of reinforcement, he had to deal with it. If the situation was unclear, he would not go south again. Everyone, don't keep thinking about reinforcement. Without reinforcement, will we not fight this war? The other side has less than 50,000 people, and we still have more than 60,000 people. We have more Zifudeo gang than the other side, so why don't we think of a way to win? Yes, Elder Lu. Eldest Lu, how about we send a detachment to rush into Xianan province? The power in the hinterland of Xianan province is empty now. As long as we enter the hinterland of Xianan province and burn, kill and loot, the morale of the opponent will inevitably collapse. They will either fight us or retreat. We can win either way. No. Eldest Yun, why not? Let me ask you, if Xianan province is destroyed, what is the use of this Xianan province to you? Can it make up for the loss? In addition, if Xianan province does not fight or rescue, but goes all the way north, and also kills into Jingzhou, what will you do? Will you destroy the Lu state together? If so, it's up to you. Lin Xiao's questioning left everyone unable to answer. Of course, Lin Xiao also had his own selfish motives. If they invaded Xianzhou, they would completely destroy Xianzhou. Based on his understanding of Lin Xiao, it might be possible that both sides would be destroyed. This was not in the interests of Xianxi. In Lin Xiao's idea, this war would defeat the main force of Xianzhou, encroach on half of Xianzhou's territory, and then capture enough Xianzhou prisoners on the battlefield to force Lin Xiao to exchange the prisoners with the Dao fruit tree. This was the most in line with the interests of Xianxi. This is not okay, and that is not okay. Patriarch Lu, please make an idea. This. Lu Yan had nothing to say. He had already seen that Xianxi was not really cooperating with them, and what they were plotting was just the Dao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect. If Xianxi did not increase its investment, it would be impossible to fight a decisive battle relying on Chunhyang Palace alone. If they suffered too many casualties, it was hard to say whether Xianxi, the ally, would immediately turn against them and become an enemy. Ancestor Lu, I think we can't forget another ally. Wu Muang? Yes, our army of more than 60,000 is facing Xianzhou's 50,000 people, while Kangou is only dealing with more than 20,000 people. In addition, there are many sacred mountains in the west of Xianzhou. It is impossible to defend with more than 20,000 people. He watched us fight so hard, which is unreasonable. Ancestor Yun is right. It's time to urge Wu Muang. Lu Yan nodded. In fact, it is most appropriate for Kangou to make a breakthrough, and the pressure is the least, and the cost may not be so great. Once Li Muxu is defeated, Xianzhou must immediately launch a decisive battle, or go back to rescue. At that time, they can change from the offensive to the defensive, and hold back these 50,000 people, until Xianzhou is completely destroyed. So Lu Yan's letter was passed to Wu Muang. After reading it, Wu Muang immediately convened the top leaders to discuss, and showed Lu Yan's letter to everyone. Ancestor Wu, Chunhyang Palace has bad intentions. They want to sit back and watch the fight between two tigers. There were no cultivators from other countries in the Kang Kingdom camp, so no one dared to say anything. Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "Tell me, how does he have bad intentions?" As for the Chunhyang Palace, it gathered the strength of the two countries, but only mobilized 60,000 troops. Haha, do you have the nerve to ask us to mobilize 50,000 or 60,000 troops? Li Muxu on the opposite side has more than 20,000 people, including many elite soldiers. How much will it cost for us to break through the border? How many sacred mountains will we have to break all the way to the gate of the Tiansheng Sect? How can we take it without a price of 30,000 or 40,000? But our Kang Kingdom is not as powerful as the Chunhyang Palace. If another 30,000 or 40,000 people die, what will happen to the territory of Xianan province? And what about the Dao base pills and Dao fruit trees? Do we have to share them evenly after so many people died? They don't pay any price and just take one share. That's right, Patriarch Wu, we won't be the sucker. Our Kang Kingdom has tied down more than 20,000 of them, and their two countries together have to tie down at least 50,000 or 60,000 people. So let's just waste time. Who's afraid of who? At once, followers gathered. As the saying goes, what the superior likes, the subordinates will follow. Wu Muiyang's character is like his subordinates. They don't want to let Kangou suffer losses. Qian Shigo and Kangou are fighting outside the country, but they have Kangou's back. Whether it is transporting materials or mobilizing troops, they will have the advantage. If the war really continues, they will definitely get the advantage, so they are not afraid of waste at all. You have a point. Old Ghost Lu is treating us like 3-year-old kids. Unless we ask the Xianqi nation to transfer the warships to us, we will be unable to attack. Wu Muiyang chuckled. He had been drooling over the warships for a long time. Unfortunately, his men were not up to the task. The black crystals that he had spent huge amounts of money to build were actually snatched away by others. Ancestor is right. As long as Chunhyang Palace does not invade Xianan province, we will never launch a general offensive. That's right. Come, reply to Ancestor Lu and say that Xianan province's warships are powerful and Kang Kingdom is no match for them. If Kang Kingdom wants to attack with all its strength, please ask Ancestor Yun of Xianqi Kingdom to send the warships to Kang Kingdom so that Kang Kingdom can defeat it. Yes, Ancestor, in that case, let's adjourn the meeting and go back to the front line. Don't let Li Muxu launch a sneak attack. That girl is crazy. I don't beat her, but she keeps attacking us. Wu Muiyang cursed. The war has been tense for a month. The first half of the month was fine, with both sides fighting small battles, but in the past half month, Li Muxu has repeatedly taken the initiative to attack. She is simply crazy. 30 miles away, Li Muxu, who was scolded by Wu Muiyang as having a brain water, was leading people to patrol the defense. The western front of Xian'an had assembled more than 20,000 people, stationed in 3 sacred mountains. The front was more than 60 miles long, with many gaps in the middle. So Li Muxu was very afraid that Kangou would send a small army to enter the hinterland of Xian'an to burn, kill and plunder. After all, Xian'an had done a lot of such things. The annexation war had been used several times. In addition, Li Muxu was also worried about the northern battlefield. She did not understand that there were many gaps between Qian Shigo and Lugo, and they could not work together. She thought that they were all like Xian'an with one mind, so it would be no problem for the two countries to mobilize 100,000 troops. Now Chunhyang Palace already has 50,000 troops. If Xian Shigo comes with another 50,000, it will be a bit bad. So Li Muxu has been actively challenging Kangou recently, wanting to open a breakthrough and then return to support the northern front. Big sister, little junior brother, how is the situation over there? Nothing unusual, no signs of invasion from Kang country were found, and there was no alarm in the rear. Strange, what exactly is Wu Muiyang thinking? Why doesn't he send a detachment to attack our rear? This, I don't know either. If you ask me, according to what the headmaster told us before, Wu Muiyang has a narrow vision and has always been the one who takes advantage without suffering any loss. Since they joined forces to attack Xianqi country more than 100 years ago, they were the first to withdraw. Later, when the monster army left, he was the first to occupy a piece of land in the south of Qin country. The last time, he swallowed up a large piece of land in the north of Qin country, which will show his character. If he sends a detachment to attack Tiansheng, then he must fight all the way to the end. He must first eliminate our 20,000 people, and then sweep away all the guards on the sacred mountains along the way, and then attack the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Only in this way can he obtain the greatest benefit, but the price is too high, and he probably can't bear it. Now this is the only explanation, but the situation over there is not good, and Master is still struggling to hold on. We have to find a way to open up the situation. Li Muxu nodded, thinking that what Jia Menggren said made sense. Since Wu Muiyang had this kind of personality, he had to take some action. Chapter 310, Lure with Profits. The Chunhyang Palace had more than 60,000 people, and set up dozens of camps, stretching for more than 10 miles. Among them, the 5,000 vanguards of the Xianxi kingdom occupied 3 camps, with Lin Xiao in the middle, and guarded on both sides. After nightfall, Lin Xiao concealed his body skills, avoided the layers of sentinels, and used the means of the formation master to unlock the layers of warning formations, approached Lin Xiaoyang's camp, and then deliberately revealed a little spiritual pressure, and suddenly a hole was opened in the defense formation in the camp. After entering the camp, Lin Xiao followed a spiritual pressure and got into a tent and saw Lin Xiaoyang, who was waiting in full battle array. Master Lin visited late at night. Is it to play a beheading strategy? Ancestor Yun took the initiative to release the formation. Is he also trying to use the same trick? Master Lin, please. Lin Xiaoyang waved his hand and sat on the main seat, and Lin Xiao immediately sat opposite him. Master Lin doesn't have much time. Please get straight to the point. Ancestor Yun speaks quickly, so I'll be frank. Today, I come here to ask Ancestor Yun to withdraw his troops. Reason: the Chunhyang Palace has complicated thoughts and chaotic forces. Although the Chunhyang Palace is the overlord of the Lu Kingdom, it has many forces under its name, including 6 major families and more than 20 secondary families. I can't explain the relationship between them clearly, but Ancestor Yun should know that these are the basis for the Chunhyang Palace to dominate the Lu Kingdom. Now that the Xian'an army is in front of them, they are unwilling to attack with all their strength. Isn't it because they can't command these families to die? What are they waiting for? The Kang Kingdom is pinned down on the western front, and only the Xianxi Kingdom is willing to charge for them. The alliance of the 3 countries is a general trend. It's probably difficult for Master Lin to ask the Xianxi Kingdom to withdraw his troops with just a few words. Of course not. The reason why the Xianxi Kingdom allied with the Chunhyang Palace is because my Xian'an has damaged your interests. Our 2 families are thousands of miles apart, and we have nothing to do with each other. How can there be a dispute over interests? I know that what Patriarch Yun is worried about is that the power of Xian'an state is growing stronger and stronger, and it will eventually swallow up Chunhyang Palace and become the enemy of Xianxi Kingdom. So, what if Xianxi Kingdom also has an endless supply of Daojidan? What do you mean? 2 great gifts. Let Xianxi Kingdom withdraw its troops. Say, the first one is a Dao fruit tree, which was transplanted from a mature Dao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect. Although it has only lived for a few years, its condition is extremely stable. As long as you have a 4th level spiritual plant husband, the transplant will surely be successful. The second great gift is Chenking Valley. As soon as Xianxi Kingdom leaves, we will take the initiative to attack and defeat the main force of Chunhyang Palace, and your country can meet up with the second batch of reinforcement on the way back and take Chenking Valley directly. According to what my spies know, Chen Anzi of Chenking Valley is now seriously ill and is running out of energy. I don't know if he can survive this year. In addition to Chen Anzi, there are only 3 Daogang cultivators left. With your strength, it should be easy to take Chenking Valley, Lin Xiao said slowly, throwing out 2 huge candles. Chenking Valley need not say much. It is estimated that Chunhyang Palace has already promised Xianxi country, so Lin Xiao is just offering flowers to Buddha. The key is a Dao fruit tree. If the Dao fruit tree is taken care of by a skilled spiritual plant husband, it will mature in 1 or 200 years. At that time, it can be refined into Dao foundation pills, which can continuously cultivate Daogang monks. Only when the number of Daogang monks increases, it is possible to increase the production of Lingguang monks, and even if it is sold for money, it is an extremely rich return. Li Muxu's alchemy skills are relatively advanced. One furnace of Dao Foundation pills can produce 6. According to the recent auction price in Gangming City, 1 is 1.3 million Zuan crystals, and 6 is almost 8 million. The cost of a furnace of Dao Foundation pills is only about 1 million, and the profit is very rich. Even the Tiansheng Sect dare not underestimate it. The Qinking Valley was promised to us by Chunayang Palace a long time ago. You just paid a Dao fruit tree. Promises are different from promises. If we don't withdraw our troops, when can you get the Qinking Valley? And if the Xianxi Kingdom suffers too much loss, will Chunayang Palace still give you the Qinking Valley? Don't forget, Chunayang Palace has 2 Lingguang monks. It's hard to say how much combat effectiveness Lu Yan has recovered. What if he is deliberately pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? I'm not talking nonsense. Lu Yan is a resolute and courageous man with a far-sighted vision and extraordinary means. He is ambitious to swallow up all the surrounding territories. 2 Dao fruit trees. 1. It's impossible to have more. My apprentice spent 5 years to successfully transplant 2 trees. The other one has to be given to my creditors. And if there are really 2 trees, the Xianxi Kingdom will have to worry about the joint attack of the Kang Kingdom and Chunayang Palace. They just happen to share it equally. If there is only 1 tree, they can't divide the spoils unevenly. How to trade? Lin Xiao replied. He was completely tempted. Apart from the Dao fruit tree, he would not get any other benefits from conquering Xianan Prefecture, and he could not use the territory, so Chunayang Palace used Qinking Valley to make up for Xianxi Kingdom. However, now no one would die, and he could get the expected benefits, so how could he refuse? I will let my people make a bigger noise in Xianxi country, but in fact they are withdrawing from Xianxi country. You can use the excuse of domestic instability to withdraw with 5,000 troops and join your second batch of reinforcement. When you reach the border of Chunayang Palace, we will launch a decisive battle against Chunayang Palace. At the same time, I will send someone to deliver the Tao fruit tree to you. If you don't get it, you can turn around and fight us. We won't lose the big picture for the sake of small gains. If everyone has a Tao fruit tree, then it will be balanced. This is peace. Aren't you afraid that I will take the things and then turn around to deal with you? No, because at that time we will attack your family to the death. We will die anyway, so it's okay to attract a bigger hatred and die together. Patriarch Yun should know that we have the courage and can at least cripple you. This matter will be postponed for 15 days. My people need to rest. No problem. Master Lin should go back, otherwise he won't be able to go back. See you again. Lin Xiao bowed, then turned around and left quietly. As soon as Lin Xiao left, a woman walked out of the tent. Husband, madam, what do you think of Lin Xiao's words? He has a wolfish ambition, which is both trustworthy and untrustworthy. Yes, Lin Xiao has great ambitions. If Chunayang Palace fails, the more than 10 countries in the southwest of Nansao will no longer be able to check and balance him. It is only a matter of time before Nansao becomes powerful. Lin Xiao replied. He felt a little exhausted. He was a genius in cultivation, but he was quite struggling in domestic and foreign affairs. People's energy is always limited. He has put a lot of effort in cultivation, so it is inevitable that he is far behind in domestic and foreign affairs. His wife has been helping him secretly over the years, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. In terms of conspiracy and intrigue, he is far behind the old fox like Lu Yan. Let Nansao grow bigger. There is always someone higher than you. The bigger the business, the more problems it will have. Now the biggest advantage of Nansao is that everyone is united, but if the territory is bigger, they won't be able to do that, especially after the leaders of the current generation of sects like Tiansheng Sect pass away. The new leaders may not be able to maintain the current ideas. That's true. Chunayang Palace has 6 big families holding it back, and my Xianxi Kingdom also has 5 sects. With more people, the thinking will be different. Are you going to agree to this, Lin Xiao? Yes, Chunayang Palace has always had bad intentions, and has always wanted to drag us into this. I suspect that the Chunayang Palace condoned the accident of Xiaobei and the others. through the huge casualties. They want us to hate Tiansheng and mobilize more forces to invest in it. It's a bit strange what happened to Xiao Bei. If we are fighting across borders and there are really many casualties, there is a possibility that we will be swallowed up by Chunhyang Palace. If Tiansheng Kingdom loses these 20,000 elite soldiers, our Tiansheng Sect will not be able to suppress the power of other sects, and civil strife is imminent. In just 10 or 20 years, it may be annexed by Chunhyang Palace and Wu Muang. This old ghost is extremely cunning, but it must be said that this person is really smart. He may have seen through Liu Yan's ambition a long time ago, so he opened up a separate front and held back everywhere and remained wary of Chunhyang Palace. Compared with them, I'm really too young, my husband. Don't underestimate yourself. You are young, but you have the advantage of being young. You are less than 500 years old, but you have such cultivation. You have great hope for the Shengsu period. As long as you break through the Shengsu period, all these conspiracies and tricks will be nothing. Just crush them. Hao Yitan hurriedly comforted Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was indeed not very good at these things. He was just a little stronger than LV Muang. However, Lin Xiao's biggest advantage was his good qualifications and youth. As long as he broke through the Shengsu, everything would not be a problem. Whether it was Chunhyang Palace or Kang Kingdom, they could all be easily annexed. Madam is right. I shouldn't compare my shortcomings with other strengths. The crushing of cultivation is enough. It's good that my husband can figure it out. Madam, you have to speed up your cultivation and break through the spiritual light as soon as possible. You and I will be together forever. Well, Lin Xiao returned to the camp and found several senior officials to discuss secretly. When everyone heard that Tiansheng Kingdom was leaving, they were overjoyed. If it weren't for Lin Xiao, the spiritual light cultivator, and their warships, Tiansheng would have a much greater advantage. Lin Xiao could completely use the system real person mode to beat LV Yan and the others, and the power of the warships could also be fully exerted. Lin Xiao asked several people to keep it strictly confidential and not to leak the news, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with Chunhyang Palace's preparations. Then Lin Xiao asked someone to fetch a Dao fruit tree from the sect and asked the camp to prepare secretly. 10 days later, when the Skyclips country deliberately let the Night Owl's troops go, the bandit team suddenly became more powerful and almost conquered a 4th level spiritual mountain. After failing, they turned to Loyan City, and then the entire Skyclips country was shocked. Lin Xiao, who received the news, was shocked 3 times a day. In the end, despite Liu Yan's desperate retention, he insisted on taking 5,000 pioneers away. However, he did not retreat all at once, but retreated with the Chunhyang Palace army. Liu Yan stationed the army at the mountain gate of Zuanmen, the overlord sect of Baiyansao, and Lin Xiao joined Lin Xiao and quickly retreated to the Skyclips country. Xiaobai also led 5,000 troops and advanced to the mountain gate of Zuanmen, confronting Liu Yan, and Chunhyang Palace began a crazy mobilization. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Chunhyang Palace's defeat. The situation changed so fast that it was dizzying. Before many people could react, the Chunhyang Palace, which had originally held an advantage, had a big problem. Now it could only survive by relying on the mountain gate spiritual veins of the Zuan sect, the dominant sect of Baiyan Prefecture. However, Xianan Prefecture would not miss this good opportunity. The Xianan Prefecture army pushed to the mountain gate of Zuan sect. Before it could sweep away the rest of the forces in Baiyan Prefecture, it began to attack the mountain gate. 59 black crystal cannons on one side of the warship, 2 main cannons, plus more than 200 black crystal cannons in the camp, a total of almost 300 black crystal cannons, began to bombard the mountain gate of Zuan sect, making the mountain protection formation shaky. It was only because of the desperate maintenance of many formation masters of the Chunhyang Palace that it was not broken in one day. After the Zuan sect, the Chunhyang Palace desperately mobilized monks, and the guards from all over the country were exhausted. Tens of thousands of troops began to gather and prepare to go south for rescue. At this critical moment, Lin Xiao led more than 20,000 people to the border between Lu State and Tiansheng State. Lin Xiao deliberately slowed down the pace, and the army chose a place to camp. After nightfall, a mysterious figure entered the Tiansheng State camp and met Lin Xiao. He Bohei of Tiansheng Sect of Xianan State meets with Patriarch Lin Xiao asked you to come. Yes, this is a great gift from the head of our sector Patriarch Lin Bohei took out a storage bag and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao handed the storage bag to a person next to him. When the person's spiritual sense probed into it, his face suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock and great joy. Ancestor, no problem. Okay, very good. What about the Sky Eclipse Kingdom? What does sect leader Lin have to say? Ancestor Yun, don't worry. Our people will evacuate tonight. Please give the order to have the cultivators of the Bian sect and Loan City attack from the front and back tomorrow morning. The thousands of bandits can be killed. Also, please turn around and take the Chenking Valley as agreed. Our sect leader said that if Ancestor Yun doesn't take it, then Ancestor Wumuang will have to take it. Lin Xiao is really treacherous. He promised the Chenking Valley to me and also promised it to the Kang Kingdom. Ancestor Yun misunderstood. Sect leader told me that Ancestor Yun would definitely take it. He just asked Ancestor Yun not to hesitate. After this battle, Chunhyang Palace will suffer heavy losses and will not be able to target the Sky Eclipse Kingdom. This is a great gift to Ancestor Yun. Ancestor Yun will give it to others, only if he doesn't want it. I understand. Get out of here. Yes, Ancestor Yun. He Bohei nodded and left the tent very respectfully. As soon as he left, there was a heated discussion in the tent. Anjing, listen to me. You all know that these days, Chunhyang Palace has bad intentions and is willing to consume our strength to make us fight to the death with Sha and Yun Zhao. This old ancestor is not so stupid, so he has been keeping his troops in place. Later, Lin Xiao of Tiansheng Sect came to us with the Dao fruit tree and the territory of Chenking Valley, asking us to withdraw our troops. I agreed. What does the conflict between Chunhyang Palace and Sha and Yun Zhao have to do with our Tiansheng Kingdom? In this world, interests are real, so this old ancestor decided that in the future, when the Dao fruit tree matures and the Dao foundation pillars refined, the various sects of Tiansheng Kingdom will share it, and Yunman will have to take out at least half of it for distribution. In addition, Chenking Valley is controlled by the Hao family and supported by various families. Every year, the Hao family must take out at least 1 million Zuan crystals to share with you. I wonder what you think? Lin Xiao divided up the benefits obtained by Tiansheng Kingdom in just a few words. Yunman could not swallow it all by herself, so she had to take out half of the Dao foundation pill refined by the Dao fruit tree. Chenking Valley had been promised to the Hao family long ago, but the Hao family still couldn't take all the power for themselves. A 5th level sacred mountain plus 1,000 miles of land nearby could produce at least 3 million Zuan crystals a year. In addition to the portion from the Chunhyang Palace, the Hao family would not lose out if they took another million to divide up. Hao Yiteng had already done a good job of convincing the Hao family. The families in the Tiansheng Kingdom would not have any objections. It had always been the Bian sect that ate meat, and they drank soup. As long as the distribution was reasonable, they would never object. So the next morning, Lin Xiao led the army to change direction, heading from north to west, and headed straight for Chenking Valley. Now Chen Anzi of Chenking Valley was seriously ill, and had run out of energy. In addition to Chen Anzi, there were only 3 Dao gang left, and the rest of the cultivators were only about 3 or 4,000 people. How could they resist more than 20,000 people from the Tiansheng Kingdom? Even the cultivators of the Chunhyang Palace on the road couldn't stop them, and there weren't enough people in the Chunhyang Palace to stop them. All their troops gathered and went south. Lin Xiao has already moved. The decisive battle will begin today. Listen to my orders. The general offensive begins. Yes, Master Zun Lin has given the order. Front troops, listen to my orders. Go to battle. The left and right armies, guard the 2 wings. When the Tiansheng Kingdom rushed towards Chengqing Valley, the Xian'an army also left the camp. The 50,000 troops were divided into 12 large formations, front, back, left, and right, and pressed forward together. At this time, Liu Yan also received the unusual movement of the Tiansheng Kingdom. Before he was even so angry that he vomited blood, he discovered the offensive of Xian'an. How could Liu Yan not know that this was a joint conspiracy between Xian'an and the Tiansheng Kingdom? He was so angry that he cursed Lin Xiao for his shamelessness. But Liu Yan had no time to stop the Tiansheng Kingdom, so he had to let the more than 30,000 people who had originally assembled go south immediately to attack the flank of the Xian'an camp, trying to force Xian'an to give up the decisive battle. Boom, boom, boom. More than 200 black crystal cannons fired fiercely. This time the warships did not participate in the general attack, but went north to intercept the reinforcement of Chunhyang Palace. But Lin Xiao summoned the system's real person mode to participate in the attack. The attack power of a 12th level spiritual light cultivator is no worse than that of a 4th level upper grade warship, and is even more fierce. In less than a quarter of an hour, the mountain protection formation of Zuanmen could not support it. LV Yan and LV Muang rushed out to stop the system's real person mode. LV Yan alone restrained the system's real person mode, while LV Muang pounced on Lin Xiao, trying to kill Lin Xiao to break the attack of Xian'an. Lin Xiao also met LV Muang without fear. Boom, boom. 5-element divine light. Lin Xiao did not hesitate at all. After a moment of fighting, he directly used the trump card 5-element divine light. The 5-color spiritual light rushed towards LV Muang. No matter how hard LV Muang resisted, he still watched the 5-color spiritual light blast through his defensive magic weapon, melt the defensive talisman on his body, and then rushed into his body. Bang! Endless spiritual light appeared from the sky. The monks fighting on the ground couldn't help but look up and watch. They were all stunned to see the celestial phenomenon that appeared at this time. The spiritual light monk fell. Such a huge celestial phenomenon could only appear when the spiritual light monk fell. Thief, I will fight you. Explode. LV Yan's eyes were about to burst, and he roared, ready to rush towards the weak Lin Xiao. But the system's real life mode sent an extremely dangerous aura, and LV Yan was terrified. The next moment, he fell straight down. Boom! There was another loud noise, and LV Yan rushed into the mountain gate of Zuanmen, but the system's real life mode also followed and exploded. The mountain protection formation of Zuanmen was as fragile as a piece of paper. LV Yan was hit hard on the mountain, and thousands of monks on the mountain were directly killed by the system's real life mode. All troops attack, charge. Seeing this, the commander didn't care about the formation and attack method at all, and immediately ordered the whole army to press forward. Tens of thousands of troops rushed to Zuanmen without the mountain protection formation, and immediately launched a life and death battle with the monks of Chunhyang Palace. Lin Xiao was not idle either. Although Chunhyang Palace had no spiritual monks, they still had more Daogang monks than this side. So Lin Xiao swallowed the pills to restore Zuan Qi, while taking out the newly exchanged 5th level bow and arrow magic weapon. The 5th level bow and arrow magic weapon no longer needs arrows. It can simply be stimulated by Zuan Qi, and fired in the mode of Zuan Guan to kill the enemy. Lin Xiao used a bow and arrow to shoot the enemy from afar. At this time, Lin Xiao's Zuan Qi was insufficient, and he could not even exert 1/5 of the power of the 5th level upper grade bow and arrow magic weapon, but this level of attack was still equivalent to the full force of a Taoist monk at the 12th level. Lin Xiao stared at those Taoist monks with lower cultivation. Basically, 2 times would make all his defenses reimbursed, and he had to flee and let the other Taoist monks rescue him. I will fight you. The Taoist monks of Chunhyang Palace were full of blood and courage. A seriously injured monk did not say a word and directly pulled the enemy to self-destruct. This person's self-destruction instantly brought about a trend of self-destruction. Both sides were not lacking in bravery. Once they were injured and could not escape, they would immediately self-destruct, and often they would self-destruct in crowded places. However, no one dared to retreat on the cruel battlefield. They were all fighting fiercely. This was a life and death battle. But in general, the balance was still pressing towards Xian'an. Once the mountain protection formation was broken, the opponent's morale was too low. Moreover, there was still a warship that did not move. The monks below did not understand that the warship was going to intercept the reinforcement. They thought that Lin Xiao still had some killer hidden. Lin Xiao was suspended in the air. In addition to helping to contain the Dao Gang monks, he was also searching for the whereabouts of LV Yan. The heavenly Dao had not yet appeared, which meant that LV Yan was not dead. Lin Xiao also admired his big life very much. He was very awesome for not dying like this. The real person mode of the system was slowly recovering. In fact, whether LV Yan came out or not, he would be dead because he must have recovered slower than the real person mode of the system. About half an hour later, a mysterious light appeared from a valley and rushed straight towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was well prepared. Regardless of the mysterious energy in his body, he shot 3 arrows in a row. Each arrow hit the mysterious light. LV Yan vomited blood and flew out backwards. Ancestor Lu, do you have the guts to self-destruct? Lin Xiao stood in midair, holding a bow and arrow, and continuously pumping Zuan Qi into it. The bowstring was slowly pulled open, gradually pulling into a full moon state. Retreat, retreat. Lu Yan was furious, but he knew that Lin Xiao had already prepared, and would not let him easily pull away to perish together. Once he died, Chunhyang Palace would be completely finished. Lu Yan threw out a 5th order flying boat, rolled over the battlefield, and took away more than 200 core disciples. The remaining cultivators began to retreat under the leadership of the other Dao Gang cultivators. Dao Gang cultivators basically had flying boats, and many Zifu cultivators also had them. After all, many core members of the family were still very wealthy. These people probably took away 5 or 6,000 people in total, and the rest basically became cannon fodder. Surrender and no killing. Lin Xiao shouted angrily, and then the cultivators of Tiansheng also shouted, and many cultivators began to throw down their weapons and surrender. Chapter 312. The half-dead and half-alive Chunhyang Palace is the best. When LV Yan was fleeing, 300 miles north of Zuanmen, Beizichan led the warships to frantically snipe at the tens of thousands of reinforcement from Chunhyang Palace. The warships flew over the reinforcement, and 120 black crystal cannons fired frantically. Beizichan and 3 other Dao Gang monks desperately restrained the other Dao Gang monks and prevented them from rushing up to destroy the warships. The monks of Chunhyang Palace fought very bravely. Although they paid a huge price, they pushed the battle line from 800 miles to 300 miles. This distance is very short in the world of immortal cultivators. It may not take long to push it to the gate of Zuanmen Mountain and rescue LV Yan. However, this 300-mile journey made the monks of Chunhyang Palace disheartened. It was not because of how brave the warships were, but because LV Yan appeared. LV Yan, the god in the hearts of the monks of Chunhyang Palace, actually fled. Then a large number of flying boats appeared. Dao Gang and Zifu were all fleeing for their lives, like dogs that had lost their homes. This was very difficult for the monks of Chunhyang Palace, who had been the overlord of Lu State for thousands of years, to accept. Then, their flight caused a terrible scene. Even this batch of reinforcement began to turn around and flee towards Jingzhou. Beizichan did not chase them. It would be extremely disadvantageous to chase them at this time. He just fired a few shots casually and then let the warship land. The monks on the warship began to go down to clean up the battlefield. An hour later, the last monk who bravely resisted in the Tiansheng Sect was killed. Everywhere he saw, there were monks kneeling on the ground to surrender, or monks lying in a pool of blood. Lin Xiao ordered to clean up the battlefield, capture prisoners, and count the supplies. This task took 3 full days. Although the monks of Tiansheng Sect and other sects urged Lin Xiao to attack Jingzhou and eat Chunhyang Palace, so that he could plunder Yujing City. After all, people who have been to Yujing City know how prosperous it is, which is several times more prosperous than Gangming City, the strongest city in Tiansheng. But Lin Xiao refused. The reason given by Lin Xiao was very simple. He was unable to fight. The casualties in Tiansheng were not small in this battle. Of course, Lin Xiao's real reason was that he still needed Chunhyang Palace to resist the invasion of various forces such as Tiansheng. Once Tiansheng annexed Chunhyang Palace, regardless of the cost, Tiansheng would have to guard against the 2 great enemies of Kangou and Tiansheng in the future. Xiangguo to the east of Luguo also had to be guarded by Tiansheng. This was extremely unfavorable for the rapidly developing Tiansheng. After all, just hoarding troops on the border was a lot of consumption. In 3 days, the battlefield was cleared. After a decisive battle, most of the main forces of Chunhyang Palace were wiped out. There were about 60,000 monks from Chunhyang Palace and Bei'anshao, but only about 10,000 escaped. Among them, less than 7,000 were taken away by Liu Yan and his men. The remaining 3,000 people fled to the surrounding areas after them. Lin Xiao did not send anyone to chase them. Among the remaining 50,000 monks, about 25,000 died in the battle, and the remaining several thousand were injured and captured. Another 20,000 laid down their weapons and surrendered. Tiansheng also paid a huge price. More than 8,000 people died directly in the battle, more than 15,000 were injured, and more than 6,000 of them were seriously injured. With so many light and serious wounded, the medicines prepared by Tiansheng were not enough, and it was unknown how many more people would die. In addition to the previous battles and casualties on the Western Front, the number of deaths in Tiansheng this time should be between 140,000 and 150,000. The Tiansheng Sect had more than 4,000 deaths, a full 2/5 death rate. Countless talented disciples lost their lives in this battle. Among them, 5 Daogang monks died in the battle, and the rest were all injured. Among these 5 Daogang monks, 4 were from Tiansheng Sect, and the other one was a newly promoted Daogang from Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao and other high-level officials were not idle. They personally sealed the dungeon of the Purple Mansion monks among the captives, and then sent people to transport the captives and seriously injured to Xianan province. Lin Xiao led 10,000 people northward and came to the border of Bei'an province. Looking at the tense defense line of Chunhyang Palace, he did not take the initiative to attack, but began to clear out the remaining small forces, forcibly relocate mortals, and migrate them to the south. After working so hard for half a month, Lin Xiao led the team to retreat 500 miles, stationed on a 3rd-level spiritual mountain and several 2nd-level spiritual mountains, and built a defense line. In this half-month, the remaining monks in Xianan province have completed the cleanup of the entire Bei'an province. The Zhuan sect, the dominant sect of Bei'an province, was directly wiped out. Even if there were thousands of Zhuan sect monks among the captives, Lin Xiao was not prepared to return Zhuan sect to them. As for the other sects that assisted in the war, their mountain gates were breached one after another, and their floating wealth was plundered. All the surrendered monks became prisoners. Only a few forces surrendered before the attack of Tiansheng and killed the main war faction, so they survived. In addition, Tiansheng is still migrating mortals. There are about 3 or 4 million mortals in Bei'anshao. After clearing out hundreds of thousands of mortals who are the direct relatives of the monks, at least 2 million mortals are migrating southward. This is a huge project, but it doesn't matter. Tiansheng has plenty of time. Because at this time, the attack from Kangou also retreated, because Tiansheng easily occupied the mountain gate of Qinqing Valley and the remaining territory, and Kangou also had huge interests there. This forced Wu Muiyang to make a choice. He would defeat even the strongest Chunhyang Palace, so naturally he dared not be hostile to Tiansheng anymore, and took the initiative to propose reconciliation. So Li Muxu left 10,000 people to defend the border. 5,000 people returned to the hinterland of Tiansheng to strengthen defense, and the rest of the troops went north to Bei'anshao. After seeing the actions of Tiansheng, the Chunhyang Palace in the north was also slightly relieved, knowing that Tiansheng had no intention of destroying the Chunhyang Palace all at once. However, at this time, LV Muiyang died in battle and LV Yan was seriously injured. They were also unable to stop the robbery of Tiansheng State. They could only continue to squeeze the war potential of the Chunhyang Palace, defending the Chunhyang Palace in the original Chen State territory on the one hand, and defending the border of Bei'an State on the other hand. At the same time, they paid a certain price, and united with Kang State to jointly curb the annexation of Tiansheng State. In this way, the Chunhyang Palace got a certain breathing space. In the mountain gate of Zuanmen, Lin Xiao found Zheng Yunlang of Danliang Sect, Mo Yaoi of Hangshan Sect, Zhao Hao's Heng of Shan Sect, and Wei Yun's Hao of Xianhamen. They were all Daogang cultivators of the 4 sects and the leaders of the 4 sects. Together with Lin Xiao, these 5 people decided the fate of the entire Tiansheng. I called you here today to discuss the post-war arrangements. This time we defeated the main force of Chunhyang Palace. There will be no major wars within 100 years, and we have also gained territory of almost 2 states. It will be a problem to make arrangements. Master Lin, have you encountered some difficulties? Yun Long, it's not some difficulties, it's very big difficulties. A territory as large as 2 states is really unsettling, especially with 5 4th tier sacred mountains. Even if Tiansheng Sect doesn't move, there are still 4. Do you know how many people are eyeing these sacred mountains? Master Lin, if they want it, can't they just exchange it with military merits? It's not that simple. Let me be frank. First, this time our Xianan state launched a war, and more than 20,000 cultivators were killed and injured, and more than 80 million resources were consumed. We now have neither the manpower nor the money to digest these territories. Even for the original territories, many sects have not digested them cleanly, and are still asking independent cultivators to run them. If we take on so much, we will be bloated to death. As for the second point, it is still the issue of financial resources. Don't forget that our Xianan province has borrowed 50 million in high interest loans, plus rewards for military merit and compensation for the dead and wounded. Our spoils of war alone are far from enough. Please tell us, Sect Master Lin, how we are going to deal with it. Okay, then I'll be frank. We 5 sects don't want any of the territories of the 2 states, especially Beian State. Instead, we will place the 4 sects ranked last among the 9 sects of Xianan State on 4 4th tier sacred mountains. But in addition to requiring them to offset their military merits, they must also give up their original territories. Move again. Will they agree? Yes, and some sects have several 3rd tier sacred mountains. They will suffer losses in this exchange. We will make up for the losses later. We will use these 4 sects as the backbone of these 2 states, and firmly occupy them. Then I'm going to sell the rest of the sacred mountains. Sell them, Sect Leader Lin. Listen to me. In the territory of Xianan province, there are many independent cultivator groups that are already quite powerful, and some have even developed into considerable families. It's just that, because they have not been incorporated into our Xianan province system, they cannot get the spiritual mountains for development, and these people will also become a hidden dangers. Why not help them, and let them use their savings over the years, to buy these spiritual mountains? We will provide them with shelter for 10 or 20 years, and they will definitely be willing. In this way, we can get a large amount of Zuan crystals, but this amount is estimated to be only enough to pay off debts. Our awards and pensions are still not settled, so for the remaining captives, I decided to let Chunhyang Palace redeem them according to the previous practice, so that we can have enough financial resources to do rewards and pensions. My fellow ancestors, many people died in this battle. If there are no rewards and pensions, something big will happen. This is our top priority, but let the captives go back. Isn't this letting the tiger go back to the mountain? That's not the case. Most of the truly brave cultivators either ran away or were killed. Those who surrendered can't be considered brave. It won't have much impact on our cause, and we also need Chunhyang Palace to help us resist the pressure from Xianxi Kingdom. What Sect Leader Lin said actually makes sense. With our strength, we can't control such a large territory. Our territory now is much larger than that of the original Lu Kingdom, but we only have a few troops. This time, the situation was exposed in the battle. If Sect Leader Lin hadn't bribed Xianxi Kingdom with the price of the Dao fruit tree, we would have lost. What we need is time to develop. Xianhe Sect agreed. Shan Sect agreed. Danliang Sect has no problem. Hongshan Sect too. Okay, you all are indeed people with broad vision. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. The 4 of them all agreed, so the matter was settled. Chapter 313. Selling Lingshan. In the heart of Xianantao, or 1,000 miles west of Xianluo City, there is a sacred mountain without even a name. There is a second-order spiritual vein on the mountain, and 500 acres of first-order spiritual fields have been opened up. This sacred mountain belongs to the Xian'an Tianmen, but the Tianmen only has more than 1,000 people, but there are 2 third-order spiritual mountains under the sect, and it is impossible to manage it. They can only ask casual cultivators to manage it. Luo Dabao's family has been managing this mountain for more than 60 years for the Tianmen. Luo Dabao is a typical casual cultivator. His casual cultivator parents gave birth to him, but they did not have good qualifications, and did not join the sect. Fortunately, he learned a pretty good skill of spiritual plant husband, so he could make a living in the world of immortal cultivation. When Luo Dabao was 30 years old, he rented this sacred mountain with several fellow Taoists. After that, he married and had children. Because he was a cultivator, he was quite popular among mortals. Luo Dabao married 2 wives, 4 concubines, and gave birth to 9 sons and 6 daughters. 60 years later, he had more than 30 great-grandchildren. After his 6 daughters got married, they also had dozens of children. In fact, they formed a very small family. Now there are 7 cultivators in the Luo family, and there are also 8 cultivators in the 6 daughters-in-law's families. There are more than 300 mortals. All these people are crowded on this small mountain, which is already very crowded. After all, the 500 acres of spiritual fields have exhausted 90% of the mysterious energy of the spiritual veins, and even meditation has to be rotated. Luo Dabao wanted to find a sacred mountain for his family, to recuperate 30 years ago. They also proposed to buy this sacred mountain to the Iron Sword Gate, but they were rejected. So this matter became Luo Dabao's heart disease, and now this heart disease seems to be cured. I got the news. This time Xian'an has occupied Bei'anzhou. Because Bei'anzhou helped Chun'ang Palace, Zuanmen has been wiped out, and the rest of the forces have been wiped out. Tiansheng Sect intends to sell all of Bei'anzhou's Lingshan. The opportunity for our Luo family to prosper has come. Father, is this true? But Bei'anzhou is so close to Chun'ang Palace. What if they attack after we buy the Lingshan? There won't be any problem. Tiansheng Sect has already agreed that any force that buys the Lingshan will be protected by Xian'an for 10 years. After 10 years, if we spend some money, we can be included in the Xian'an system, and we will be their own people in the future. This doesn't seem to be a problem. Father, how much does it cost to buy a Lingshan? A first grade inferior Lingshan costs 10,000 Zuan crystals, and an additional 10,000 is added for each additional grade. A second grade inferior Lingshan costs 80,000 Zuan crystals, and an additional 20,000 is added for each additional grade. A third grade inferior Lingshan costs 300,000 Zuan crystals, and an additional 100,000 is added for each additional grade. What? So cheap? Doesn't it mean that 500,000 black crystals can buy a third grade top quality spirit stone? This is too cheap. Father, could it be that cheap things are hard to come by? No, Xian'an province is forced into a corner this time. They spent a lot of money on the war and borrowed a lot of money, but they failed to attack Chun'ang Palace. The spoils are not enough, so they can only sell it cheaply. Besides, these spirit mountains do not take mortals. Mortals are sold 1 black crystal at a time. They are not sold individually but by family. A third grade spirit mountain is useless without the assistance of hundreds of thousands of mortals. I see. Then father, do we really have to buy it this time? Yes, we must buy it. This is the foundation of our Luo family's prosperity. Xian'an province has already said that when selling spirit mountains this time, those with a clean family background in Xian'an province will be given priority. This is also a preferential price for us. If it is an outsider cultivator, the price will have to be increased by about 20% at that time. Father, I'm in charge of the Luo family's financial resources. Over the past few decades, our family has only saved 20,000 Zuan crystals. Even if the spiritual valley is harvested and sold this year, the total savings will only be more than 30,000. We can't even buy a second grade lower grade spiritual mountain. I know. I can borrow some from your sisters. Father, you know the situation of your sister. We have a big family, and they may not be without this idea. Then let's unite. Let's not set up a family, but a sect. I have seen that in Xian'an province. Families have no potential, only sects do. The 7 of us can pull together hundreds of thousands of Zuen crystals and buy a second grade lower grade spiritual mountain and buy tens of thousands of mortals. In 100 years, we may be able to grow stronger. I will discuss this matter in person. Luo Dabeo gritted his teeth and said, if one family can't afford a second grade spiritual mountain, then 7 families together can always afford it. Add to that tens of thousands of mortals, and the Luo family may not be without hope of rising. In a huge courtyard in Gangming City, 5 elderly monks were discussing. They were 11 monks who had sworn brotherhood together decades ago, but now only 5 of them are alive. Brother, have you heard about Tiansheng selling Tiansheng Lin Xiao? I heard about it. This is the announcement of Tiansheng Sect. I have been reading it for a day. Are you tempted, brother? Of course I am. We were 11 brothers who swore brotherhood, but now there are only 5 of us left. Why? It is because we have no place to stay and no stable source of income. We have to venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters and collect spiritual medicines. Others see that we brothers have gained a lot at a time, but have they seen us injured and crying? When the 11th brother died, he was only 23 years old. He didn't even have a wife, and he was swallowed by a monster. No bones were left. Now we all have descendants, but we lack skills, and have no inheritance of elixirs, talismans, weapons and formations. Women go to work in shops, and men continue to hunt monsters. 3 of my 6 sons died for this. All this is because we are casual cultivators. Many years ago, I dreamed that my brothers could occupy a sacred mountain and grow spiritual grains and spiritual medicines on the mountain. It is tiring, but it is stable. But the damned wild sacred mountain is so untenable that you can't even stand it. Even if you grab it, you don't know when it will be eaten by passing monsters. The sects in China and Tao are independent and support each other. No one can grab it. Sigh. The eldest brother talked about what happened in the past few years, which made everyone silent. In the beginning, the 11 brothers supported each other, but how many relatives died over the years? Not only their brothers, but also more than a dozen of their descendants. This is the suffering of being a casual cultivator. 50 years ago, we settled down in Gangming City. It was my eldest brother who had a broad vision and paid 50 years rent in one go, which reduced our annual rent to 100 zuanjing. Later, when Gangming City expanded, we took the initiative to move to the new city. Not only did we extend the lease for 5 years, but the residents also doubled in size to accommodate so many of us, reducing a lot of our expenses. A few years ago, my eldest nephew was even more amazing. Not only did he get the status of a small steward in King Feng Pavilion, but he also saw that Gangming City was bound to become more prosperous, so he spent all his savings to rent a large number of courtyards, using long-term leases to reduce costs, and made several times the profit by renting them out to those outside cultivators. Now that we are rich, we naturally need a sacred mountain to recuperate and expand our power. Big brother, tell us what we should do, we'll listen to you. No, I'm old already, I'd better listen to my son. The eldest brother coughed. His eldest son's cultivation was not that good, nor was his fighting ability, but he had a very flexible mind, and all the important matters were handed over to him over the years. Then, a middle-aged man walked in. He had been listening outside the door, so he said directly, "Father, uncles, I have counted our financial resources. After so many years of accumulation, our 5 families plus the descendants of the other uncles have 110,000 in operating funds alone. If we use the money we earned from renting the courtyard, 200,000 Zuen crystals will not be a problem. We can spend 100,000 Zuen crystals to buy a second grade medium quality spiritual mountain, and spend another 50,000 Zuen crystals to buy 50,000 mortals, and keep the rest for backup. Nephew, why don't you buy a second grade high quality spiritual mountain? 6th uncle, the bigger the spiritual mountain, the better. A spiritual mountain must have spiritual fields, a mountain protection formation, and many other expenses. We must have a certain amount of reserve funds. What nephew said seems to make sense, so I'll listen to you. Well, 6th uncle, in the future we will directly set up a small sect. Several of your uncles will be elders, and we, the younger generations, will be considered disciples. With 50,000 mortals, there will be at least a few cultivators every year. It won't take many years for us to become prosperous. Big Brother is the head of the sect, and we are elders, but what's the point of you being a disciple? No, you have to be an elder. 6th uncle, I don't want to be an elder anymore. I can't lose the job in King Feng Pavilion. There are huge profits in it. When the sect has products in the future, if it doesn't matter, where can we sell them? What's more, I can get a monthly salary and rewards of thousands of Zhuan crystals a year. The early development of the sect cannot do without my support. Well said. Not only my son has to stay, but we can't lose our industry in Gangming City. I've heard about the history of Headmaster Lin Xiao's rise to wealth. The early stage of the sect is the most difficult, and we must have a way out. In case we can't stand in Tiansheng in the future, we can still come back. Father is right. This is what I considered as well. Just relying on a few of us brothers working for others in Gangming City, we can earn 4,000 to 5,000 black crystals a year. This is a huge source of income, and Gangming City must also be our backup plan. I have thought about it. As long as the uncles have a foothold in Bei'an province, we can accumulate black crystals for a few more years, and then we can buy a small shop in the city, and do business ourselves. Father and uncles have many connections among the independent cultivators in Gangming City. They have been friends for decades, and know their ins and outs. You can find some honest and reliable people to cooperate with them, and then they can sell the monsters they hunt in the wilderness to us, and we can make money again by wrestling them. With this two-pronged approach, we won't be afraid of any major disasters. Well said. This is the only way to be safe. My son, have you seen the sacred mountain that Xianan province is going to sell? There are good and bad sacred mountains. Don't buy a bad one and waste the black crystals in vain. Don't worry, father. I've already looked at it, and I asked a friend to look at it too. Please take a look, father. The one that I'm interested in is this sacred mountain, located in Bei'an Prefecture. The middle-aged man took out a map, pointed out the location of the sacred mountain, explained the advantages of the location, and told them the general terrain of the sacred mountain, how it was conducive to growing certain spiritual medicines, etc. The 5 people were overjoyed to hear this, and they liked the middle-aged man more and more. They couldn't handle such a brain-racking thing. Chapter 314, Two-State Barrier. In 2 months, 90% of Bei'anshao and 40% of Xiananshao were sold out by people from Xiananshao. In this vast territory, except for 4 4th-level spiritual mountains, all were sold. The spiritual mountains alone sold for more than 8 million black crystals, and the population of the territory also left more than 1 million, totaling more than 10 million. These spiritual mountains were taken by large and small independent cultivation forces. If an individual could not afford it, they would basically buy it together. Some relied on relatives like the Luo family, and some formed a partnership like a few sworn brothers, and basically emptied their family assets. However, those who could afford the 3rd-level spiritual mountains had to be those independent cultivation forces active in the wilderness, and many of them were even Purple Mansion cultivators. A strong team of hundreds of people could immediately become a considerable force if they bought a 3rd-level spiritual mountain. Some of them were arranged by Night Owl. For example, the sects in Xianan province and Bei'an province were either destroyed or crippled. However, the forces that bought Lingshan must have backbones and supervisors. The backbones are the 4 sects ranked 6th to 9th in Xianan province, who are responsible for the overall planning, while Night Owl is secretly involved. After getting the first sum of money, Lin Xiao began to provide pensions to the dead. This was a huge expense. The first thing to do was to transfer the merits of the dead to their relatives, and then provide pensions according to the standard. This cost tens of millions of Zhuan crystals. Next came the rewards and pensions for the injured. This was second only to the expenses of the dead, and tens of millions were spent. At this point, the money from selling Lingshan and looting Bei'an province had been used up, and even most of the spoils of Chunayang Palace had been spent, and there were still sects that had not been rewarded. Lin Xiao had no choice but to send an envoy to Chunayang Palace to tell Lu Yan that Chunayang Palace and its troops had more than 20,000 captives in the hands of Xiananshao, including many wounded. Do you want to redeem them? If you want, pay and we will release them. At the same time, the same thing was said to the 6 major families and other forces. The price list was the same. They only had 3 days to consider. After 3 days, they would start redeeming the prisoners, otherwise they would start calculating the food expenses. If they were not redeemed within 3 months, they would be dealt with by Tiansheng. This news was like adding insult to injury for Tiansheng Palace. This time, Tiansheng almost went bankrupt in the war, and Tiansheng Palace was no exception. The consumption of tens of thousands of troops for several months, and the seizure of various supplies, etc., almost emptied Tiansheng Palace. The vassal forces under Tiansheng Palace suffered such a huge loss, and they also had to be compensated. If there was no compensation at all, they would not be with you in the future. In addition to all kinds of expenses, Tiansheng Palace suffered a huge loss. But now Tiansheng is not only bleeding Tiansheng Palace, but also sowing discord in public. The 6 major families all followed Tiansheng Palace to fight. Now they have been captured, but the people have not been killed. If you don't redeem them, will Tiansheng Palace still be human? Moreover, Tiansheng Palace dare not redeem only its own people. If it dares to do so, the Tiansheng Palace system will immediately collapse, and some people will even turn to Tiansheng immediately. So Liu Yan had to swallow his anger, and sent people to contact Tiansheng to discuss the redemption of prisoners. Naturally, he came to talk about the price, but Tiansheng was also very short of money, so naturally he refused to lower the price. After a few days of wrangling, Tiansheng Palace began to pay. There was not enough zuanjing, so they began to use materials to offset it. With this money, Lin Xiao began to issue war merit rewards to each sect, and continued to divide up the mortals who migrated from Tiansheng. After the 4 sects moved to Tiansheng and Tiansheng, the empty Lingshan was also divided up by the sects. The sects that took the land had to give some resources to compensate the 4 sects. After all this, it was almost a year later. At this point, the sects began to withdraw their troops, but they still left an army of 10,000 people in Tiansheng and stationed them on some Lingshan to prevent the attack of Tiansheng Palace and to protect the more than 100 newly joined forces, who were promised to give them a 10-year development period. As for Tiansheng, Changchenmen and the other two Tiansheng sects that occupied the 4th level Lingshan were responsible. Changchenmen and the forces of Tiansheng before also became part of Tiansheng. There must be many people who hate Tiansheng among these people, but Tiansheng is not afraid. These people are not highly cultivated. As long as 100 years, they will be cleaned up. Once they die, the later cultivators will basically not choose to resist the general trend, as long as Tiansheng continues to prosper. In this way, the 2 states became the barrier of Tiansheng. Although the strength of the 2 states is not strong, Tiansheng Palace cannot bypass them. If it wants to attack the mainland of Tiansheng, it is impossible not to clear them out, which will give Tiansheng enough time to mobilize. A year later, Lin Xiao returned to the mountain gate with the Tiansheng Sect and sent the troops back to the various sacred mountains. This time, the loss of Tiansheng Sect was the greatest, with more than 4,000 killed and more than 500 injured. The loss was as high as half, and the dead were elite. Even a little compensation could not make up for these losses. However, strategically, Tiansheng Sect won. After this battle, Tiansheng Palace was no longer able to threaten Tiansheng. The attack and defense were switched. When to destroy Tiansheng Palace depended on the interest of Tiansheng Sect. As the spiritual veins of Tiansheng Sect continued to rise, the mountain gate continued to expand and rise. The lake originally in the back mountain had been wrapped in the spiritual veins, and the tombs next to the lake were also densely packed, and there were not enough to use. This time, the funeral of thousands of people was held in a different place. Looking at the thousands of newly erected tombstones, the whole Tiansheng Sect was very silent. Many disciples who had just joined the sect were spiritually baptized. It turned out that the welfare benefits given by the Tiansheng Sect were paid with the blood of their predecessors. After the funeral, the various sects in Xianan Prefecture once again entered a period of steady development. The victory of Xianan Prefecture also made the major businesses that lent Zuanjing to Xianan Prefecture feel relieved. The money was finally not wasted, and they made a lot of money. Some loans were for a 1-year term, and the time was up. Lin Xiao raised funds to repay the first loan according to the ranking of the strength of each sect. This made King Feng Pavilion very excited, because in a few years, they would be able to get a Dao fruit tree. Yinanayu, Unite Owls should assist Liu Guangying when she returns to Uyghur this time. There are many forces spying on this team now. Try to expose them. The longer the time drags on, the more stable our position in Uyghur will be. Yes, Master, please rest assured, we have made arrangements. Liu Guangying, is there any problem in Uyghur now? Master, there are no small problems in Uyghur, but the big problem is that there have been no Lingguan cultivators in charge for a long time, and the surrounding countries are beginning to get restless. Although Uyghur is small, its annual output is not small. This is indeed a problem. Your cultivation is still low, otherwise I can support you to break through Lingguan. Hey, Master, what you said. Yinanayu, don't guess blindly. I have a Lingming pill in my hand. I got it from Tiansheng Sect when I traveled in Zhongzhou. It's been a long time, and the medicinal effect period is less than 30 years. If you are capable of preparing a breakthrough within 30 years, this Lingming pill is yours. Master, you can't lie to an honest man like me, really? I'm not trying to trick you, just see for yourself. Lin Xiao threw the Lingming pill to Yinanayu. Yinanayu broke through the Dao gang later than Baizichan, but his cultivation had already caught up with Baizichan. Both were at the 10th level of Dao gang, not far from the 11th level. It was still unclear whether he could catch up. Master, you can't favor one over the other. I've been doing the same during these years in Uyghur. Stop, there's hope for both, but you'd better complete a breakthrough to the 12th level of Dao gang within 30 years, and complete the polishing and precipitation. Otherwise I will have to sell it. I've already told Lengning of Tiansheng Sect about this. She's already at the 11th level. If she gets there first, I'll have to sell it to her. Ah, Master, this isn't good. This is an extremely important strategic resource. Our Tiansheng Sect is located too south, and we need a Lingguan cultivator to be in the north. The integration of Tiansheng is not something we can say casually. Don't blame me if you don't work hard. In addition, I asked Li Muxu to go to Uyghur to take charge over the years, to help you reduce the burden. If you still can't catch up, don't blame me. Lin Xiao glared. He didn't want to hide the matter of Lingmingdan, and he had to put some pressure on them. Many people had become much slack after breaking through Dao gang. A few days later, Li Muxu secretly went to Uyghur. She would disguise herself, change her appearance, sit in Changliu city, and deter the villains. When a spiritual light cultivator appeared, the other surrounding countries would not dare to spy on him at will. Soon after, Mo Yaoi from Tiansheng Sect came to Tiansheng Sect and wanted a Daoji pill. This was also what Lin Xiao had promised before. If a Dao gang cultivator died, they would be compensated with a Daoji pill. Although it was not free, it was also an extremely important benefit. Lin Xiao also agreed. After Mo Yaoi paid 1.3 million Zuan crystals, Lin Xiao gave him a Daoji pill. Then Lin Xiao left another one to pay those who borrowed money. The remaining 3 Daoji pills were put into the sect treasury for the Purple Mansion cultivators who made great contributions in this war. This time, Tiansheng Sect had 200 Purple Mansions participating in the war, and more than 60 people died in the battle, but many talents also emerged. Some of them had very good combat power, and even had a record of killing more than 10 Purple Mansions. For these talents, Lin Xiao naturally had to pay attention. There were not enough Dao Foundation pills to exchange, so Lin Xiao asked Ji Xiao to buy some treasures such as Zuan Huang Baoyu through external channels, to help them break through. Otherwise, the next Dao Foundation pill would take another 30 years, and he was afraid of missing the opportunity. Even so, Lin Xiao still owed Ji Xiao some rewards, but Lin Xiao really couldn't exchange things from the system at will. More than 4,000 people died, which deducted more than 200,000 and nearly 300,000 points from Lin Xiao. In addition to the 5th level magic tools exchanged by Lin Xiao and the consumption of the system's real life mode, Lin Xiao's points balance was reduced to less than 100,000. This was a very dangerous data, and he could only delay for a while. Chapter 315. Keep your word. In Gangming City, in the restaurant of Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao once again entertained the heads of many businesses, but this time, those who were invited were all those who had lent money to Tiansheng a few years ago. Before the banquet began, Lin Xiao paid off all the loans one by one. In addition to the shopkeeper Zhang, King Feng Pavilion also had a spiritual light cultivator. After all, the Dao fruit tree was too valuable. As a shopkeeper, he dared not make decisions easily. If something went wrong, he could not afford it. Since Lin Xiao killed LV Muayang and severely injured LV Yan, Lin Xiao's reputation has spread throughout more than a dozen countries in the southwest of Nansao. Lin Xiao's combat power is enough to make people look sideways. Ordinary spiritual light cultivators dare not compete with him. For example, Xiang State, east of LV State, came to Xian'an to show goodwill at the first time, saying that it wanted to coexist peacefully with Xian'an, and both sides should not gather troops on the border. Everyone is a friend. It is precisely because of this that Lin Xiao has the courage to let the rest of the spiritual light cultivators enter Gangming City, because Lin Xiao is sure to deal with any spiritual light cultivator. The power behind King Feng Pavilion is Wei State, and Wei State was once known as the Strong Wei. 5 or 6,000 years ago, Wei State was stronger than the current Song State. There were 3 Shengsu cultivators in the country. In Nansao, it ranked second only to big countries like Tianjin. It was the second tier power in Nansao, so it was called the Strong Wei. However, these 3 Shengsu cultivators failed to break through the 7th realm, and died one after another. After the death of the Shengsu cultivators, Wei State began to weaken. Although another Shengsu cultivator appeared later, he died unexpectedly while traveling outside, and failed to revitalize Wei State. In the past 2000 years, Wei State has been constantly weakening. Even Shengsu cultivators have not appeared again. Lingguan cultivators have also become fewer and fewer. Now there are only 5 people, and they are still weakening. Therefore, this fruit tree has a different meaning for them. After all, only when the number of Daogang cultivators increases can more Lingguan cultivators appear. Xian'an kept its word, and delivered the promised interest, Daojin, and Daogoshu. This made many businesses have a better impression of Xian'an. At the banquet, the praise for Lin Xiao was overflowing, and he kept praising him. After the banquet, the spiritual light monk of King Feng Pavilion also had a secret talk with Lin Xiao, talking about the in-depth cooperation between the 2 countries. Although Wei State was as strong as before, a lean camel was bigger than a horse, much stronger than Xian'an, and more importantly, they had a foundation there. Wei State has a history of more than 10,000 years, and its history is not shorter than that of Qi State. There are also many 5th level spiritual mountains in the country, so they have a lot of high level spiritual medicines, and every year, 5th and 6th level spiritual medicines mature. But the alchemy level of Wei State is very low. Not only does it not have a 5th level alchemist, it does not even have a 4th level upper grade one. The best alchemist is only a 4th level middle grade one, and its potential is exhausted. The state of Wei already knew that there were high level alchemists in Xian'an province. From the auction of Daoji pills, they guessed that there were at least 4th level high quality alchemists in Xian'an province, and they had already locked on Li Muxu. Therefore, it was easy for Li Muxu, a spiritual light cultivator, to become a 5th level alchemist. Once successful, it would be very beneficial to the state of Wei. You must know that the state of Wei had the reputation of being a strong Wei, and with this foundation, it was suppressed by the big countries above the state of Song. The suppression method was the 5th level elixir. The big countries such as the state of Song completely monopolized the refining of elixirs above the 5th level. The 5th and 6th level spiritual medicines that matured in the state of Wei every year were sold to the big countries such as the state of Song in exchange for 5th level elixirs, but the price was extremely expensive, and they were exploited miserably. Without enough 5th level elixirs, the spiritual light cultivators of the state of Wei would improve their cultivation very slowly. It was normal to upgrade one level every 50 years. According to the age at which they broke through the spiritual light, they had no chance to impact the Shengsu before they were 800 years old. It was precisely because of this that the state of Wei continued to weaken. If there were no other channels, To get enough 5th level elixirs, it is possible that in another 1 or 2,000 years, Wei will be threatened with extinction. This is why Wei privately sought cooperation with Lin. Lin Xiao naturally agreed to this. According to what Lin Xiao knew, Wu Muang and Lu Yan also rarely took 5th level elixirs. It was not because they had no money, but because a big country would not sell them to you at all. If you wanted to buy them, you had to go to Zhongzhou, and Zhongzhou was not a place where you could buy them whenever you wanted. Now we only know that Lin Xiao could barely keep up with the consumption of elixirs by borrowing the relationship of the Hao family. Tiansheng Sect had too poor a foundation. Although a lot of 5th level spiritual medicines were planted, they were still a long way from maturity. The slightly better 5th level spiritual medicines took thousands of years to mature, and Tiansheng Sect continued to reduce the maturity time, which took more than 200 years. Therefore, for a long time, Li Muxu could not get enough materials for the 5th level elixir, but now with the cooperation of Wei State, it was different. As long as there was money, there was hope to buy enough materials. After the secret talk, Lin Xiao sent the other party out of the country with courtesy. In the future, the cooperation between the two countries will be carried out secretly, mainly relying on the channel of King Feng Pavilion. It will be very secretive, so on the surface, the two people do not communicate much. After defeating Chunayang Palace, Lin Xiao became the focus of Xian'anzhao and was pushed to the feudal wave. At the same time, Xian'anzhao was like an independent kingdom, and many things had to be decided by Lin Xiao, which greatly increased Lin Xiao's workload. For this reason, Lin Xiao had to leave Jia Mengren, who was going back to Fenghe Island, and replace him with someone else, and then let Jia Mengren become Lin Xiao's spokesperson to deal with the affairs of the entire Xian'anzhao, such as dealing with some disputes. Lin Xiao concentrated on handling some internal affairs, mainly in the teaching of new disciples. This time, Tiansheng Sect lost more than 4,000 people, which could not be made up in a few years. Even many management positions in the sect were vacant, so Lin Xiao felt that he had to grasp the reputation of the newcomers. This stay lasted for 5 years. After 3 batches of new disciples graduated from the academy, Lin Xiao left the academy. In the past few years, 3 Dao Gang monks of Tiansheng Sect broke through. 2 of them broke through with Dao Jiden, and 1 failed. The Dao Gang monks lost in the war made up for it. However, when it comes to Dao Gang monks, Lin Xiao is still angry, because before the war, 2 Dao Gang monks who went out to travel, did not come back. They were afraid of fighting, and did not come back until the end of the war. So Lin Xiao made a decision to expel the 2 people, directly declared them traitors, and asked them to repay the investment of the sect in them, and part ways amicably, otherwise they would be hunted down to the end. But the 2 did not even dare to come back, and disappeared directly, out of the surveillance of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was short of manpower, and they were in the scope of Zhongzhou, so Tiansheng Sect had no way to deal with them. Although Lin Xiao had issued a hunting order, several years had passed, and still no one was found. Lin was half dead, and wished to hunt down the traitors himself. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the sect, Lin Xiao went into seclusion again. This time, he was in seclusion for 5 years. After 5 years, Lin Xiao's cultivation level was raised by 1 level, reaching the 2nd level of Lingguang. Lin Xiao has been breaking through for almost 30 years. If he had not been implicated in the war, he could have improved his cultivation level long ago. However, at Lin Xiao's age, it doesn't matter if he wastes a few years. On the contrary, Lu Yan can't afford to waste time. Lu Yan has dodged the self-explosion of the real person mode several times. He is very lucky, but he has been injured many times. Now that 10 years have passed since the war, Lu Yan has not recovered from his injuries. And according to the report of the Night Owl's internal response, Lu Yan's injury this time is not only a problem of his foundation, but also greatly reduces his lifespan. Even if he takes the treasure of longevity, it is estimated that he will not live to be 800 years old. His physical body is severely injured. Lu Yan's age should be over 700 years old now. After all, Lin Xiao also participated in his 500th birthday ceremony. It can be calculated that Lu Yan's lifespan is less than 100 years. Chunayang Palace also had problems with the successor. In the last war, 6 Daogang monks died in Chunhyang Palace, 3 of whom were Daogang monks from the Chunhyang Palace headquarters. Because of the war financial problems, not a single Daogang monk was trained in 10 years. Now there are 3 people in Chunhyang Palace who are most likely to break through the spiritual light. One of them is LV Muang, the direct descendant of LV Yan, who is responsible for the leader of the intelligence department of Chunhyang Palace. The other 2 are Daogang monks from the 6 major families, including Li Changqing, an old acquaintance of Lin Xiao. If LV Muang does not speed up the breakthrough of the spiritual light, Chunhyang Palace will be in great trouble. Assuming that Li Changqing breaks through and LV Yan dies, it is still unclear whether Chunhyang Palace will be named Li or LV in the future. Chunhyang Palace, which is under internal and external troubles, seems particularly desolate. Now it is all supported by LV Yan alone. He dare not die now. Once he dies, Chunhyang Palace will be completely finished. However, no matter how hard it was for him, Lin Xiao would not let him go easily. After the activities of Night Owl over the years, the other 5 neutral states and counties of Lu State have begun to lean towards Xianan State. The forces pro-Chunhyang Palace have been suppressed in a series of ways. Night Owl even planned several assassinations to deal with the other side's jihads. It won't take long before the leaders of these sects will become pro-Xianan State. Now Lin Xiao didn't ask them to change their ways because he didn't want to provoke Kang State and Xianxi State. Xianan State has not recovered from the war yet. If another 30 years pass, they can directly take action. Now someone has suggested to Lin Xiao whether Xianan State should establish a country. After all, the size of Xianan State is too large now. The territory is much larger than that of Chunhyang Palace. It is not reasonable to call it a state, and the name is not loud enough. Many activities in Nansha are carried out as a country. If a country is not established, it still has to follow the name of Chunhyang Palace when going out, which is also a bit hurtful to morale. Lin Xiao thought about it seriously and felt that this made sense, but it was still too early to establish a country now. He could wait until the other 5 states and counties showed their flags, which would take only a few decades. However, the name of the country could be considered. Speaking of the name, Lin Xiao was helpless because the names of the countries in Nansha were too random. For example, the Lu state was named after the head of the dominant sect, Chunhyang Palace, whose surname was Lu. The same was true for the Yellow state, and the Wei state was even more obvious. In the future, the country name could not be called the Lin state, which was too undomineering. Why not call her the little sister next door? Therefore, the name of the country made Lin Xiao rack his brains. Chapter 316. Difficulty in establishing a country's name. The more peaceful Xianxia became, the more a group of people wanted to stir up trouble. Of course, they also wanted to justify their reputation, so they all advised Lin Xiao to come up with a country name as soon as possible, so that the disciples of Xianxia would have a home and know where their roots were. Seeing that a group of people were talking about things so grandly, Lin Xiao followed their wishes. He first found Li Yiwen and a group of people in charge to discuss how to establish the country. Since there must be a name of the country, there must also be a country, otherwise a name is useless. Lin Xiao asked Li Yiwen and others to establish a strict mortal management system. Lin Xiao had been present for this matter a long time ago, including letting those retired disciples go to live in mortal villages and towns. But it was not enough. Compared with the feudal country in Lin Xiao's previous life, this was simply a barbaric level. Just look at the speed of population increase. The base of more than 2 million people has only increased by about 1 million in 100 years. Otherwise, Xianxia has been expanding continuously. How can there be the current population? Compared with the actions of the Tiansheng Sect, the other sects were even worse off. They were completely laissez-faire, and their population growth was not as good as that of the Tiansheng Sect. So this time, since they wanted to establish a country, they had to establish an administrative system for the people, and they had to effectively manage the mortals, with the focus on rapidly increasing the population of mortals. As soon as this request came out, Li Yiwen and others were immediately overwhelmed, because the countries in the southwest of Nansha did not have such an administrative system at all. The management of mortals was a laissez-faire style. Although there were government offices, most of them were arrogant. Even cultivators did not know how to manage, let alone mortals. But Lin Xiao didn't care about that. Lin Xiao wrote down some administrative systems and official names he knew in his previous life, and gave them to Li Yiwen, and then asked Zhu Xiao to search for many similar management books in Zhongzhou. This administrative system was relatively mature in Zhongzhou. After studying for several months, Li Yiwen finally came up with an answer that Lin Xiao could barely accept, and Lin Xiao was ready to discuss it when the time came. Afterwards, Lin Xiao summoned the leaders of various clans in Xianan Prefecture to discuss the matter, and invited the leaders of major businesses in Gangming City to listen in. Hundreds of people filled the entire restaurant. The reason why the meeting was held in the restaurant was that these decisions had not yet been passed, so they had to be discussed first, and then a formal meeting would be held to make a decision after the discussion was passed. Everyone, 10 years ago, Xian'an defeated Chun'ang Palace, and has actually become an independent kingdom outside of Lu State. Therefore, it isn't appropriate to use the name of Lu State again. Tiansheng Sect is the head of Xian'an. At your invitation, we have taken full responsibility for the establishment of the country. After several months of hard work, we have made the following decisions. Please listen. The first point is that we must not only have the name of the country, but also the reality of the country. The country can be established slowly, but the administrative system must be established as soon as possible. The reason why Zhongzhou is so powerful, in addition to the fact that they are the first territory developed by the human race, is that they have hundreds of millions of mortals who can continuously produce cultivators. Even various peerless geniuses can appear frequently when the population base is large enough, and these genius cultivators give back to the mortals and provide them with shelter, so Zhongzhou is prosperous. Therefore, mortals are the foundation of the world of immortal cultivation. Without mortals, there will be no prosperous world of immortal cultivation. What we have to do is to effectively manage mortals and guide them on how to cultivate land, grow money and food, and raise children. However, these things are not enough for us immortal cultivators, so we must mobilize the power of mortals, that is, to establish an effective management system. After our discussion, we decided to divide the entire Xian'an into 7 roads, with counties under the roads, townships under the counties, and villages under the townships. The size of the villages is determined by the number of mortals. Here we will only talk about the roads. Please see, this is the current territory map of Xian'an. Among the 7 roads, Xian'an belongs to Zili Road. Gangming City is the capital. The south of the former Chen State is the Northwest Road. The area of the former Xianluo City is the Northern Road, and the original. Li Yiwen took out the map of Xian'an to explain that the Tiansheng Sect divided the territory of Xian'an into 7 pieces. Basically, each of the 5 sects is in charge of one piece, and the 2 4th level sacred mountains in Xian'an are in charge of one piece, and the same is true for Bai'an. Please note that these 7 daos have governor-general positions. The governors of 5 of them are commanded by Tiansheng Sect, Danyang Sect, Hongshan Sect, Shan Sect, and Qianhe Sect, while the other 2 daos are designated by Shan'ang Sect and other 4 sects. These governors general can be held by mortals or by monks, but it is not hereditary or lifelong. A governor general's term of office is 30 years, and a governor from the same family cannot be re-elected in 3 realms. Similarly, the same applies to future emperors. There will be no royal family members, and they will be replaced when the term of office is up. After the sects have designated governors, they have to set up the administrative structure. The Ministry of Personnel is in charge of personnel, the Ministry of Rights is in charge of etiquette, the Ministry of Punishment is in charge of public security, the Ministry of Households is in charge of financial resources, the Ministry of Works is in charge of water conservancy in mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, and so on. These 5 departments must also be set up at the county level, and the townships and villages require more swordsmanship. Please note that these mortal officials are in charge of mortals, and the various sects have demarcated some territories that do not need to be governed by mortals. In addition, if there are conflicts between immortal cultivators and their descendants and mortals, they must be dealt with fairly. Immortal cultivators must be stationed at the county level and above. If the county can't handle it, then find the governor. The governor can find his own backers to solve the problem. The king will send people to supervise. If you are unfair, the Tiansheng Sect will intervene. Moreover, this is the initial establishment. If the governors and county magistrates cannot manage well, the king will notify the various sects to replace them. If they still can't do a good job, after replacing 3 people, the king has the right to revoke the governor's right to appoint them. Li Xiao spoke without stopping, and talked about the blueprint he had made in the past few months. He talked for more than an hour. In fact, this was also a meeting for the division of the various sects in Tiansheng. The interests of the entire Tiansheng were divided up, and the governors of the various sects were appointed by them. Is there anything else to say? But the Tiansheng Sect also has the right to intervene in the people under the rule of other sects. If you are not capable of management, then you abdicate, and I will send someone capable. The operation of a country is a very strict and huge matter. The various departments and institutions are very complicated. Everyone was stunned. These are things that the monks in the southwest of Nanzhao have never seen. Master Li, may I ask, if mortals are in charge, then how do we recruit disciples every year? Zheng Yunlong was confused, but he did not forget the key point. The most important thing for mortals is disciples. If there is no such thing, what is the purpose of the governor? Of course it is divided by region. For example, your Tiansheng Sect is in charge of the Northwest Road, and you appoint a governor of the Northwest Road, and then divide the Northwest Road into 7 counties. Then, as the governor, you have the right to recruit disciples in 3 counties, and the remaining 4 counties are appointed by other sects. If the magistrate of a certain county abuses his power for personal gain, causing public resentment, and the number of mortals decreases instead of increases, then the governor can exercise the power of supervision and order them to correct their behavior. If they fail to correct their behavior after several attempts, you can apply to the king to deprive the magistrate of his position. At the same time, you must also take out some villages to reward the remaining counties, or even take them back to the governor. This is great. Master Li is awesome. Zheng Yunlong understood it all at once. This gives the governor great distribution power, forcing small sects to take the trouble to manage the mortals. If you can't manage it well, then your territory can be deprived and assigned to others or to themselves. Li Xiao continued to speak, while Lin Xiao was listening to him with some annoyance. These administrative systems were not what he wanted, and they were a mess. But there was nothing he could do. This was a startup, so he had to do it step by step. The rules were also slowly established. In short, this system was actually not much different from the current one. The interests of each sect were the same as before, but the obligation to manage mortals was imposed on each sect. If you didn't manage well, you would be disqualified, and the benefits of these disqualifications would be supplemented to the major sects. In this way, a pyramid-shaped management system was formed, and various resources continued to accumulate upwards. If the sects below didn't work hard, they would be weakened, and it would be difficult for them to turn over. The promotion channels were also fixed. Of course, all of this was just an outline, and how to implement it specifically had to be carefully discussed by the people in each sect who were good at management, and this had nothing to do with Lin Xiao and the others. After talking about the administrative agencies, let's talk about the country name. This was also a headache, because some of the better country names had already been used. Now let's talk about the name of the country. We have thought of several names for the time being: Zhao, Jin, and Yun. What do you think of these 4 names? Master Li, I have something to say. Please speak, Manager Zhang. The name Jin is not acceptable. Jin is the overlord of Western continent, and its status is equivalent to that of Arkan state in Southern continent. If you choose this name, people will cause trouble for you. Zhao is not an option either. Zhao is an ancient country in central China. Although it is now so weak that it is not worth mentioning, it is still a behemoth for Xianan province. Jin Kingdom is feasible. Jin Kingdom is a country in the northern continent. It is not very powerful, and is thousands of miles away from the southern continent. There is nothing to worry about if we name it Jin Kingdom. Shopkeeper Zhang is knowledgeable and Li Yuan admires him. Let's cross out Zhao and Jin. Master Li, let's choose Yun Kingdom. It's similar to our Xianan continent anyway. Wouldn't Yun Kingdom be domineering enough? It sounds feminine. How else can we use Lin Kingdom? It's customary to name it after Master Lin's surname. Lin Kingdom, no. It doesn't sound right. Then tell me, what's a good name? How should I know? I'm just a rough guy. Master Lin, make a decision. Everyone pass the ball to Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao looked melancholy. This was the name of the country, and it was given to him. Was it so casual? Shopkeeper Zhang, you are knowledgeable. How about you give me some suggestions? However, Lin Xiao kicked the ball to outsiders again, which was even more amazing. He was too lazy to think about it. Haha, then it's better to obey than to be respectful. I have been in Gangming City for decades, and I know the development history of Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng. In just 200 years, Tiansheng has expanded from a small place to one of the more than a dozen powerful countries in the southwest of Nansao. What does it rely on? It is not just talking, but relying on the hard work under the hands and the world conquered by both hands. If there is no extremely strong military force, how can there be today Tiansheng? How can? Wu country, Wu of military force, haha. Master Lin is quick-witted, and I admire him well. Let's establish a country today, and the name of the country is Wu. Lin Xiao shouted. This shopkeeper is really capable. Why didn't he think of it? Chapter 317. Establishing a nation through military force. The matter of establishing the country was decided in this way. The world of cultivating immortals did not need any grand ceremony, or even any ritual. For a country on the edge of the wilderness, etiquette was a very empty thing, and not many people paid attention to it. Lin Xiao held a banquet, and established the country. Afterwards, all the sects sent back the news that Tiansheng was renamed Wuguo to the countries in the southwest of Nansao. The boundary markers on the border were replaced with new ones. It was that simple. However, Lin Xiao still gave speeches many times, emphasizing the significance of Wuguo. Zhang, the shopkeeper of King Feng Pavilion, was right. This world only recognized fists. The law of the jungle and the social rules of the survival of the fittest were actually very obvious. Military preparations must not be relaxed. Of course, it was impossible to relax. In fact, the newly established Wuguo was still full of challenges. Chunhyang Palace would not be willing to let Wuguo take away most of its territory. Kangou was still eyeing it covetously, and the wild monsters of the enemy of the human race were also a huge threat. According to the rules of the wilderness, a beast tide will be launched every 300 or 400 years, because many monsters are also very fertile. 300 or 400 years is enough for their population to surge hundreds of times, so large that the wilderness cannot bear it. Then it is necessary to launch a beast tide, with the help of humans, to consume a large number of low-level monsters, and even seize territory, to expand the living environment of the race. Now it has been almost 200 years since the last beast tide. In just 100 or 200 years, the beast tide will appear again. At that time, Wu State will be on the front line, and it must be on guard against Lu State making trouble. At that time, the pressure will be very heavy. It is precisely because of this that Lin Xiao repeatedly warned the various sects not to get carried away. There will be another catastrophe to overcome in 100 or 200 years. Only after this catastrophe can Wu State be considered a real country. Half a month after the country was named, the heads of the 8 sects including Tiansheng Sect gathered in Tiansheng Sect. Li Yuan of Tiansheng Sect came out to formally discuss the establishment of the administrative system, mainly how to divide the interests of mortals. When Wuguo was first established, according to Lin Xiao's instructions, the interests of each sect remained unchanged for decades. For example, when assigning governors and county magistrates, the number of mortals under the Tiansheng Sect should be determined to ensure the interests of everyone, big and small. In addition, the previous rules of sect territories were reset, according to the division rules of the 9-grade sect system. For example, a 9th grade sect with condensed meridians cultivators would have a sect territory of 10 miles for them to govern. An 8th grade sect would have 50 miles, a 7th grade sect would have 100 miles, and a 6th grade sect would have 200 miles. Even if the Tiansheng Sect is now a 6th grade sect, with the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate as a core, the territory within 200 miles is the Tiansheng Sect. As for the other sacred mountains of each sect, the mountains are used as boundaries. The mountains belong to each sect, and the mountains are for mortals. After more than half a month of wrangling, the framework of the administrative system was finally set up. Wu State took Gangming City as its capital, and the scope of the capital had to be expanded by another 500 miles from Gangming City. That is, a mortal city had to be built 200 or 300 miles away from Gangming City as the center of the mortal administrative system, with a palace and a king. The first king, Lin Xiao, appointed a grandson of the previous chief elder, Zhang Mingtang, who is now the head of the Zhang family of Tiansheng Sect, as compensation for Zhang Baosheng's failure to be elected as the chief elder. However, the Zhang family is not a royal family. There is no such thing in Wu State, and it is replaced every 30 years. The grandson of Zhang Mingtang is called Zhang Baolin. His cultivation aptitude is not high. He is in his 40s and has only reached the third level of condensed veins. However, he is extremely enthusiastic about the position of king. He also understands that, although this is to manage mortals, there are still great benefits. After Zhang Baolin arrived, he immediately mobilized young and strong mortals and the Zhang family's own cultivators to help build the mortal capital and palace, and at the same time, began to build the mortal administrative system. The 5 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Punishment, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Works were quickly established. The ministers of these 5 ministries were all mortal relatives of powerful people in Wu State, or cultivators with poor qualifications and no Taoism, such as the strongest Bei family in Tiansheng Sect. The Bei family has 4 Daogang cultivators, and Bei Zixi is also a 4th level alchemist. The power in Tiansheng Sect is extremely huge. It can be said that no one can suppress them except Lin Xiao. The Bei family naturally wants to control important positions. Now what Zhang Baolin needs to do is to balance the interests of all parties. The remaining 4 ministries are held by the mortal clans of the 4 sects of Tiansheng Sect. The ministers have been determined, and many positions such as principals and directors are needed. Zhang Baolin has designated some, and the major families have also recommended talents and quickly filled them. The administrative system is established from top to bottom. The 5 ministries of Wu State are still nominal positions now, and each sect just occupies a quota. The real power is still the governor. The position of governor has now been taken by Zhang Baolin, on the grounds that it is easy to manage. Subsequently, the 5 houses under the governor are also occupied by mortal clans in Tiansheng Sect. Going down the list, the next one is the county magistrate, and after the county magistrate are the villages and towns. There is only one sect involved in Zilidao, so the work is much simpler. For example, there are more than a dozen small sects involved in Tiansheng Sect, so there are more disputes. However, Zhang Baolin doesn't care about so much. He can only take care of his own affairs. When various administrative systems are implemented at the county level, the backbones of various departments actually start to have problems. The reason is that the bosses of various departments are all occupied by people from various families. What about the elites among millions of mortals? And there are many people needed. Zhang Baolin also found that the elites among mortals are not enough. The key lies in the literacy rate. The literacy rate in the world of immortal cultivation is 100%. It is impossible for an illiterate person to cultivate immortality. If you don't even know the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body, how can you cultivate immortality? If you don't even know the skills and martial arts, how can you cultivate immortality? But among the mortals in the world of immortal cultivation, the literacy rate is very low. Except for the families related to the immortal cultivators who will spontaneously let some direct descendants learn to read, the rest are basically illiterate, because there is no need at all. As you can imagine, the literacy rate is so low that it is outrageous. For this reason, Zhang Baolin's first thing is to eliminate illiteracy. He borrowed the practice of the Tiansheng Sect Disciple Academy and summoned hundreds of people to go to various counties for literacy. It is not necessary for those people to read many books. They only need to know about 3,000 words and be able to solve daily reading and writing. Basic literacy only takes a few months. In less than half a year, Zhang Baolin got tens of thousands of mortals who can read and write daily, so various departments began to be enriched, and the entire administrative agency was basically built. But after the construction, there are more things to do. The first thing is to have a clearer statistics of mortals, establish a household registration system, and then measure the fields, reclaim wasteland, collect taxes, etc. There are so many things that Zhang Baolin wants to cry. With Lin Xiao's habits and personality, he just left the matter to Zhang Baolin. He didn't have the energy to manage a mortal country with a population of tens of millions. After the matter was handed over, Lin Xiao began to deal with the major events of the Tiansheng Sect. The first one was about the reaction of Chunhyang Palace after the establishment of the Wu Kingdom. According to the news from the Night Snack spies, the establishment of the Wu Kingdom caused an uproar in Chunhyang Palace, but because they had just failed, no one dared to say that they would attack the Wu Kingdom. In addition to restoring their strength, Chunhyang Palace's energy is currently fighting for the other 5 states and counties of the Lu Kingdom. After all, the Lu Kingdom has established its prestige for 1,000 years. After the pro-Chunhyang Palace leaders in the 5 states and counties were supported, they occupied a lot of voice and are now in a tug-of-war with the pro-Wu Kingdom leaders. Lin Xiao was helpless about this. Originally, the founding of the country was planned to be done in another 30 years, but the various sects could not wait, so they moved it forward. Now they feel a little weak. The 5 states and counties of Lu State became the battlefields of the 2 countries' struggle. Lin Xiao felt that the Tiansheng Sect could not bear it alone, so he asked Jinan to come forward and contact the sects of Danliang Sect to work together to try to win over the 5 states and counties and strengthen the strength of Wu State. For this reason, Lin Xiao decided to open up the channels of Beicheng merchants and let Danliang Sect and others invest. Tiansheng Sect will still control most of the channels. The 4 sects of Danliang Sect will invest manpower and financial resources, each accounting for 15% of the shares, and Tiansheng Sect will account for 40% of the shares. The remaining hundreds of small forces can use the channels of the merchant to sell goods, but they have to pay management fees, which is equivalent to paying taxes. With the support of various sects, the strength of Beicheng merchants has once again skyrocketed, and they can open up farther trade routes, have more sufficient goods and stronger guards, and are more confident in the competition with other national merchants. In addition, Lin Xiao also organized people to go into the wilderness to hunt monsters. The production of various sacred mountains alone would bring in very slow returns. Hunting monsters and collecting spiritual medicines were ways to quickly gain wealth, and most casual cultivators live this way. Of course, Lin Xiao wanted to find out the strength of the wild monster king closest to Wu State. The biggest threat to the southwest end of Nansha was the 6th order purple-eyed monster king, and this purple-eyed monster king had many 4th and 5th order monsters under his command. No one knew how many of these monsters there were, but Lin Xiao wanted to know, because only by knowing yourself and the enemy could you win every battle. So under the advocacy of the Tiansheng Sect, each sect organized elite disciples to go into the wilderness to gather information, investigate the types and strength of monsters, draw maps, and so on. In this busy time, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, most of the administrative agencies at all levels of Wuguo Zilidao have been built, and the household registration system, taxes, land measurement and many other things have been completed. Planned large-scale construction of roads, water conservancy facilities, reclamation of wasteland, and establishment of schools, hospitals and many other facilities have begun. It can be said that a feudal-level social management system has been established and has begun to play a role. The infant mortality rate has greatly decreased, and the birth rate has greatly increased in the past 10 years. But Zilidao is also the best. Many places are still in a mess. Lin Xiao doesn't care about these. When the time comes, they will know the benefits of these methods. On this day, Lingming came to Tiansheng Sect and asked Lin Xiao to buy Lingming Dan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Immortal Execution Arrow. Lingling broke through to the Dao Gang much earlier than Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao had just broken through to the Zifu level, Leng Ning was already at the 9th level of the Zifu level. Now, it has been more than 30 years since Lin Xiao broke through to the Lingguang level, and Leng Ning has also broken through to the 12th level of the Dao Gang. Senior Sister Ling, I know you are anxious, but breaking through Lingguang is not a trivial matter. It can easily cause serious injuries and countless deaths. You just broke through the 12th level not long ago, and the Lingming pill in my hand has a shelf life of only 20 years. You got it. You must be anxious to break through. I think I'm harming you, Master Lin. On the path of cultivation, if you don't make progress, you will regress. If you don't try hard, how do you know whether you will fail or succeed? Senior Sister Leng is only 350 or 60 years old now, and you still have more than 100 years to live. Why don't you wait a few more years? If you wait a few more years, can you still get the Lingming pill? This, Lin can't guarantee it, that's right. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You also said that I still have about 150 years to live. If I don't die this time, I can heal my injuries for a few decades and have a chance to make another attempt. What are you afraid of? Hey, it seems it's hard to convince you, please give up. Master Lin Lengning bowed his hands and said that the only 2 places in the whole South continent that had the hope of getting the Lingming pill were Qi and Qin, but these 2 countries rarely had it, and only a few pills were produced every 100 years. Hundreds of countries were vying for it, and with the power of the Tiansheng Sect, it was impossible to get it. Even if they got it, it would be a disaster, and would attract powerful enemies to rob and kill them, so the Lingming pill in Lin Xiao's hand was really a once in a lifetime opportunity for her. Okay, this Lingming pill was obtained by me spending 5 million Zuan crystals and a huge favor. The Qin state auctioned it for more than 10 million Zuan crystals, so I will only sell it to you for 10 million Zuan crystals. Okay, plus Lengning, owes sect leader Lin a big favor, so if you need me in the future, just tell me. But sect leader Lin, I can't come up with 10 million Zuan crystals right now. My personal savings over the years are only more than 2 million, and the sect has supported me with 3 million. So I want to owe 5 million first. If I succeed, Lengning will naturally pay back the 5 million. If I unfortunately die, then the 5 million Zuan crystals will be paid back by the Tiansheng Sect. I'm willing to sign a contract and swear an oath. How about it? Okay. Senior Wang Dao helped me a lot in the past, and you and I have known each other for 200 years. This little thing is naturally okay. Lin Xiao agreed without much thought. He believed that the Tiansheng Sect would not cheat, and they still had some credibility. If Lingning broke through the Lingguang period, it would be of great benefit to the Wu state. Even in the absence of a big external enemy, relying on Lengning and Li Muxu, Lin Xiao can travel again. In the world of the 5 continents, Lin Xiao has not even been to 1/10 of the places. Immediately, the 2 signed a contract. Lin Xiao gave Lingming Dan to Lengning, including the brocade box. The brocade box is also a big treasure. The elixir inside can greatly delay the loss of the efficacy of the medicine. Lengning thanked her again and left. She will be very busy next. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be in seclusion, and it will be a deadly seclusion. Either break through the spiritual light, or be seriously injured or die. Lin Xiao always feels a little sad for every old friend who leaves. In this world, he has fewer and fewer friends, and fewer people can keep up with him. It is no wonder that the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the fewer descendants will be. It is really too uncomfortable to feel that the old man sends the young man away. Once his descendants are not qualified for cultivation, they will definitely die in front of him. That kind of pain is not acceptable to everyone. Some high-level cultivators simply don't marry and have children. As for physiological impulses, sorry, there is no such thing. When a cultivator reaches a high level, all of them have extraordinary perseverance. Even if it is a very powerful illusion, the desire can be restrained, not to mention the mere physiological impulse, which is not a big deal at all. A Qingxinju can solve it. Lin Xiao asked Li Yuan about the situation of the sect. It has been more than 20 years since the war that defeated Chunayang Palace, and the vitality of Wugo has been restored. For Tiansheng Sect, the number of disciples has been growing over the years and has recovered to more than 18,000 people. 3 Dao gangs died in the battle and new Dao gangs appeared. The dozens of purple palaces lost were also replaced by new disciples. The only thing that is still missing is the money accumulated before. After all, it takes 50 to 60 years to make up for tens of millions of Zuan crystals. 20 years is too short. Weiguo continued to transfuse blood to the sect and made great contributions to the recovery of the sect. Li Muxu's 20 years of sitting there also completely stabilized the situation of Weiguo. So, Li Muxu announced a retreat in Weiguo, but actually quietly returned to Gangming City. The reason why Li Muxu came back was that there were too few rare materials in Weiguo, which had a great restriction on the improvement of her alchemy skills, so she might as well come back. Li Muxu's alchemy skills had also reached a critical moment. She already had a high rate of producing 4th grade top grade elixirs, no less than 80%. After all, she had been doing it for hundreds of years, and she had begun to prepare to break through the 5th grade. The materials for the 5th grade elixir were difficult to collect. The spiritual medicine garden of the Tiansheng Sect planted a lot of them, but none of them could mature in recent years, and all of them needed to be purchased from outside. In the past, most of the high-grade spiritual medicines were obtained by Yi Xiao, but for the 5th grade spiritual medicine, Yi Xiao was no longer able to do it. This thing was too precious and too eye-catching, which would bring great danger to Yi Xiao. Now it mainly depends on the sector search and issue tasks in Gangming City. Some casual cultivators with good luck can get some in the wilderness. In addition, there are some small sects and small forces. Although many small sects are not strong, they have a long history. The spiritual medicines planted by the ancestors of these small sects have been cultivated for thousands of years and have become their extremely important source of income today. Just like the baking divine flower of Tiansheng Sect, it is a 5th level spiritual tree. It took them more than 1,000 years to cultivate it successfully, and then it can bloom once every 10 years. Those baking divine flowers have become an extremely important source of income for Tiansheng Sect. If they can cultivate a 4th level alchemist to refine baking divine flower pills, the value will be even higher. Alchemists in the breakthrough period are the poorest. The cost of a furnace of 5th level pills is more than 1 million, and to stabilize the pill rate, a lot of practice is required, which will also result in a large loss. For this reason, Lin Xiao also specially funded Li Muxu with 10 million Zuan crystals, almost emptying Lin Xiao's own pocket. Li Muxu went to King Feng Pavilion more and more frequently, because the Wei state behind King Feng Pavilion could continuously provide Li Muxu with pills, and the cooperation between the two sides began to become closer and closer. Just like this, another 10 years passed. The Dao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect was about to mature. The people of Tiansheng Sect hurriedly purchased the remaining materials for Dao Foundation pills. Basic C was also ready to refine Dao Foundation pills again. In recent years, Li Muxu let Basic C refine the 4th grade pills, which greatly improved Basic C's alchemy skills. The 4th grade top grade pills also had a stable pill yield rate. This time, the number of Dao Foundation pills refined was estimated to increase by 1 or 2. Ding dong. Please note that the system's side quest has been completed. Dao Gang monks have appeared on Fenghuo Island. The grade of Fenghuo Island has reached the 7th grade branch. The host is rewarded with 30,000 points and a mysterious gift. Please accept it. On this day, Lin Xiao was in seclusion, and suddenly the system sent a notification. Lin Xiao quickly opened his eyes and checked the storage ring. In the storage ring, there was a long wooden box with a talisman on it. System, what is this mysterious gift? The host will know when he opens it. Okay. Lin Xiao opened the wooden box, and suddenly a rush of evil spirit rushed towards him. Lin Xiao was shocked and quickly closed the wooden box. System, are you kidding me? Ding dong, the mysterious gift information is confirmed. Host, do you want to accept it? Accepting dong. The mysterious gift information is as follows. Zhugs an arrow. Zhugs an arrow is. Lin Xiao's mind appeared the information of the mysterious gift. There was an arrow in the wooden box, but this arrow was not an ordinary thing, but a 7th level treasure, made from many 7th level spiritual objects, and its name was Zhugs an arrow. Of course, this Yuxin arrow could not kill immortals, but it was very simple to kill a 6th level Shengsu period cultivator. It could be used 3 times. Even a 7th level cultivator could kill one person before the power was exhausted. It was an extremely powerful treasure. As soon as he saw these data, Lin Xiao was ecstatic. This was a 7th level treasure. Even if there were hundreds of millions of Zuanjing in the market, it couldn't be bought. Yes, it couldn't be bought. Even at the top auctions in Zhangzhou, treasures of this level would not flow out. They were traded 1 or 2 in the form of butter. You wouldn't see one in 100 years. Unless they were too poor to survive, no one would sell it. They would put it in the sect's treasury as a foundation. Even if there is a beast tide, I'm not afraid. If the purple-eyed monster king dares to come, then kill him. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He had always been worried that the purple-eyed monster king would launch a beast tide. At that time, the original territory in the south of Chen State would be the first to bear the brunt. Those territories belonged to Wu State and were an important part of Wu State. There were several 4th level sacred mountains there. If they were breached by monsters, it would be a big deal. Now with this Yuxin arrow, Lin Xiao didn't have to be afraid. Lin Xiao looked up some usages of Yuxin arrows and began to practice them. He would not put this thing in the sect's treasury, but keep it on his body for self-defense. The 7th level treasure is extremely difficult to refine, so Lin Xiao spent more than 3 months on it. After Lin Xiao came out of retreat, he also received Yu Xiangxiang's report. Now, after more than 100 years of operation, Fenghuo Island has more than 1 million mortals and more than 4,000 monks. The local monks of Fenghuo Island have just broken through the Daogang period, so Fenghuo Island already has 3 Daogang monks sitting in, and there are also 70 or 80 Zifu monks. The market on the island has also expanded a lot, and even the treasure ship island has accumulated 5 ships. Even without the 8 alliances, Fenghuo Island has the strength to protect itself. Lin Xiao quickly replied to Yu Xiangxiang, encouraging them to continue to maintain stability, increase investment in disciples, and cultivate spiritual monks as soon as possible. At that time, not only can they get 100,000 points at a time, but there will also be a mysterious gift. This makes Lin Xiao look forward to it. Chapter 319, Changes in Beiyu City. The mysterious gift brought to Lin Xiao by the breakthrough on Fenghuo Island made Lin Xiao overjoyed, and he was also looking forward to the next mysterious gift. He wondered if it would bring him a 9th level treasure. If so, Tiansheng Sect would be famous throughout Nanzhou. Later, Lin Xiao also wrote a letter to Weiguo. Weiguo's foundation was much better than Fenghuo Island, with more mortals and higher spiritual veins. It was also necessary to cultivate Daogang monks as soon as possible, so that Lin Xiao could get another big gift. At the same time, points were also very important. After more than 30 years of accumulation, Lin Xiao's points returned to more than 300,000. Now Lin Xiao rarely redeemed treasures from the points mall. Basically, there were only pills for his own practice. The rest of the expenses were all spent on the sect, such as the huge number of high-level spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden and the sutra pavilion. Master, you have been in a good mood these few days. Is there something good? Muzu, what are you talking about? Can't you be in a good mood without good news? Ahem. Master, what do you think our Tiansheng Sect is lacking? If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Master, our mountain gate's spiritual vein hasn't been improved for more than 100 years, and the Zuan key is not enough again. I'm a dignified Lingguang ancestor, and I have to be very careful in my cultivation. It would be so embarrassing to tell others about it. You should tell Li Yuan this. What's the use of looking for me? I still have to rely on Zuan crystals to make up for it. Now that I'm not in seclusion, I have to pay out of my own pocket and spend tens of thousands of Zuan crystals a year. Lin Xiao simply spread his hands. He really had no way to do this. The spiritual vein from the 4th to the 5th level is a big hurdle. More than 100 years ago, the spiritual vein of the Tiansheng Sect was already the 4th grade upper grade, and now it is still very difficult to advance. Ordinary treasures for improving spiritual veins are no longer effective, and better treasures are not available on the market. No one would dislike their spiritual veins being too high level, so they can only use black crystals to slowly improve. It is the same in Gangming City. I told Li Yiwen, and he has no choice. He has already spent more than 100,000 black crystals a year to nourish the spiritual veins, and he doesn't know when to improve them. In fact, the one who understands spiritual veins must be a geomancer. The key is that geomancers are too difficult to cultivate. After hundreds of years, not even a second level geomancer has been cultivated. I'm convinced. Lin Xiao was unhappy when he talked about this matter. The next system upgrade was to raise the level of geomancers to the 4th level, but more than 100 years had passed, and not even a second level geomancer had been cultivated. These people were still Zifu Daogang cultivators, and God knew how they practiced. Master, how about I also learn the geomancer's inheritance? No, I've read a little about that stuff. It's superstitious. Don't learn it, or you'll become stupid. Lin Xiao hurriedly stopped him. The geomancer's inheritance was not only related to geography such as mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, but also involved things like astronomy and numerology, which were very mysterious. Otherwise, if it was just geography, with his level as a top student in liberal arts in his previous life, he might have made a breakthrough. But Lin Xiao gave up. After reading a little bit before, he felt that he could not handle it. Okay, then you should hurry up and urge them. Now cultivation has become a problem. It is too difficult for us. Or you can send the Daogang monks away again. I will not be at peace until the Lu Kingdom is destroyed. The Daogang monks cannot be dispersed. Forget about it. If it doesn't work, just pile up the Zuan crystals. Anyway, the bottles of kindling wine must be refined with Zuan crystal shells. How is your alchemy? It's always that little bit short. I have scrapped 3 furnaces of 5th level elixirs and lost more than 4 million Zuan crystals. How many copies of the Inheritance Insights of 5th level alchemists have you read? I got 1 copy from the sect, and I found 2 copies myself. The 2 copies you gave me, Master, make it 5 copies now. I don't think it's a matter of Inheritance Insights. It may also be because of insufficient foundation. Over the years, I gave all the 4th level elixirs to Basic C, and I have refined very few myself. So you came to me today because you can't save face and want to get those opportunities back. Almost. Basic C has a bright future. We can't do this. Let's put it this way. In a few years, when the Daojiden is auctioned, I will let you exchange a batch of sect merit points and buy more materials for yourself to practice. Our merit points are increasing. If we don't use them, it will be a waste. Now the sect is so big, we can't always rely on you and me for personal subsidies. So I will bring it up with Li Yiwen at that time. The sect should come up with a plan to let us exchange all the merit points in 50 or 100 years. If it really doesn't work, 200 years will do. In addition, the monthly salary of the Lingguang Patriarch must be determined. My idea is 100,000 Zuan crystals a year. If the sect's spiritual veins are sufficient, 100,000 Zuan crystals can meet the basic demands of the Lingguang cultivators. If you want more, you have to work hard for it. Anyway, our master and apprentice have skills, so we are not afraid of having no money to spend. What do you think? I don't care. Anyway, I have a master to support me, right, master? You, forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to get angry with you. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and replied, is Li Muxu going to take him down? Don't forget, Lin Xiao has more than 1 disciple. The other 3 have been practicing Daogang for many years. It will probably not be long before they have to prepare treasures to break through the spiritual light. The spiritual light is different from the Daogang. Lin Xiao will not let them compete with the other Daogangs in the sect. As a master, you must support them. Otherwise, why would they honor you as a master? There are now 5 people in the sect who are above the 10th level of Daogang, namely Basic C, Basic Chen, Basic He, Yunanayu, and Taishi Tairuxin. Li Mingyang, who Lin Xiao has always been optimistic about, has fallen behind these people because of his limited qualifications. Now he is only at the 7th level of Daogang, and the gap between him and them is getting bigger and bigger. Of course, Li Mingyang is only 220 or 3 years old now. If he is put outside, he is still a very amazing genius, but in this circle of Tiansheng Sect, he seems a little ordinary. In about 40 years, these 5 people will be ready to break through. By then, they will be basically over 300 years old, and each of them will be no less than the genius Lin Xiao. I wonder what Lin Xiaoyang's face will be like after knowing this situation. And their Lingming pill Lin Xiao is ready to give it to Li Muxu. As long as Li Muxu breaks through the 5th level alchemist, Lin Xiao will personally push Li Muxu to several top cities in Nansao. At that time, Li Muxu will get unparalleled resources to help her quickly improve her alchemy skills. At that time, she may be able to refine Lingming pill. 5 years later, the Dao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect matured, and Li Muxu and Basixi retreated again to refine pills. Since they were in retreat to refine pills, Tiansheng Sect has begun to prepare for the auction. 2 months later, the two came out of retreat, and Li Muxu's pill yield rate increased again, reaching 80%. One furnace produced 7 Daoji pills, and 2 furnaces produced 14 pills. However, Basixi made some mistakes and still only produced 3 pills. 3 furnaces of pills produced 17 Daoji pills. Lin Xiao made a plan for these 17 Daoji pills. 3 of them belonged to the alchemists. This was the rule. Needless to say, the 2 of them were still auctioned, so the sect didn't need to sell any more Daoji pills. In addition, 5 Daoji pills were allocated to Yu Xiao to train more talents. As for how to use them, Lin Xiao didn't care, but there couldn't be any mistakes, otherwise Yunanai would be the first to be in trouble. 6 were placed in the sect's treasury for disciples to exchange, and the remaining 3 were kept as a precaution. 7 days later, the auction was held on time. The 3-day auction once again brought great popularity to Gangming City, especially this time, there were more and more high-level spiritual objects. The formation masters, talisman makers, and weapon refiners in the sect also had new 4th level appearances. These people put their works in the auction, which also brought great popularity to the auction. At the end of the 3-day auction, the Daoji pill once again set a new record. 1 Daoji pill was sold for 1.5 million Zuan crystals, which directly made countless casual cultivators despair. This was a wealth they could not afford. The entire auction also brought nearly 4 million Zuan crystals to the Tiansheng Sect. In addition to the income from food, clothing, housing and transportation, there is the handling fee of the auction, which is a considerable income. Lin Xiao was amazed at the auction income of Yujing City, but now Gangming City is almost catching up with Yujing City. This time will not be long. As long as Wu State destroys Lu State, the popularity of Yujing City will drop rapidly. Similarly, the popularity of Gangming City will increase again. At that time, it will be the time for Gangming City to completely replace Yujing City. With a large amount of Zuan crystals, the financial resources of the Tiansheng Sect are more abundant, and its influence is increasing day by day. Li Muxu is not short of money, and she also spends a lot of money in exchange for various materials to refine into pills. Finally, 2 years later, Li Muxu refined the first 5th level pill. Yes, there is only one, but this is also a huge breakthrough, which marks that Li Muxu has achieved a 5th level alchemist. The happier one was the Wei Kingdom. After learning the news, the Wei Kingdom began to reduce the amount of high-level spiritual medicine sold to the Song Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom, and all of them were inclined to come to Gangming City. The sect also took action at this time, fully supporting Li Muxu to purchase these materials, so that Li Muxu could practice as much as she wanted, and continuously improve her alchemy skills. And the good news for the Wu Kingdom was not only this. Not long after, news came from the Tiansheng Sect that Lingning had successfully broken through the barrier and achieved Lingguang. This news even shocked Lin Xiao, because in Lin Xiao's estimation, Lingning's success rate was only about 20%, but he still succeeded. Lingning continued to retreat to consolidate his realm, and only came out of retreat a year later. Then he held a grand promotion ceremony, which was attended by Lin Xiao and others. This news spread to the Kang Kingdom, the Lu Kingdom, and the Xianxi Kingdom. The 3 Lingguang ancestors all had black faces. Such a powerful Wu Kingdom was no longer something they could limit. Even if the 3 countries attacked with all their strength, it would not work. A battle at the level of Lingguang could destroy them. Lu Yan secretly sent away many outstanding disciples, and prepared a retreat, but he didn't know that all these actions were under the surveillance of Yi Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't deal with Lu Jiyuo, because he had more important things to do. Lin Xiao's people in Beiyu City reported that Beiyu City had undergone a major change, and the 5 major families of that year were completely reshuffled by Ling Jianmen. Chapter 320 Return to White Jade City. The fate of the 5 major families in Beiyu City was still planned and promoted by Lin Xiao. Back then, they actually wanted to force Li Muxu to marry him, so as to get both money and one person, which forced Lin Xiao to use his trump card and use public opinion to provoke the relationship between the 5 major families and Ling Jianmen, making the 5 major families hated by the top leaders of Ling Jianmen. After that, they used the relics of the 5-element sect to lure the 5 major families into the desert, causing the death and injury of their 5 spiritual monks, and the entire family also suffered heavy losses. In fact, the fate of the 5 major families was doomed from the moment they went to the desert. It is impossible for Ling Jianmen to not know the danger of the desert, but they did not stop it at all, which shows the attitude of Ling Jianmen. It's a pity that their 5 spiritual monks did not feel this. After the desert incident, the 5 major families were seriously injured, and Ling Jianmen began to support new families to take the lead and weaken the status of the 5 major families. After more than 100 years of suppression, after Bai Chenzhao and other spiritual monks passed away, Ling Jianmen directly pulled them down from the position of controller of Beiyan City, and a new family took over. Of course, the only one that did not move was the Wei family, because the Wei family still had a spiritual ancestor in Ling Jianmen, but the status of the Wei family was not as glorious as before. They had long been warned by the ancestor of the Wei family in Ling Jianmen, and began to behave themselves. The Bei family's interests from Beiyu City were greatly reduced, which was a very terrible thing. The Bei family was too large, with many expenses and no profits. The first to split was the Bei family. Some of the side branches that were not welcomed saw that the only benefit was gone, so they left the family and began to make a living on their own. Then, the interests occupied by the Bei family were constantly encroached after losing their reputation and the spiritual ancestor, and the entire Bei family was in a precarious situation. At this time, if a hero can emerge in the Bei family to turn the tide, the Bei family can still maintain its current status. If there is no such hero, then the Bei family will decline very quickly. Perhaps in 100 years, there will be no place for the Bei family in Beiyu City. Muzu, are you taking a rest? Master, is there anything? Didn't you just refine a furnace of pills a few days ago? How was the pill yield? 30%. 3 pills were formed, but 1 can't be used, so it's a waste pill. But next time there should be 3 pills. Don't worry, take your time. Are there any more elixirs from the Wei Kingdom? There will be another one this year. The Wei Kingdom is also bleeding money. The pill yield on my side is unstable, and they are betting on both sides. I know this, but the Wei Kingdom has a 1000-year inheritance, and there are many good things that can be used again. Master, what do you want to say? You can say it clearly. Now I have lost so much money. I can do anything you want me to do. Li Muxu blinked and said that these few years were the worst time for her. In order to break through to the 5th level alchemy, she frantically refined pills. First, she lost several million of her own assets, and the 10 million given by Lin Xiao was gone. Now it's the investment of the sect, and she has also lost about 5 million. Now a furnace of pills can only produce 2, which is almost a loss of 1/3. A furnace of 5th level pills loses at least more than 300,000 black crystals. In total, she has lost about 20 million black crystals. If she were an ordinary spiritual cultivator, she would have to live on it. Even though Li Muxu has always made a lot of money, she actually feels very empty inside. Ahem. Muxu, what do you think of Beiyu City? Beiyu City, did Master's previous backup plan work? Almost. Of the 5 major families, only the Wei family is still lingering, and the rest are about to collapse. Master, do you want me to go to Beiyu City again? That's right. The foundation of our Tiansheng Sect is too poor. Even if I, Master, have tried every means, it will take decades for the 5th level spiritual medicine to mature gradually, but the development of the sect is urgent. The same is true for Gangming City. No matter how many people there are, it is actually useless, because there are too few high level cultivators and the location is too bad. The location of Beiyu City is really good. If it weren't for its geographical location, the turmoil more than 100 years ago would have completely defeated it. The development of the sect requires a lot of high-level spiritual objects and materials, not just spiritual medicines. The Wei Kingdom can provide some of the spiritual medicines, but what about magic tools, spiritual talismans, and formations? Where can these materials be found? Only Beiyu City is one of the material distribution centers for the entire Ningxiao, radiating to dozens of countries in half of Ningxiao. The concentrated resources are very terrifying. I know all this. Since Master asks me to do so, I will obey your orders as a disciple. Muxu, think carefully. The danger of going to Beiyu City this time will not be less than the last time. We are going to steal the jobs of Ling Jianmen this time. Master is not afraid, so why should I be afraid? Master will take care of everything. Ling Jianmen has the Shengsu cultivator. In my heart, Master is always omnipotent. What does the Shengsu cultivator count for? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Get ready. If your 5th level pill production rate is stable at more than 3, you can set off. Then let's take 3 months. You can set off after 3 months. Got it. Lin Xiao waved his hand, left Li Muxu's cave, and then found Beizhe. In recent years, Lin Xiao has reused Beizhe, but Beizhe has been used less. However, Lin Xiao really likes Beizhe more. He is easy to use, and more flexible than Beizhe in doing things. Ziha, I came to you this time, to talk to you about Beiyu City. Here is the information for you to read first. Lin Xiao handed the news sent back by Yi Xiao to Beizhe. After reading it, Beizhe's face was uncertain, especially the experience of the Bei family touched him deeply. Master, do you want to return to Beiyu City? Yes, you should know the importance of Beiyu City to us. Master, please tell me what you want. Although I have sympathy for the Bei family, I will never sell out the interests of the sect. I remember clearly how the Bei family treated us back then. Beizhe immediately understood the reason why Lin Xiao came to find him. Beizhe had experienced persecution by the Bei family back then. If Lin Xiao had not rescued them in time, whether they could escape would be another matter. Therefore, Beizhe is more suitable to go to Beiyu City than Beizhe and others, and Lin Xiao will feel more at ease. Ziha, don't think too much. We have already taken revenge on the Bei family for what they did to us. We have 3 goals in returning to Beiyu City this time. The first is to build momentum for Li Muxu and prepare for going to Zuanyu City or even a bigger city in the future. So we need a lot of people to assist us, and you will lead them. The second point is to rebuild the business, transport and deliver high-level spiritual objects and materials to the sect. Although we can buy high-level spiritual objects and materials through Beicheng business in recent years, the price is much more expensive. The third point is that we want to gain a foothold in Beiyu City, and Tiansheng Sect will definitely not allow us to do so, so we need an agent. Master, do you want to use the Bei family as our agent? That's right, the Bei family is now in a precarious situation. Without external assistance, it may collapse in a few decades. There are many people eyeing the Bei family now, and now there are only 2 Daogang cultivators left in the Bei family, but can 2 Daogang support the current Bei family? Impossible. So I want you to revive the Bei family, and then use the Bei family's 1000-year-old connections and background to do some things for us. In return, we can keep the Bei family's current status. Ziha, you should know that if the Bei family now has no one to help, what will be the fate of the Bei family's women and disciples? Beizhe shuddered after hearing this. Of course he knew that when the Bei family of Chen State was defeated, the young and strong monks were slaughtered, and the women, including mortal women, had an extremely miserable end. The only remaining men were also treated like slaves. There must be a lot of people coveting the Bei family now. If it really can't be maintained, it is conceivable what the fate of the delicate young ladies of the Bei family will be. Although the Bei family of Tiansheng Sect and the Bei family of Beiyan City have nothing to do with each other, they are from the same ancestor after all. Beizhe couldn't bear to see the Bei family suffer this fate. I understand, don't worry, sect leader, I know what to do. Thank you for your mercy. It's not me who is merciful, it's you. What you do at that time is your business. I won't interfere. I only have one request. You have to be clear about the interests of Tiansheng Sect. Yes, Master. Okay, we will set off for Beiyu City in 3 months. You should prepare well in these 3 months. Select some capable assistants, some from Beijing Commercial House, and some newcomers. How many people? First, pick 50 people. I will find 2 more Daogang disciples and Zifu will get 10 or so. Okay, I understand, Master. Well, go down and have a rest. Lin Xiao waved his hand and watched Beizahua leave. He valued Beizahua very much and hoped that Beizahua would not let Lin Xiao down. 2 months later, Li Muxu once again refined a furnace of 5th level pills. This time, 3 pills were produced. From the value point of view, there was no loss, but no profit was made from a single black crystal. The loss was labor, and the profit was experience. All the refined elixirs were sold back to Wei. Lin Xiao exchanged the elixirs for his own cultivation from the system, and Li Muxu's elixirs were basically useless. Lin Xiao was not convenient to give them any more, otherwise the system's affairs would be exposed. After another month of preparation, Lin Xiao led more than 50 people to Beiyan City. In the past, Tiansheng Sect had to cooperate with Danliang Sect to go to Beiyu City, and even had very few flying boats. But now Tiansheng Sect has more than 60 flying boats, most of which were purchased one after another, and a small number were captured on the battlefield. Although most of them were 3rd level, there were also many 4th level ones, and Lin Xiao also had several of them. As for storage bags, there were also a lot of them in the sect. After a war, tens of thousands of them were captured, so Lin Xiao could use a small flying boat to take all the people away. The huge amount of goods was packed into hundreds of storage bags, which filled up half of the cabin in the flying boat. More than half a month later, Lin Xiao and his party returned to Beiyu City, put the flying boat back into the storage bag, and quickly connected with Yu Xiao's people. Yu Xiao prepared a carriage, put hundreds of storage bags on the carriage, and pulled it into the city. Chapter 321 Touching the Spirit Sword Sex Cake. Beiyu City is almost the same as it was more than 100 years ago, except that the people in this city have changed. In more than 100 years, many shop assistants and shopkeepers have passed away. After all, the qualifications of being sent out to be shopkeepers must be not very good. However, Beizahua still followed his memory and quickly rented a large shop. There was a 3-story attic in front as a shop, and the backyard could be used as a warehouse or for the shop assistants to live. The rent was not cheap, and ordinary shops could not afford it. Then Beizahua found someone to decorate it, and at the same time, rented a tea house not far away, and also renovated it, and upgraded it to a tea house. Beiwu tea and Qianling wine also needed to be sold. The tea house was simply decorated and opened half a month later. Beizahua used this time to find some of his former partners and agents, and opened up some situations, but he didn't sell much, only more than 100 copies a day. The customer base that had been cultivated for decades had long been lost. After all, more than 100 years is not a short time. But Beizahua was still very confident that he could reach the previous level in a few years. After all, Qianling liquor and Beiwu tea had been tested by the market and had been sold well for 200 years. 2 months later, Beicheng Tower opened. It did not use the name of Beicheng Business. This was exclusive to Tiansheng Sect. Under the dual publicity of Lin Xiao and Beizahua, in less than 3 days, the whole Beiyu City knew that Beicheng Tower had a 5th level alchemist who was accepting the refining of 4th level and 5th level elixirs. This also made the whole Beiyu City focus on Beicheng Tower. After all, there were still some 4th level alchemists in Beiyu City, but there was no 5th level alchemist. Yes, there was no 5th level alchemist in Beiyu City, because all the 5th level elixirs were monopolized by Ling Jianmen. All the 5th level elixirs in Beiyu City came from Ling Jianmen. With this alone, Ling Jianmen could earn millions of zuanjing every year. From the moment Beicheng Tower opened, business was extremely hot and crowded, but there was no 5th level elixir refiner. All of them were below the 4th level. Li Muxu didn't want to hide it, and personally met with some people, so Li Muxu's identity was soon known. Many people still remember the fuss more than 100 years ago. 3 months later, a man in gorgeous clothes appeared in Beicheng Tower, and took out a set of materials for a 5th level elixir. The manager couldn't make the decision, so he quickly found Li Muxu. Elder Zhu, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, and you are still as elegant as ever. Li Muxu sat in front of the man and said with a smile. This man was the outer door steward of Ling Jianmen, with the cultivation of Daogang, and took the anti-aging pill, so his appearance was no different from more than 100 years ago. He once invited Li Muxu to join Ling Jianmen, so Li Muxu easily recognized him. It is indeed Miss Li. More than 100 years ago, Miss Li had just advanced to the Daogang realm. This person, Zhu, had the honor of meeting Miss Li. Now thinking about it, I'm really ashamed back then. Elder Zhu, please don't praise me so much. I'm the easiest person to be proud of myself. Miss Li, you are joking. I remember that Miss Li had a master. I wonder if she came this time. Yes, my master is out now and will be back soon. It doesn't matter whether she comes back or not. I just want to talk to Miss Li about some things. I don't know if it is convenient. It is convenient. My master is the most open-minded. I can make the decision on all matters, big or small. Well, then, Zhu will make it clear. Beiyu City has opened its doors to do business. Originally, everyone should be welcome. Anyone can come. But Miss Li should know that Ling Jianmen has huge interests in Beiyu City. Beiyu City makes 30 million Zuanjing a year, but this is divided equally among the 6 families. The 5th level elixirs, magic tools, formations, and talismans are the most important income of Ling Jianmen, and among these 4 businesses, elixirs account for half. Elder Zhu, are you trying to drive us away because I have taken advantage of Ling Jianmen? We dare not. Miss Li's master taught Ling Jianmen a lesson more than 100 years ago. We know the importance of reputation. Over the past 100 years, there have been very few cases of corruption in Beiyu City. For this reason, we dare not drive you away. We hope that Miss Li will show mercy and only refine 4th grade pills in the future. The profit of 4th grade pills is not as high as that of 5th grade pills. We are also businessmen. There is no such rule in doing business. I don't care what the rules are. This is the intention from above. I'm just here to pass on the message. If Miss Li agrees, then everything can be discussed. Ling Jianmen is not a bandit or a bully. They will offer benefits to us. If she doesn't agree, our elders will have to step in. Haha, Elder Zhu, Lin is just about to meet with fellow Taoists from Ling Jianmen. You've come at the right time. Please go back and report. How about I pay a visit in 3 days? As soon as Elder Zhu finished speaking, Lin Xiao walked in from outside the door, laughing and saying. Elder Zhu's face changed. No wonder 2 spiritual monks were so brave. Of course, I will definitely convey Senior Lin's words. I'll take my leave. Elder Zhu, your things. No need, this is a little gift from our sect. Elder Zhu waved his hand and turned away. All the materials for this 5th level elixir were really a gift from the Lingjian sect. Originally, they wanted to use this gift to make Li Muxu agree not to refine the 5th level elixir. If she agreed, they would give her some other benefits. This is called courtesy before force. The materials for a 5th grade elixir are at least 1 million Zuan crystals. The eating manners of the Lingjian sect are pretty good. They used courtesy before force. Master, are you really going to the Lingjian sect in 3 days? It's inevitable. If you want to touch their cake, you have to do this. You have to let the Lingjian sect know that their monopoly on Beiyu City's high-grade elixirs is over. We have to take a bite of this cake. Master, where does the confidence come from? I want to go and see it in 3 days. Okay, let's meet then, so that we won't be strangers in the future. Lin Xiao replied. If you go to the Lingjian sect, you must fight. It's good to have a helper, otherwise it will seem a little weak alone. 3 days later, Lin Xiao took Li Muxu away from Beiyu City and flew to the Lingjian sect mountain gate. The Lingjian sect's mountain gate is about 2,000 miles away from Beiyu City, and it covers an area of 3,000 miles. Within this 3,000 miles, there are hundreds of spiritual veins of different sizes. The highest main peak has a 6th grade spiritual vein, and there are dozens of 4th and 5th grade spiritual veins. The reason why the spiritual veins are so dense within this 3,000 li ranges that the 6th level Shengsu cultivators already have the means to imprison the spiritual veins and can forcibly capture the spiritual veins from other places and integrate them into the other side with great magical powers. In addition, they have unique means to cultivate spiritual veins, so there are a lot of spiritual veins in this 3000 Li territory. With this basic foundation, it is difficult for the Lin Xiao sect to weaken, so up to now, the Lin Xiao sect has been strong for more than 8000 years. The Lin Xiao sect is a big family with a huge business. The 3000 Li territory is covered with a super formation. It looks white from the outside, but it is actually a very powerful formation, and it also locks the mysterious energy in it, and prevents it from evaporating. Who are you? Nansao Wuguo, Tiansheng Sect Lin Xiao, and his disciple Li Muxu have come to visit Ling Jianmen. Wuguo, I've never heard of you. What are you doing here? I have important matters to discuss with your sect leader. My sect leader is very busy and has no time to see you. Please leave. In front of Lin Xiao, a middle-aged man with a sarcastic look on his face blocked Lin Xiao's way. Lin Xiao was not angry. Seeing this man's spiritual cultivation, he knew that Ling Jianmen was ready. Dao, what if Lin must go in? Haha, you try it. Breaking into Ling Jianmen by force. For thousands of years, no one has the courage to do so. Disciple, come closer and listen. Lin Xiao whispered a few times in Li Muxu's ear. Li Muxu glared at Lin Xiao in shame and anger, but still coughed, straightened her chest, stared at the middle-aged man, and walked over step by step. What do you want to do? Stop. What if I don't stop? You, don't blame me for being rude. You are one of the top 10 masters of the Spirit Sword sect in Key State. You are bullying a weak woman like me. You have the nerve to hit me. Come on. Do you dare to do it? Come on if you have the guts. You, stop. If you go any further, I will not be polite. Help me. The cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect are molesting a decent woman. Come and see. Shut up. How dare you slander me? Watch this. Haha, master, is the recording talisman ready? Of course. Okay, it was the Spirit Sword sect that started it first. Don't blame me. Take my part. When that person started to make a move, Li Muxu immediately revealed her sturdy temperament. She didn't have a 5th level magic weapon, but she had a 5th level cauldron for refining pills. This was also exchanged by Lin Xiao from the system. There was no other way. With Li Muxu's level, 5th level pills must be assisted by a cauldron above the 5th level. There was no place to buy this thing, so Lin Xiao had to exchange it from the system. However, with Li Muxu's status as an alchemist, it was not excessive to use this cauldron as a weapon. The 5th level cauldron became extremely flexible in Li Muxu's hands, but the way was the way of great force and heavy momentum. The Lin Xiao sect's signature method was swordsmanship. The two were in a disadvantage. HMPH, since you dare to fight in the Lin Xiao sect, don't blame me. The sword moves the 9 heavens fire extinguishing force. The two of them quickly hit the real fire. Li Muxu's cultivation was not as good as the other party, so he quickly used his trump card, but it was not the previous annihilation force, but a move derived from it, using a blazing fire to annihilate the enemy, called the fire extinction force. As soon as the fire extinction force came out, dozens of fire dragons spewed out from the cauldron, and the cultivators of the Lin Xiao sect immediately felt something was wrong. There was a strange breath in the fierce fire, which was actually like some kind of fire poison. What a sinister technique. It actually has poisonous skills. Feng, are you guys heretics? How dare you insult my Tiansheng sect? You're looking for death. Li Muxu was furious when she heard it. She regarded the sect as her home, and her master as her family. This guy dared to insult the sect, which was an insult to her home. This made Li Muxu burst out with countless auras of annihilation, and the whole person became weird. Li Muxu gave up the cauldron and attacked repeatedly with bare hands. The cultivator kept running the sword technique, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, trying to stop Li Muxu, but his sword energy was easily shattered by Li Muxu. Enough, junior brother. Retreat. Muxu came from the Lin Xiao sect, and Lin Xiao also stopped Li Muxu. The cultivator of the Lin Xiao sect was not defeated, but ordinary means could not determine the winner. If they continued to fight, blood would be seen, which was unnecessary, so they stopped at the right time, and both sides stopped. Chapter 322, Evil Guests. Lin Xiao sect is one of the top 10 sects in Key State. No one knows its specific strength, but it is vaguely known that Lin Xiao sect should have more than one Shengsu monk, probably 2 or 3. Shengsa monks have a lifespan of about 2000 years. Often, one Shengsa monk can outlive several generations of people in the sect. When all the close people of Shengsa monks have passed away, Shengsa monks rarely stay in the sect. Sometimes they are gone for thousands of years. So, whether they have passed away outside, no one knows except the sect leaders. In addition to the Shengsa monks who are rarely seen, Lingjian sect also has a dozen Lingguan monks in the open. Lingguan monks can also be regarded as the actual power holders of the sect, and most of the sect's decisions are also made by Lingguan monks. It was Ao Yangfeng of Lingjianmen who stopped the Lingguan monk who was deliberately embarrassing Lin Xiao. He was a 12th level Lingguan monk, and was the current head of Lingjianmen. In the absence of Shengsu monks, Ao Yangfeng basically had the final say. His public position was also the Grand Elder of Lingjianmen. After Lin Xiao and his companions passed the first level, they quickly entered Lingjianmen. Under the guidance of the guide boy, they came to the main hall of Lingjianmen. There were more than a dozen Lingguan monks sitting in a row, each of them exuding an unhappy aura, which enveloped the two of them. The prosperity of Lingjianmen is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. The power displayed at present was so strong. There were probably many Lingguan monks who were away from home, or had important matters to attend to. With the addition of Shengsu monks, it was no wonder that Lingjianmen could be called the top 10 of Qi State, and Qi State was indeed a great country second only to Qin State in Nanzhao. I'm Lin Xiao from the Tiansheng Sect of the Wu Kingdom. Nice to meet you fellow Taoists. I'm Ao Yangfeng from the Lingjian Sect, and I'm the Grand Elder of the Lingjian Sect. Nice to meet you, fellow Taoist Lin. I wonder what brings you to the Lingjian Sect this time. Knocking on the door, climbing the mountain, visiting. The door of the Lingjian Sect is not so easy to knock on, and the mountain is not so easy to climb. Are you ready, fellow Taoist Lin? I don't know what Elder Raohang is talking about, but I don't understand. I brought my disciples to Beiyu City to make a living, and spend the little money I earned. I dare not violate the rules of Beiyu City at all. Today I just come to visit the owner of Beiyu City. Do I have to prepare any big gifts? Lin Xiao, there are no outsiders here. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't be so sarcastic. Yao Yang said with a cold face. The Lingjian sect monopolized all the business of the 5th grade elixirs in Beiyu City. The Lingjian sect can do this, but it cannot say it. Beiyu City is open to do business. Anyone from the hundreds of countries in Nanzhao can come. They have to act as if they are extremely welcoming. They can attack privately and cooperate privately, but they cannot do it publicly. Therefore, Ao Yangfeng felt disgusted by Lin Xiao's pretense. You are so sarcastic. Well, then Lin will say directly. My disciple is good at alchemy. Now he can refine 5th level pills. I want to make a living in Beiyu City. I came to your door today, just to inform you so as not to hurt the harmony in the future. Just based on you dare to say that you have hurt the harmony with Lingjianmen. You are so shameless. Wicked guest, today is unlucky. There are actually evil guests coming to our door. Has our Lingjianmen really declined to this extent? Grand Elder, this person is so rude, it is better to drive him away. Not everyone can speak wildly in the hall of Lingjianmen. When Lin Xiao said this, the other spiritual monks in the hall suddenly shouted, and they kept mocking and ridiculing, and even wanted to drive Lin Xiao and the others away. Master, let's go. The Lingjian sect is nothing special. How is it different from the ruffians in Beiyu City? It's just bullying the minority with its numbers. Miss Li, be careful with your words. When has our Lingjian sect ever bullied the minority with its numbers? No. You rely on the large number of Lingguan cultivators in your sect to not let me make pills in Beiyu City. Isn't this bullying the minority with its numbers? Miss Li is not a child anymore. You should know how important Beiyu City is to the Lingjian sect. Your Tiansheng Sect also has a city. Do you allow everyone to enter at will? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can try. You, Great Elder, stop talking nonsense with them and just drive them away. Great Elder Raoyang, I'm not talented enough. I dare to ask, how can I let my disciple make pills in Beiyu City? Friend Lin asked a good question. Strength is respected in the world of cultivating immortals. If sect leader Lin feels that he can beat the 3 of us present here, he can make pills in Beiyu City and we will never ask. 3 of you. Do I choose them at will or do you choose me? You choose. Can I use any means? Yes, okay, Lin Xiao replied, and then Lin Xiao pretended to touch the storage ring, and a figure appeared. It was a real person mode of the system. The spiritual pressure of the 12th level of spiritual light cultivation immediately filled the entire Lingjianmen hall. A puppet of the 12th level of spiritual light, Brother Lin is so capable that he actually has such a treasure. The faces of the spiritual light cultivators present suddenly changed. At present, Bao Yangfeng is the only one with the 12th level of spiritual light. If they really fight, it is not a sure win. The other cultivators were horrified, surprised, and greedy. The puppet of the 12th level of spiritual light is worth no less than tens of millions. If they can get it, it will be an unimaginable fortune. It's just a dead thing. Don't take it seriously. In fact, I have more than 1 or 2 treasures on me. Is Elder Raoyang interested in taking another look? Okay, I want to see what kind of treasures the Wu Kingdom in the southwest border can have. Then Elder Raoyang, take a good look, Lin Xiao said with a smile, and then took out the wooden box of the Zhuxan arrow. After opening it, a surge of evil spirit suddenly broke out. The dozen or so spiritual monks in the hall all changed color, stood up immediately, gathered together, and burst out all their spiritual pressure to resist this evil spirit. Their eyes were full of horror. Boom, then, a stronger and more powerful spiritual pressure appeared, and a figure slowly condensed in front of everyone, and finally turned into an old Taoist with grey hair and beard. Xianjian Grandmaster Rao Yangfeng and others relaxed the pressure on the figure, and said to the figure in unison. Needless to say, this person must be the Grandmaster Sheng Su. Little kid, what treasure is this in your hand? Zhuxan arrow, Zhuxan arrow. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Grandmaster, what's the matter? 7,000 years ago, the Tiansheng Sect in Zhongzhou used a supreme treasure to kill a 7th level cultivator thousands of miles away. It is said that the supreme treasure is the Zhuxan arrow. Little boy, is what Aoyang said right? Elder Aoyang is knowledgeable, and I admire him. Little boy, you can even take out the Zhuxan arrow. Are you trying to destroy Ma Lingjian Sect today? The old ancestor Sheng Su had a cold expression. The Zhuxan arrow had not been fully activated, and he did not know its specific power, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. If the Zhuxan arrow was fully activated, he might not be able to save his life. I dare not, boy. How can I be so presumptuous in front of the ancestor? Lin has made it very clear that I came here today just to pay a visit. I just want to open a small shop in Beiyu City and earn some living expenses. It's just opening a shop. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Aoyang? Can't Ma Lingjianmen even accommodate a mere 5th rank alchemist? Aoyang admits his crime. Please punish me, ancestor. I don't have time to punish you. You can handle it yourself. The ancestor Sheng Su shook his head and then disappeared. He didn't care, but Lin Xiao knew that the cultivator Sheng Su didn't leave, so Lin Xiao didn't put away the Zhuxan arrow. Lin Xiao, Beiyu City is open for business. If you have the ability to gain a foothold, it's up to you. But you have to think carefully. In the future, the alchemists of Ma Lingjian Sect will also move into Beiyu City. If your apprentice ends up in disgrace, don't say we don't give him face. Of course, we like fair competition the most. Then I won't see you off. Goodbye. Lin Xiao bowed, then left the hall, and walked out of Lingjian Sect carefully. Above Lingjian Sect, there was always a shadow staring at Lin Xiao and the others. Grandmaster. As soon as Lin Xiao left, the Sheng Su cultivator appeared again. Gao Yangfeng sent away the other cultivators and said to the Sheng Su cultivator, do you know the details of this Lin Xiao? I've done some research. He was originally the head of a small sect under the vassal state of Lu. He began to rise more than 200 years ago, expanding and conquering all the way. 20 or 30 years ago, he defeated the army of the Lu state and established the country as Wu. His rise was very short. The female cultivator next to him is called Li Muxu. She is his apprentice and a 5th rank alchemist. She had stayed in Beiyu City for decades more than 100 years ago. Later, the 5 families of the Bei family wanted to forcefully marry him, but their plan was defeated by Lin Xiao. The rumors about the 5 major families within the sect, the decline of the 5 major families, and even the chaos in Beiyu City that year are all related to this person. It can't be that simple. The puppet next to him doesn't seem to be made by any puppet sect. It's a phantom like me, I suspect. Ah, how is this possible? Gao Yangfeng was horrified. The Shengsu cultivator in front of him was certainly not a real person, but an illusion composed of divine consciousness. Only Shengsu cultivators had magical powers. Where his real body was, Gao Yangfeng certainly didn't know. But after the ancestor said this, didn't it mean that the puppet beside Lin Xiao was of the Shengsu level? How is it impossible? They even took out the Xuxin arrow. I just looked through the records. The Xuxin arrow is indeed a treasure produced by the Tiansheng Sect in Zhongzhou. It was made by an 8th level ancestor 10,000 years ago. There are 3 arrows in total. 7,600 years ago, in a secret realm, a Shengsu cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect had a fight with a strange 7th level cultivator and was killed. After leaving the secret realm, the Tiansheng Sect used the Xuxin arrow to kill the enemy thousands of miles away. The 7th level cultivator was beaten to death by the Xuxin arrow. The name of the Xuxin arrow resounded throughout Zhongzhou, and countless sects sought to buy it, but the Tiansheng Sect rejected it because it was difficult to make, and the materials were insufficient. Ancestor, do you mean to say that Lin Xiao is from the Tiansheng Sect? I don't know, but it is certain that this person has a deep background. You guys should be smart. Our Lingjian sect is the leader in Qi State, but it is nothing in the entire cultivation world. Even in Nanzhou, it is not as simple as you think on the surface. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and it is unfathomable. Yes, ancestor, I know what to do. Gao Yangfeng nodded. He understood what the ancestor meant. It was just a small profit. The Lingjian sect was flexible. This was nothing. Just give it to the master and disciple. There was no need to fight to the death with them. Chapter 323. Active Surrender. Master, can the Xuxin arrow really kill a cultivator of the Shengsu level? Yes. Really? Master, where did you get this Xuxin arrow? Secret. Master, can you give this Xuxin arrow to your disciple? I feel that I have robbed the Lingjian sect's business in Beiyu City. They are definitely going to attack me, and you can't keep guarding me. I need something to save my life. No, Master needs this thing. Then give me that puppet. No either. Master, I think you are tricking me and pushing me into the fire pit. Ahem, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by pushing you into the fire pit? Lin Xiao's face turned black. How could he say that? How could he be so evil? Besides, the system's real person mode really couldn't give it to him. As for the Xuxin arrow, that was even more impossible. Lin Xiao had already revealed his trump card. Whoever has this thing will be watched by cultivators above the Shengsu level. Giving it to Li Muxu would really harm her. The two returned to Beiyu City, and Lin Xiao immediately had people spread the word that Lingjian sect had agreed to Beicheng Tao's participation in the refining of 5th level elixirs. Within a few days, the news spread throughout Beiyu City. At first, people didn't dare to believe it, but Lingjian sect's people left it alone, and many people got a little bit of a taste, and finally confirmed it. Then Li Muxu announced the various prices for refining 5th level elixirs, all of which were about 20% cheaper than Lingjian sects. Some people began to come to the door secretly. After all, 5th level elixirs are expensive, and 20% is hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals, which is not a small amount of money. But not long after, Lingjian sect also sent a 5th level alchemist to Beiyu City, and built a more luxurious and more imposing shop not far from Beicheng Tower, and also lowered the price, and actually wanted to start a price war. Li Muxu did not lower the price anymore. Her alchemy skills were definitely not as good as those of the old 5th tier alchemists. The pill yield rate was too low. If the price was lowered any further, she would lose money. She had no choice but to operate slowly and build up a good reputation. She believed that there would be more people coming to do business. The tea house's business was also progressing slowly. The corruption in Beiyu City had indeed been curbed to some extent, but it was not like what Elder Zhu said. It was just that the 5 major families had become the people of Lingjianmen. The situation would be much better than before. Of course, no one dared to make things difficult for Lin Xiao's group. Beicheng Lao could even take over the market for 5th tier pills. Those people were not fools. They knew what happened when Lin Xiao went to Lingjianmen. Without hard skills, how could he stand firm? Lin Xiao quietly left Beiyu City once and then went to a small town 10,000 miles away. This small town has a small population of 7,000 to 8,000 people. Lin Xiao has been operating it for a long time, so Lin Xiao set up a teleportation array here, a short distance teleportation array, which costs 80,000 points, which he bought from the points mall. After all, Lin Xiao was reluctant to let Li Muxu take risks. He couldn't stay in Beiyu City for a long time. If Lin Xiao left, it would be inevitable that Ling Jianmen would have other ideas after a long time, so there must be a way to save his life. After setting up the teleportation array, Lin Xiao asked Lin Xiao's people to guard it well. This was Li Muxu's retreat, and they must not be careless. Then Lin Xiao returned to Beiyu City, set up a teleportation array connection in Beicheng Tower, and handed the control token to Li Muxu, teaching her how to operate it. The teleportation array that Lin Xiao changed this time not only has a short distance, but also can only transport a small number of people at a time. Only 10 people, but the cost of teleportation is not low. It costs 200,000 black crystals for one teleportation, and the black crystals must be at least medium grade black crystals, so this can only be used as a precaution when running away, and it must not be used as a means of transportation at ordinary times. Li Muxu was not surprised at all that Lin Xiao could take out the teleportation array. He even had a powerful weapon like the Zhuxan arrow, let alone a mere teleportation array. However, she also knew that the teleportation array was extremely expensive. Lin Xiao was willing to spend a lot of money to set up a teleportation array in Beicheng Tower, which meant that Lin Xiao was still reluctant to let her take risks, and she was very moved. Without the obstruction of the Spirit Sword Sect, the business of Beicheng Tower developed very quickly. Although the business of 5th level elixirs was small, the business of 4th level elixirs was extremely hot. After all, there were not many 4th level alchemists in the city, and Li Muxu was more popular than before. The business of Beicheng Tower is booming day by day, and the people of the Bei family are not happy about it. The Bei family has not been driven out of Beiyu City, but they lack the right to run Beiyu City, and even the annual dividends have been reduced a lot. In this case, the Bei family really needs a backer. Master, the Dao gang of the Bei family came to me. What did you say? Arrogant and unrepentant. He deserves to die. What did he say to make you so angry? Lin Xiao was a little surprised. Bei Zihua's temper was not very good, but before coming, Lin Xiao clearly felt that Bei Zihua was full of sympathy for the Bei family, but now he gritted his teeth and even said that he deserved to die. What did the people of the Bei family do? Alas, family shame. Master, I don't want to care about them anymore, Bei Zihua replied. Today, the remaining Dao gang monks of the Bei family came to him. Bei Zihua was very happy at first, and felt that he could save the Bei family. But he didn't expect that Dao gang of the Bei family would still be arrogant after seeing him. As soon as he opened his mouth, he actually used the same ancestor to ask Bei Zihua to return to the Bei family. Judging from the posture, it seemed that he was still giving alms and rewards. The other one also played a moral kidnapping with Bei Zihua, telling him how difficult the Bei family was now, and countless tigers and wolves were waiting for the Bei family to fall, and then rushed up to take a bite. Bei Zihua was also a descendant of the Bei family, and he should put aside his past grudges and come back to resist the enemy together. Bei Zihua wanted to laugh when he heard this. With their attitude, if Bei Zihua really went, he would be their cannon fodder. They would take the benefits, and Bei Zihua would do the offending things. He even had to risk his life. Did they really think Bei Zihua was a fool? So Bei Zihua drove them away very simply. Unexpectedly, the two men still cursed, saying that Bei Zihua was unworthy of being a member of the Bei family and bringing shame to the ancestors, and that Bei Zihua was forbidden to have the surname Bei in the future, etc. Bei Zihua was so angry that he almost hit them. No matter who is in charge, let Bei Zixi come. Believe it or not, with Bei Zixi's personality, she had to help these Bei family members count money after being sold out. That's true. These people are too shameless. How could such people appear in my Bei family? It's Bei Chen's house fault. He gambled everything and took away all the smart and capable people to die. The ones left are not presentable. You have to pay attention to this matter. We need people in Beiyu City, but not people like this. We need to endure them for a while. When they can't stand it anymore, you can take over. In addition, I will let Yu Xiao try the other families. I won't rely on only the Bei family. Master, this... Don't worry, I don't mean to target you. This is for the benefit of the sect. Of the original 5 major families in Beiyu City, only the Wei family can hold on, and the other 4 are rapidly declining. Their financial resources cannot support the existing expenses, so it won't be long before they start to sell off their ancestral industries and family heritage. These things will definitely be divided up, and we will just take advantage of them. This is the general trend, and you can't stop it unless you can reach the Shengsu period. Lin Xiao replied. The wealth of the 5 major families is not only the share of Beiyu City, but also the Lin Xiao outside, and the family's thousands of years of heritage. There must be some good things, such as the spiritual medicine and the spiritual medicine garden. These are all coveted things. If the person in charge of the Bei family is famous and decisive enough, he will throw them out as soon as possible, while the Bei family still has a little residual power, and train more disciples as soon as possible, and have more Dao gang, or even a spiritual light. The Bei family can not only be kept, but also have the opportunity to make a comeback. It's a pity that the Bei family didn't have such talents. Bei Chenzhao led the elite of the Bei family to die, consuming too many talents of the Bei family. A fool actually came to power. Isn't this courting death? In this case, Lin Xiao will not be soft-hearted. This kind of benefit must also be taken. Tiansheng Sect also has this strength. Bei Zhe left with a heavy heart. The people of Yu Xiao came in quietly. After Yu Nanai was transferred from Beiyu City, he promoted a newcomer named Zhang Qingxuan. Zhang Qingxuan has been in Beiyu City for decades. Master, Qingxuan is here. Do you know about the Bei family? Yes, the people in charge of the Bei family are stupid and pedantic. They were pushed to the top because they are direct descendants of Bei Chenzhao. Their potential has been exhausted. Unexpectedly, when the Bei family's elite are gone, they got promoted. The destruction of the Bei family is inevitable. I'll let Bei Zhe take over the Bei family. What do you think the possibility is? If these 2 people are not dead, it will be difficult. They are too stupid. They would rather give the family property to outsiders than to Bei Zhe. Then it's not our fault. In a while, someone from Yixio will come and be under your command. You can also call on Bei Zhe when necessary. We must get some benefits from the 4 families, so that they will not force us so much in the past, especially higher level spiritual objects and materials. We can do without the skills and martial arts, but the more high level spiritual materials are better. What about the territory? In addition to the mountain gate, the 4 major families control a total of 70 or 80 spiritual mountains. These are also extremely important assets. How many 4th level spiritual mountains are there? No less than 30. Okay, let's seize 1 or 2 of them. The locations have to be good, and it'd be best if they can support each other. We can't let the sect control them openly. Not long ago, I offended the top leaders of Tiansheng Sect. If they knew, they would use this to threaten me and let Lin Xiao's people take control. But we can't give them any handle. Do you know what to do? I know. Select some loyal personnel from the periphery and arrange them here. Then we will control them secretly. Yes, Yu Nanai really knows talent. You should do a good job on this matter and don't let me down. Don't worry, Master. Well, go down and have a rest. Lin Xiao waved his hand. More than 100 years ago, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were forced out of Beiyu City by the 5 major families. They were in an extremely embarrassed state. However, now, the 5 major families have ended up like this. It's really sad. Chapter 324, The Situation of the 4 Major Families. Wei, Chen, Bei, Wang, and A. These 5 families were originally one of the controlling forces of Beiyu City, and they were also the vassal forces ranked at the top of the strength under the Tiansheng Sect, and they were well known in Beiyu City. However, after the trip to the desert, the 5 families weakened, and coupled with the suppression of the Tiansheng Sect, except for the Wei family, the power of the 4 families in Beiyu City was removed. Without the Lingguang patriarch sitting in, the 4 families became a piece of fat meat in the mouths of many forces. The leaders of the 4 families may not be without this sense of crisis, but they are not strong enough, and have insufficient means, and they cannot turn the tide. The four families have many clansmen, and the manpower below Daogang has not lost much, but without the support of the Lingguang Patriarch, it is not enough to rely on the Purple Mansion monks alone. Even the Daogang Patriarch cannot support this situation. But their expenses have not decreased at all, and the monthly salary of the clansmen dare not be reduced at all. If it is reduced, the family, which is already in a precarious situation, will collapse immediately, and even a lot of expenses will be increased, such as gifts. The leaders of the four families kept giving gifts to some high-level officials of the Spirit Sword Sect, hoping to find one or two backers to protect them. Unfortunately, they made a completely wrong calculation, and did not even find the right direction. It was the high-level officials of the Spirit Sword Sect who weakened them. Giving gifts to them was like throwing meat buns at dogs, which would never come back. With the death of the ancestors of each family, the remaining power of the family continued to decrease, and those covetous forces began to constantly encroach on the interests that originally belonged to the four families. Among them, the Day family and the Wang family were the worst, because their ancestors died directly in the desert, and even the elite monks of the family were destroyed together, and it has been more than 100 years. When the Spirit Sword Sect deprived them of their power in Beiyu City, they became even weaker. Over the years, the number of monks of the Day family and the Wang family in the law enforcement department of Beiyu City has become less and less. Without the protection of these people, no one supports the shops of the two families. Under the instructions of certain forces, each shop suffered a commercial run, and it was not enough to make ends meet. Not to mention making money, they had to pay a lot of black crystals every year. The situation in Beiyu City was not bad. After all, it was bound by the city regulations. The territory outside the city was even worse. The disciples of the two families were constantly attacked, and could not defend those territories at all. The operating costs continued to rise. Every time Lin Xiao had something to gain, a large number of people had to be sent to guard and transport it. In the end, the two families had to shrink their forces and sell the Lin Xiao in the distance, but the sale was not smooth. No one from the outside dared to buy it. Even if someone wanted to buy it, someone would say hello and threaten them not to buy it. Those who could buy it would unite to lower the price, and they could only sell it at a very low price. With the shrinking forces, the external environment of the two families was slightly better. There were enough people to protect the only territory. In the sphere of influence of Ling Jianmen, those families could not attack openly, so the situation was temporarily stabilized. Next, the two families began to deal with internal affairs, but this required a higher level of leadership from the person in charge. The two families had existed for thousands of years, and the various relationships were complicated. The interests involved were even more obscure. It would take a lot of effort to sort it out, and it was even more difficult for them to train a spiritual monk. After the Wang and Day families withdrew their forces, it was the turn of the Chen and Bei families. However, the two families were unwilling to admit defeat, and were unwilling to give up their territories easily, so a new confrontation emerged. 8 months ago, a sacred mountain under the name of the Bei family was attacked. The sacred mountain was not breached, but 6 disciples were killed, and 7 were injured. Half a month later, a batch of 4th level spiritual medicines on a sacred mountain of the Bei family matured and were stolen, and 1/3 of the spiritual medicines were lost. The Dao gang of the Bei family was furious, and punished 3 members of the Bei family who were stationed in the sacred mountain. A branch of the Bei family announced its separation from the Bei family. 37 Bei family cultivators left with 3,000 mortals at the same time. A direct descendant of the Chen family was framed and lost 1.3 million Zuan crystals in the casino. The parents and brothers of that cultivator sold their family to compensate. 6 months ago, a 12th level purple mansion cultivator of the Chen family failed to break through the Dao gang and died. Traces of dioxin powder were found in the elixir in his storage bag, and it was suspected that someone had tampered with it 5.5 months ago. A married daughter of the Bei family committed suicide. It was said that the couple was not in harmony. According to investigation, there was another hidden story. The truth is 4 months ago, Bei Jinxi, the eldest son of the Bei family, was broken off from engagement with a man from Beiyu City. In a year, the Chen family and the Bei family were besieged by many forces. One thing after another happened. Either an accident occurred in the mine, or Lin Xiao was attacked, and even some in-laws left. This attack was an all-round attack. The heads of the two families were exhausted, and these things made them exhausted. The loss of prestige and black crystals was incalculable, as if the whole world was against them. In the Beicheng Tower, opposite Lin Xiao sat Beizhe with a grim expression. Yi Xiao's news was placed in front of him, and Beizhe read the news one by one. Master, I finished reading it. What do you want to say? The situation is precarious, with enemies everywhere. The Bei family can't be saved. Not so fast. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Just look at the Dai family and the Wang family. It's just that the two brothers Bei Changqing and Bei Changming are too ambitious and unwilling to let go, so they suffered such a huge loss. Master, is there anything I can do? No, just watch. At this rate, within 3 years, the Bei family will be forced to abandon the sacred mountains on the periphery and shrink their power. Then, they will sort out their internal affairs like the Dai family. However, the two brothers Bei Changming and Bei Changqing are not very good at internal affairs. If nothing unexpected happens, the Bei family will collapse in about 10 years. That's when you will really take action. Master, but by then the Bei family will have been almost defeated, and it would be useless for me to bring it to you. Yes, don't worry. What you need to do now is to expand your business and increase your influence in Beiyu City. In addition, didn't you support many disciples of the Bei family more than 100 years ago? Contact them and support another group of people. By then, the Bei family under your control will have to use these people. Yes, Master. Okay, you go down. I have something to say to Kingsun. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and then Beizhe went down, leaving Zhang Kingsun behind. The leader seems to be a little worried about Beizhe. That's right, Beizhe's womanly kindness broke out, and he sympathized too much with the Bei family. Has he forgotten how we were driven out of Beiyu City that year? If we were slower, would we still be alive? We didn't take the initiative to persecute the Bei family. We have done the most. I understand, leader. I will do to the Chen family what Beizhe did. If Beizhe dares to sell out the interests of the sect, then I will cut off his bottom line. Well, we are all from the same sect. Don't do this unless it is absolutely necessary. Moreover, if Beizhe, a member of the Bei family, can really control the Bei family, it will be much more suitable for him than for the Chen family. Leader, Beizhe is not up to the task. Why not transfer another person? Already transferred. Beizhe is on the way. Lin Xiao nodded. Originally, Beizhe was the most suitable person, but he didn't expect that he would be so sympathetic to the Bei family, which made Lin Xiao a little disappointed. So Lin Xiao asked Beizhe to come over again to assist Beizhe in handling this matter. Master Yingming, stop flattering. How many sacred mountains of the Dai family have you taken? 2. Do you know what Yinanyu does in the sect? I know. Boss Yi has formed an inspection team to investigate the funding issues of Night Owl. Zhang Kingsun said silently. Lin Xiao never cared about the internal affairs of Night Owl. All of them were handled by the head of Night Owl himself. However, Yinanyu felt that the efficiency of these big Night Owls was decreasing. It was easy to think that some people in Night Owl had become lazy or even corrupt. So Yinanyu organized an inspection team, with him as the team leader, and several Dao Gang monks assisted to clear the accounts. It's good to know. Night Owl is now a powerful force, and there is a lack of supervision. It is inevitable that some people will take advantage of it. I hope you won't make this mistake. Don't worry, Master. I will never make this mistake. I promise that Beicheng Station is innocent. I won't ask about your affairs. Yinanyu can ask about it. Before he comes, you'd better check it yourself. Beicheng is too important to the sect now. I don't want any problems here. Lin Xiao shook his head and said. He completely delegated power to Night Owl, but he had high requirements for Beicheng. Lin Xiao had only been here for 2 years, and he had already purchased a lot of 3rd and 4th level spiritual objects for the sect. He even sent back a lot of treasures that were used to improve the spiritual veins. Qian Mountain also became a 4th level spiritual vein. Half a month later, Beizhe came to Beicheng. Lin Xiao told Beizhe everything, including the grievances more than 100 years ago. This shocked Baizichan, because he didn't know these things. Master, the Bei family of Tiansheng Sect and the Bei family of Beiyu City are completely different. Zihu made a mistake this time, please forgive him. I don't mean to blame him. I still have some kindness in my heart, which is a good thing. But as a disciple of a sect, you must put the interests of the sect first. Now you are almost at the 12th level of Dao Gang, and it will take at least 30 years before you break through to Lingguang. During these 30 years, you will stay in Beiyu City and assist Beizahua to get things done. Do you have confidence? Yes, master, don't worry. If Beizahua still dares to be stubborn, I will personally tie him back to Tiansheng Sect, and I will handle the things here. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. I will stay in Beiyu City for about 1 or 2 years. When I leave, it will be up to you. Yes, master. Baizichan shouted. He knew very well that, if he didn't have Lin Xiao's support, the probability of his breakthrough was almost zero. To get Lin Xiao's support, the first thing was to be loyal to the sect, and the second thing was to be able to handle things. These two requirements were not difficult for Baizichan. On the contrary, Beizahua did a bad job this time, giving him a chance in vain. Lin Xiao nodded. He couldn't stay in Beiyu City for long. His next stop was Baizin City. Zhao Zeng's revenge should be avenged. In addition, the sect also needed a few more warships. Chapter 325, The Illegal Industry in the Immortal Cultivation World. In Baizin City, Tishi sat on the rooftop of a restaurant, watching the people coming and going on the street. On the surface, Baizin City was still peaceful and stable, and even the underworld would not show any signs of being involved. In fact, the underworld in Baizin City did not often rob people. After all, there were too many powerful forces in the world of immortal cultivation. If they hit a wall and robbed someone they should not rob, it would be extremely bad, and they would be sought out for revenge. This kind of example has happened more than once or twice in Baizin City. Every 100 years or so, there would be crazy gangsters who were retaliated against for robbing people, and eventually they would be killed by the backers of those people. Some of the powerful ones would not even dare to say a word. Therefore, the legal shops in the city were the real industries that the gangs relied on for their livelihood, and robbery was considered a sideline, just like the restaurant in front of them, which belonged to Tishi. Of course, in fact, it belonged to Yaxiro. Boss, tie your back. What did Duxi say? He agreed, but the price is too high. He offered 4 million. You bastard, you sell it to others for 3.5 million, and you sell it to me for 4 million, 3.5 million in total. Tell him I'm doing this business out of favors. I didn't make any profit. I'll stop selling and go find someone else. Yes, boss tie, I'll reply to them right away. Well, call the shopkeeper up. Okay. The man walked down the stairs silently, and after a while, a little old man came up. Uncle Tai, just call me Boss Tai. Don't give the cat out of the bag. They've known about our relationship for a long time. Someone trained by Boss Tai himself wouldn't be so incompetent. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Do you know about the inspection team set up by Boss Yi? I know. The news has spread all over the Night Owl. The first stop was Uyghur, right? 6 people were punished. 2 of them had their cultivation abolished and became mortals. Because of serious corruption, I've received a notice from Boss Yi asking us to seal the previous account books. It will be the turn of Baizin City Station next year at the latest. Tell me honestly, is there any problem with the station in Baizin City? Yes, you. Do you want to kill me? Boss Ta, why are you in such a hurry? I've served Night Owl for 130 years and have been to 7 stations. I dare say that there is no station with no problems at all. Think about it, the Night Owl has millions of dollars in funding every year, and the sect basically responds to all requests, and we have a lot of autonomy, without any red tape to constrain us, and the means of violence, intimidation, etc. that the sect does not allow are commonplace here. Isn't it normal for the people involved to take advantage of it? At worst, have we forgotten what we did when we were at a low level? Every time we went to a place, we would win over the people of the indigenous forces, eat, drink, gamble, and never lack anything. How can we find out these funds? So what you mean is that the Baizin City site will not have any problems? That can't be said. The key is whether there is any self-interest. If you use the sect's resources to enjoy a little, bossy won't say anything. It's not a big problem to intercept a little when performing a mission. The key is whether there is any loss of the sect's interests for personal gain. Such people are the stupidest. I understand what you mean. What bossy wants to check is not the economic issue, but the issue of loyalty. Who has put the sect's interests second and only cares about himself? Almost. Another point is the problem of two minds. There are more than 10 station masters like you now. They are away for a long time and hold great power. Maybe some of them have ignored the existence of the sect and started planning for an independent kingdom. The sect will never allow this. Forgot the two wanted Daogang monks. Don't tell me about those two bastards. I sent more than 60 messages back requesting to join the war, but those two bastards dared to fear and avoid fighting. They were in kin state at the time, and the kin station master didn't even arrest them. This is dereliction of duty. If I were him, I would kill those two people first. Don't get excited, Boss Tai. If you have this time, you might as well check the Basin City station. The sect leader will be here in a few days. Even if there is a problem, we can plead with the sect leader and explain it away. The sect leader is actually quite soft-hearted. You're right. The sect leader is coming soon. Don't let the sect leader be disappointed in our Basin City. Now our Basin City is the largest station outside the sect. Tishi nodded. Lin Xiao loved the people of Night Owl very much. He not only gave them power, but also gave them a lot of protection. The conditions for exchanging Daojiden were lower than those of the sect. It can be said that he was very soft-hearted. This time, he must do a good job. 7 days later, at Bailandu, Duxi brought more than 30 people to wait in formation. These more than 30 people were all elites under his command. The worst was above the 9th level of Purple Mansion, and they had several Daogang. They were waiting for Tishi. Tishi had contacted them a year ago and wanted to buy the warships in their hands. These warships were naturally robbed by Duxi. Although Duxi had robbed a lot of warships in the past 100 years, it was not easy to sell them. The warships in their hands were not legitimate, and the buyers were afraid of being cheated by them. It was hard to say whether they could sell them. So under normal circumstances, they would destroy the warships, then extract the materials from the warships and sell them, but the value of this method was too low. A warship worth 5 million black crystals, melted down into materials, and sold for only a little over 2 million, and it would take a long time to pay back the investment. If the entire ship was sold, it could be sold for more than 3 million black crystals. So if the entire ship could be sold, try to sell it as a whole. Boss, isn't Tishi just a Taoist monk? Do we have to be so cautious and alert? What do you know? Tishi is no simple guy. We don't know which force is behind him. Think about it. We have been trying to sabotage Tishi for all these years. Have we ever succeeded? That's true. The people on Tishi's side are weird. They don't go to prostitutes or gamble, and they never go out to explore ancient sites. They are just ascetic monks. You can't even stick a needle in their throats. So, there must be something wrong with this kid. God knows if he wants to rob his fellow thieves. You all should wake up, and don't let others make a fuss of you. Don't worry, boss. The 5th order god-destroying crossbow is ready, and there is another battleship full of black crystals. If he dares to move, we will kill him today. Boss, people are coming. His subordinates called out, and Poison Scorpion looked up and saw a flying boat flying quickly in the distance. After approaching the white dragon pile, the flying boat split into more than a dozen figures, each of whom threw out a flying boat. Their positions were far apart, obviously because they were afraid that Poison Scorpion would take action. Then, one flying boat after another landed. The first group of people began to occupy advantageous terrain and explore the surroundings, appearing to be extremely careful. After doing all this, Tishi walked out slowly. Boss Scorpion Bosta, it's only been a few years since we last met. Your cultivation has increased again. I'm afraid your spiritual light won't be far away. Soon, maybe in 20 or 30 years. Then I have to congratulate you. Basin City has gained another top gang. No need. In the future, there will only be more gangs in Basin City, not fewer. What do you mean? Just kidding. By the time I break through the spiritual light, I will have gone somewhere else. How could I stay here? Well, without further ado, as agreed before, 3,800,000. A 4th grade top quality battleship with 30 black crystal cannons inside. 5 will be given away, and the remaining 25 can be bought with money if needed. It's also cheap. The 3rd grade one is 30,000, and the 4th grade one is 50,000. Okay, I'll take them all, but I have to inspect the goods. As usual, I have to inspect the goods too. Okay, Iron Lion nodded, and then he called out to 2 people to come up. A flash of black light appeared, and rows of boxes appeared on the ground. One of the boxes was opened, and it was filled with black crystals. Poison Scorpion also nodded. Soon, a Taoist monk appeared. With a wave of his hand, a huge warship appeared and landed on the ground. Iron Lion nodded, and sent 2 people, to follow Poison Scorpion's people, to fly into the warship. Poison Scorpion also sent people to check the boxes, opening them one by one, uncovering the upper layers, to see if the things in the lower layers of the boxes were really all black crystals. Boss, there are 38 boxes. One box is worth 100,000 standard black crystals. That's right. Where's the money for the black crystal cannons? You can take it after I finish inspecting the goods. Boss, Poison Scorpion doesn't think that I have already paid the 3,800,000 and can't afford the other 1,800,000, right? How could that be? I still trust your name, Iron Lion. This little money is nothing. That's good to know. Wait. Iron Lion nodded. It takes some time to inspect the warship. After a long while, 4 figures walked down from the warship and nodded. Bosta, it's okay. Where's the money for the black crystal cannons? Yes, don't worry, put the boxes away, don't get them mixed up. Yes, boss. The 2 men nodded, then put away the rows of boxes. Another monk took out another row of boxes from the storage bag and dropped them in front of the Poison Scorpion. Boss, Poison Scorpion, do you want to check it yourself? No need, just let your men go. That's fine. It's safer to be careful. She said with a smile, and then 2 of Poison Scorpion's men went over to look through the box. Puff, puff. The moment they opened the box, 2 black spikes shot out of the box and nailed directly into their throats. Iron Lion kill black eats black kill them. Poison Scorpion was very alert. When he felt something was wrong, he immediately roared and slapped Tishi with one palm. The rest of his men also roared and rushed towards Tishi and the others. Bang! Poison Scorpion's palm print was blocked by a figure, and a momentum like a mountain pressing down on his head rushed towards him. Poison Scorpion screamed in surprise. This was the spiritual pressure of the 12th level of spiritual light. Destroying God crossbow. Poison Scorpion roared, and then a muffled sound came from 5 kilometers away, and a mysterious light came out and came straight. Bang! However, that mysterious light was blocked, and another figure appeared, and then rushed directly towards the destroying God crossbow. Another spiritual light. The Scorpion screamed in fear, and without saying anything, he turned around and left, leaving his men and the warship behind. One spiritual light of the 12th level had left him with no chance of winning, and if there was another one, he would be dead. However, the enemy would obviously not let him escape so easily, and the real person mode of the system immediately caught up with him. On the other side, Lin Xiao had already killed the monk who controlled the god-destroying crossbow, and Tishi and others had even seized the warship. The Scorpion's men died one by one. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.